Eventful. Warning, the stream's current bitrate is 2628.40 kbps lower than the recommended bitrate. What are you talking about? I've got all the bits. No, it's all giving me a warning that our bitrate's too low. Let me see. Oh, because it is set to 2500. Okay. I don't know. I made it. I was like, I need some way to fill this space, so I came up with that. Well, you're wearing a SpaceX shirt, so I was like, I might as well at least make it befitting of the SpaceX. Okay. Yeah, I forgot I even did it, to be honest. That's why you started laughing at the picture. I was like, oh yeah, I forgot I did that. Oh.
Get that.
All right, I fixed it. Sorry, guys. I forgot I had desktop audio muted. So, all right, Jerry should be normal now. Give me a sound check.
Hi. How are you doing, guys? Test 1, test 2, test 3.
Oh, there's no filter on that voice, by the way. Sorry,
That's just how it sounds.
So if my webcam looks terrible, I apologize. Logitech has taken my camera hostage and won't give it back, to the point to where I basically am going to be replacing it with a different brand. But here's the goal for today's live stream. No, this is not Tech Talk. Jerry, with my blessing, has brought Tech Talk back in V2 format with he and Zach in a Houston. In a manner of which I approve of. And I just wanted to give however many people want to hop in here a distraction from all the stuff going on. So I have two rules. One, be respectful, and two, no discussing of the politics and or the situation going on in the world right now. This is a distraction from all of that. So, except I got to say real quick, I went to get the catalytic converters for my Z out of my storage unit today so I could actually get the car back on the road legal, and my storage unit's closed for the month. So, no.
Oh, anyway. So you can't even get in through the front gate? Wow.
Well, no, I can get into the unit. I can get into the location through the gate, but the keys are all locked and you have to get them from behind the desk. Because
okay.
Yeah, it's one of those where you don't get to keep the key. They do for ultra security. So whatever. Sure. I just can't get the Z back on the road yet, but that's...
Well, hopefully the place is closed where you have to get smogged, so it'll all work out.
I think all mechanical stuff like that's open, but even if it was, I think the DMV's closed. So either way, the Nissan's not getting back on the road this month or next month.
Yeah, because where you live, how often do you have to get emissions?
Every 2 years, and I'm already 7 months behind.
God, man, even when it was in effect in some places here in Washington, it was like 5 years. 2 years seems God. So every 2 years, you got to yank everything off and put it back on and go do your little test. And then
to be honest, it's not that much work. It's really just taking the test pipes off, putting the cats back on, and getting the factory tune reloaded, and then driving it around so that readiness is engaged, like in the ECU. So it's been scanning, and has the O2 sensors and smog and all that stuff, is because you have to drive it for like 50 plus miles or so for the computer to give a reading. So
I didn't know that.
Yeah, if I were just to throw the cats on, and then they immediately take it over to the smog machine, because there's an ECU clear when they do that, it'll fail what's called readiness. And so they'd say go drive it like 100 miles and then come back, and then it will have been doing all of its monitoring, because it monitors the O2.
How does it work with the Camaro? Because can you even put a stock map back on that with how much mechanical stuff's been done?
The Camaro will actually pass its current the way the tune currently is, because all the modifications are in a completely separate ECU module from all the smog stuff.
Oh, that's cool.
But the Camaro is kind of a loophole, because although I can get in trouble, like if I got pulled over for being an idiot and they decided to send my car to the ref, I would totally not pass. But I have in California, new cars don't have to be smogged till their 9th year. So there's 9 years that you can play, if that makes sense.
And honestly, after 9 years, I'm sure you'll already be upgraded to the 2,000 horsepower Corvette or something. Like
should we go that route? Should we talk about the C8? Because I haven't discussed the C8 publicly very often.
I think we should, because it's the only Corvette that I think I would want to own. Don't get me wrong. I still think the last generation, like the ZL1, is a really sweet ass Corvette. But my God,
you mean ZR1?
ZR1, thank you. I love the mid-engine design. Like, I looked at it at first, and I was like, it's a little angly. Kind of reminded me of something maybe Cadillac would do. But then after looking at it for a little while, I was like, man, I saw it sitting next to Lamborghini and next to Ferrari. Yeah. And I was like, it doesn't have anything that looks like it detracts from it. Like, it looks like it fits in with those $150,000 to $250,000 cars. And
it does. It does.
Except
it has a $30,000 car interior.
That's true. But can't you get one? Like, I know the base price is lower, but realistically, people were saying what, $60,000 out the door for like a decently equipped one.
Yeah, and I guess they actually were able to get them pretty close to that with very little markups, because all the sales were pre-orders, and then that means they were ordering them direct through Chevy, and Chevy controlled all the pricing that way. So
yeah.
Real quick, you're gonna hear typing on this loud ass keyboard. I forgot to tweet that we're live.
Do it.
All right, this should be good.
Physx said Jerry's OnlyFans page is overpriced. What? I'm not even worth $1? Jesus. It's okay. My wife said I'm only worth 50 cents, so it's okay.
Every 5 months, you'd cost us Starbucks. All right. So a little fun fact about the C8. Are you ready for this? One of my problems with the C8 is, and this is obviously very subjective, to me, the car looks incomplete. Oh, and real quick, guys, please don't donate money. The channel doesn't need it. I'd rather you guys take that money, keep it for your families, or give it to people you know who need it, not me. And don't pay in hopes to get us to read your comments. That's not the point of this. With the new setup, I don't even know how to turn off Super Chat. So I would really appreciate it if you guys would not give me your money. Thank you. I guess that's rule number 3. Don't donate. I meant to make a little graphic that said it.
That won't stop them. So I'll add one little disclaimer on there. Even if you do,
donate to you.
I'll just guilt trip him into paying for the plane ticket again next time I go down to see him when this all blows over. So.
I paid for it like the last 3 times.
I know, and you'll pay for it one more time with their money.
I told you if you get healthy, you can come down here and drive the Camaro and do a video on it.
I don't think I'm ever getting healthy. Can we just say healthier? Could we just like healthy is a milestone? I don't think that's impossible of hitting. Maybe like healthier enough. Though. Healthy enough.
I would drive the car to Seattle if I thought it wouldn't be more of a hassle to get the car up there than you down here.
Dude, how many fuel stops would that be on E85 to get from you to me?
I don't think there would be enough along the way to not have to do 91 in it.
Teslas would literally be laughing at you as you're on the side of the road out of gas.
I pull up to every Tesla charging station, and I'm all manually pouring in my own jug of E85. Like, I would probably have to hire someone to drive the Ram with me and have one of those tanks in the bed with its own dispenser.
Dude, how funny would it be you driving down the road with one of those, like, clear tanks that they use for, like, irrigation, but it's just full of E85?
Hey, why not?
I increased my range to 150 miles.
There's a video, mid-freeway refueling in the Camaro.
Dude, that would be epic.
Okay.
Although E85 burns pretty briskly, doesn't it? So if you had like a little spark or something that poured on the exhaust, that video would go viral instantly. Oh my god!
I need to turn on slow. I forgot how to turn on the slow chat thing.
Slow chat?
I can't remember how to do it. I'm an idiot.
I don't even know if you can. Can you do commands in chat on here like you can on Twitch? I don't even know if you can.
Hold on.
Let's see.
If I do edit, nope, that's not it.
Oh, I got a custom emoji picker.
I just did this the other day too.
Here, I'm picking emojis while you're doing that. Oh, look at that! I used emojis.
Oh man.
How do you do slow? Is it just forward? Can you just do like / slow or something?
Oh wait, wait. Here's a little.
Well, that didn't work.
I hear the whoop whoops, and the helicopter. Hold on. What's going on outside? Hold on.
Is Donut Operator in town? It's okay, guys. Jay lives in California. This is perfectly normal where he lives.
There's like
I'm surprised he even got out of his chair.
There's like a full-on cop response going out there. Helicopter, cop cars.
Wait, like near your neighborhood?
Someone went outside.
Oh no! Protocol breached. Protocol breached. Woo, woo.
Oh, here we go. Live chat. Slow mode is on now. Dang, I wish
nice.
Can you hear the helicopter?
I did.
No, let's listen right now. Can you hear it?
No, I don't.
Oh. They're literally orbiting right above my house. I think the neighborhood right across the street, I think someone ran to. They're acting like they're chasing someone right now. I don't live in a bad neighborhood at all. We'll get back to the C8 conversation here in a sec. I did enable slow mode. What are you drinking? I'm drinking some sort of a fruity cocktail that my wife made.
Ooh, yum. So
right
here,
I think
I think what I'm drinking is probably the most amazing thing I've ever tasted, actually. It's a hot chocolate with a bunch of this butterscotch premium liquor added to it. That's 30 proof, so it's not too high octane, but oh man, it tastes good. It's very buttery. Oh, and then once that gets down, I'm going to be switching to shots of Jose Cuervo Silver.
Holy crap, that helicopter is loud. I just realized
it's going to land in your street.
I know, right? I just realized my camera is mirrored. Sorry, guys. My room is not normally that direction. Wait
a second. It isn't?
No. No, that's
Isn't
reversed.
That the room I stayed in?
Yeah, it's reversed from that.
On my side, the door's on the right side. But it's mirrored?
Yeah, it's being totally mirrored. No, the door should be on the opposite
Well, if it's mirrored,
side.
You're going to be pointing to the door no matter what.
Yeah, I know.
No, I just noticed it looked the same as if I was standing in the room right now and looking at it. On my side, it looks perfect through Discord. I don't know if Discord's mirroring it when it comes over here.
Discord's mirroring it on my end.
Oh, this is weird. So on Discord, it looks right for me. It literally flipped it right for me, but for your capture, you're right. It's backwards.
Right, for the audience, it's backwards. Oh, well.
That is weird.
That's fine. I built 2 of these rooms, a left and a right.
Okay. You got OCD?
Yeah. So what I started to say, 62 minutes ago about the C8? Mm-hmm. A little fun fact about that car. One of my issues about it, and I said this was super subjective, right?
Dun, dun, dun.
To me, the car looks incomplete. And let me explain that. I feel like it's got the big vents on the side, like you would expect it to be for a mid-engine car with its intakes. Yep. It's got a cool looking front end. But for the most part, even the little spoiler that it comes with isn't nearly big enough. The wheels, I hate the fact that it's got like that crazy big positive offset with almost like a domed wheel rather than a dished or a lipped wheel.
Yeah.
But I know why that exists. I know why it's that way now. Because
why is it?
Being closer to the official professional racing series that I've done tweets and stuff about. I don't want to like name people and stuff specifically, but I'm sure you guys can figure it out. They told me specifically the reason why the car is that way is because when you do the GT racing, like you got the C8R, right?
Yep.
You have to base the race car off of the dimensions of the street car. So by having the axles as wide as they are, but then bringing the wheels in with that crazy offset makes it like better for the street, but they have more width available to them on the race car.
That actually makes sense. Because they can't add a wide body kit on the race car, can they?
Well, technically they can, but they can't make the wheelbase wider.
Oh, okay.
But they can, because of the crazy offset they did on the street car, they can do a race car offset without changing the hub placement, making it wider, which means that they can keep all of the balance on the wheel and the offset where they want it to be, zeroed out or like a -20 or something like that, and add a wide body to the race car, and it all fits.
That's actually really cool. So
my biggest issue with the C8 is how it has the opposite effect of what I would want with a car. I like concaved, lipped wheels. So, and I'm not going to go out and put like a wide body kit on a C8. I know a lot of the car culture YouTube channels, the channels I absolutely despise are all already coming up with their own stupid one-off custom body kits for the car.
I know exactly which ones you're talking about too because I watch them.
Yeah, I hate it.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
So I would much rather wait and see if the Z06/ZR1 is going to have a more aggressive body kit.
I think it will. I think it really will because if you look at just the ZR1 from like the last generation, how much it looked from the base car. I mean, it was a completely different animal. It's just like your Camaro. Your Camaro looks like something out of Transformers, but the base model one doesn't look anything like it. Like there's so many little trim pieces that they put on it in the stance. It doesn't even look like the same car to me.
Yeah, but interestingly enough, though, like the entire dimensions of my car in terms of bumper and well, the front fenders are 1 inch wider, but that's because the mount is actually wider. They just stretch the metal on the fender. It's really weird.
Okay.
It's all the same body. So I'm curious as to whether or not the Z06/ZR1 is going to have a more aggressive body. I know it will, but I want to see if they go wider so I can get that concave wheel that I want.
What do you think the power estimate's going to be on the new car? Are there any leaks about it?
There were some leaks sent to me a while back before anything was confirmed, but even Jalopnik now is talking about the fact that it's looking like it's going to be an all-wheel drive hybrid gasoline and about 900 horsepower. They're going after that P1 market, man.
They kind of have to because that kind of sounds like what Koenigsegg is doing with their what is it, the Gemera, where the front tires are powered by the gas motor and then the rear tires are electric, and they somehow balance it all out.
This one appears to be much different. It's still going to be the 5.5 liter flat plane crank, whatever it is in the back, the same engine they're using on the C8 R. So, because it's currently a 6.2 liter naturally aspirated, what are they calling it, LT3 or something like that, or LT2. So it's a smaller engine, but twin turbo. Plus, it's gonna have like I said, that hybrid drive for the front. So it's still shady. So if you go to Jalopnik, you can actually see an article where the test mule was spotted.
That's cool.
So it still looks like a stock body, and it's still not supposed to come out till like 2023. But that's the car I'd be interested in, because you know me, I'm not going to be able to go from my ZL1 to a 490 horsepower version of a C8.
Right, that wouldn't make any sense. It looked cool, but yeah, you're used to so much more power than that now. Once you get used to power, it's really hard to go down to something. Like, I bet you even when you jump in Nizzy, even though Nizzy's a completely different platform and has a different purpose, it's like when you step on the throttle, it's like, it used to be a fast car. Now to you, it's like you could just stand on that throttle all day long.
Which is funny because it has nearly 400 crank horsepower, but it just, obviously, it's less than half of what my Camaro has. So it's, it definitely is not visceral in any way. But
yeah, and the thing is, like, do you get used to the Camaro? Like, even with that level of power, do you eventually get used to it? Like, to where you can just stomp on it anywhere and it's like not that big of a deal?
Oh yeah, I've been that way for a long time. You've seen
That's
the way
crazy.
You've seen the way I drive it.
How you do that in a car like that?
You've seen the way I drive it. It's like it feels slow. Yeah.
No, we've done unintentional lane changes and stuff with me in the car. Like that thing is just so quick. I didn't even want to drive it. Like, I'll go on the record and say, like, I didn't even want to drive it because it was just.
The first time you came out,
terrifying.
The first time you came out here, it had dangerous tires on it. The Goodyears are no good for the street, but with the R888s though, I have no doubt that you can handle the old school Viper. You can handle this car. This car's a lot less trying to step out on you than. Well, it'll step out, but the wheelbase is so long, it doesn't get all crazy. The longer the wheelbase, the more stable it is.
Yep. The Viper is freaky though because you sit so far back.
Yeah,
you feel like you have 90% of the car in front of you.
You're in the tail swing area.
Yeah, no, like when you steer the Viper, and it scared the shit out of me. Now, don't get me wrong, it had bad tires on it too, so I don't have a good Viper experience to speak from because it was ancient tires, really hard. Mm-hmm. But when I'm driving, even just little steering on the freeway, the car is so long that you can literally see the front of the car doing this effect.
Yeah.
Like if there's so much car out in front of you that you can literally see the front of the car steering like before you feel it where you're sitting. And I'm like, man, this is really fucking like frightening and hard to get used to. I was scared. I think I did once. I did 110 mile an hour in it when there was nobody else around just to give it a squirt and see what it could do. Right. And it only had 450 horsepower, which was a shitload back in the day. But man, I got up to 110 and I was like, man, I can drive my Subaru at like, 150 miles an hour and it feels more stable than this thing does. And I never understood that because it's got such wide tires on it. Like, I think they're still considered some of the widest tires ever fitted to a production car.
345s or something like that in the back.
They're massive. They're absolutely massive. I think they're, what do you say, 13 and a half inches wide?
Yeah, to put it in perspective, everyone talks about how steamroller my back wheels are, and those are 12-inch wide wheels with 325s on it.
Yeah. The Viper tires are really hard to find, too. They're, like, super duper expensive, and, like, I think one company makes them.
I think the sketchiest thing about you doing that Viper video was the fact that you were still on the stock rubber, considering they were so far past their time, like,
dude,
in terms
of being,
so
scary.
Like, they should have been, like big wheel tires at that point. They're all plastic.
They were, man. Like, the first time I gave it even just a little bit of gas, we're talking not even 10% going around a corner, I could feel the back starting to rubber band a little. Yeah. And as soon as I did that, that's why I was like super, like, through the whole video, I'm chilling on it pretty easy because I'm like, I don't want to loop this thing because that car is notorious for not being able to get back once you slide the rear end.
Right.
Just because of the seating position, it's really hard to feel the car out. And so when it got out of shape 2 or 3 times when I was driving it at low speed, I was like, dude, if this happened and I was doing like freeway speed, I wouldn't get it back. I'd loop it on the freeway at like 60 miles an hour.
One of the most fun things I have in my ZL1 that I like to do with folks is give them that 100-mile-an-hour burnout so they can see what that feels like.
So crazy.
Yeah.
No, honestly, the only car that I've ever been in that hits me harder from a standstill is the Tesla.
Well,
the really
my car,
hot Tesla.
Under 20 miles per hour, my car can't do anything.
It can't put the power down. But your car, when we were, and it wasn't in its final tune. Like when I was in it, it had bad tires on it. I don't think it had its full potential.
You were out here. You were out here last year when it had the R888s on it, but since then is when I've gone a whole nother stage higher.
See, I want to see what that feels like because in your car when we were doing about, I want to say 50 or 60, like coming up to freeway speed, and you stomped on it. I've never been in a car that accelerates as fast as yours did. Once it finally hit the point where it could hold traction,
right,
and go all the way past 100 miles an hour. Like at 100 miles an hour, it still felt like it was accelerating the same as it was at like 60.
Yeah, my car does continue to accelerate at about 130, 140 at the same it does at around 80.
What's the drag coefficient on that thing?
I have no idea, but the faster I go, the higher it is.
It's got to be pretty slick through the air, though, because even with all that power, I was surprised at how little fall off there was. Because I think a couple times we were going, well, I won't say how fast we were going, but it was way faster than I took you for a ride in my car, and that was like bolts blowing out of the manifold.
Yeah.
Like we were pushing my shit as hard as it would go to get to that speed.
So I posted some pictures on Instagram of my car at ACS when I did the Roval. So the Roval is obviously the road course oval. So there's an infield section of the track, and then you get to go. You come out of the Auto Club Speedway just in front of turn 3. So you go down the whole front stretch across the checkered line. Then you go all the way around turns 1 and 2. And then right at the end of turn 2 is where it makes a 90-degree chicane into the infield. And then you do the infield course and you come back out. So
is that the one where there's it's like a little S kind of?
Yeah, it's a pretty sharp S, but yeah.
Yeah. I saw the video of you doing that where you got it out of shape and you barely got it back.
Yeah.
Video. Yeah, that was freaky, dude.
No, that's Button Willow you're thinking of when I showed you that.
Oh, okay. All right.
So Auto Club, though, is the only track where, although it's kind of boring, it's the only track where I can actually put all my power to the ground. And so if you guys go to Instagram and you see that photo where there's a picture of my Camaro that's in front of a C6 Z06, there's a Subaru, and then there's a Porsche 911 GT3 RS behind it. So as far ahead of those cars as I am at that portion of the track, I was equally that far behind them when I entered the front straight. So that's how fast I passed those cars, including the GT3 RS or the GT3 RS in the front straight. It's pretty ridiculous.
So the frontline acceleration when you actually get the grip to put the power down, that thing just is ridiculous.
Yeah, so I was on the Michelin Sport Cup 2s when I was on at that track day. A lot of people said I should try them. By far the worst tire I've ever put on my Camaro.
I do remember you talking about that.
I'm not saying that they're the worst tire. I'm saying they're the worst tire I've ever put on my Camaro because the tire was developed for the GT3 RS, which is a 600-pound lighter car than mine, a lot less power. It also has a rear engine. And so you could see the PDR footage at some point. I could probably share it with you. There's nowhere on track where I wasn't spinning. And so there was points where even going through the playground in some of the long straights, I'm doing 130 miles an hour and the tires are still spinning.
That's gotta be unnerving.
No, not really. It was at first, but I mean,
does it stay pretty straight? Like when you're on it at speed, does it really want to step out hard, or does it kind of keep it? It's
a tank slapper. It'll fight for traction anywhere it can, and obviously
that freaks me out.
It doesn't scare me anymore because I've got 2 years experience now driving this car, right? But it's interesting because it's once it does get traction though, you feel like you're not only being pushed back in the seat, you're being pushed up the seat, which is because it's like that UFO ride at the carnival, right? Centrifugal force, right? You got to go somewhere, and if you can't go back anymore, you go up. I love that about that car, and that's why I don't.
No, I do remember that. Like even when it had the bad tires on it, there was a certain point where you got into it where it's like I definitely felt lighter in the seat.
Yeah.
Like it starts lifting you up because like you can't go back any further, so it's just like, ooh, okay, start sliding up out of the seat. It's a neat sensation. I mean, I think that you got a hell of a car. I'm starting to see though that you were right. You were like an early adopter of that platform, and I didn't see a lot of them around.
They're
I never saw
now.
them here in Washington, and now I see them everywhere.
Yeah, well, because Chevy continued to make more of them. They weren't supposed to make that many of them, and then they did, and then the price significantly dropped on them. I say significantly.
That sucks.
They didn't drop significantly. All the markups were removed, and then you could get them with incentives. So that's a significant drop for a premium car, right?
Oh yeah.
And
then that drops the resale value of yours too, right?
Yeah, which I knew was going to happen. So that's why, even though I did all the mods, I didn't even care because I bought the car to enjoy, not to garage queen it and then have it be someone else's car. I'm about to hit 20,000 miles on that car.
Wow, man! How long have you had it?
February of 2018.
That's okay. That's an impressive amount of mileage. That's like more mileage than most people put on their daily driver.
Yeah, so just over 2 years, I've put 20,000 miles on it, and I have had that horsepower level for the last 15,000.
Well, it must be a pretty solid platform because I mean, it's holding it, right? Is it being reliable now? Did you get all the little gremlins out of it?
Yeah, the gremlins we had to work out were completely human error. They weren't the car's fault. We were melting a harness on the header that we didn't notice because there's 3 harnesses that run parallel on top of it, and one was bulging out slightly and was only touching in hard corners where the engine under throttle would lean enough to touch it, and then you would never notice in a straight line because the engine leans back over in the center of its mount, right? The other thing is too that day at ACS on the third session, I got an engine light which ended up being a circuit code for the driver side bank knock sensor, which is funny because it wasn't a knock code. It was a, hey, we're not communicating with the knock sensor code. It was like cutting out. And so I asked my tuner, because he was there with me. I brought Mike with me. I was like, hey, I want you to come along, ride with the car, log it, tell me if we're safe. If we are, then I'm just going to, I'm going to YOLO this thing. So he gave it a clean bill of health. And then when he did a log after that, he was like, well, he's like, the sensor circuit is getting a short, which means it's probably either heat related. He's seen these sensors freak out when they get really hot. Track conditions, right?
Yep.
He's like, I don't know if we're touching a wire somewhere. He's like, I can't get under the car and really look at it here because you can't see it even with jack stands. I said, so what do I do? He's like, send it. And I was like, send it? He's like, yeah, send it. He's like, the worst thing that'll happen is it will just fall back to a bass tune if it can't see the knock or if it can't read knock. So I was like, oh, okay. So I just sent it. When we finally got under the car after the event, and I took it down to his place, we were literally melting the actual sensor itself, even with ceramic coated long tube headers. So we ended up building a special shield for it, and now we've got all the bugs worked out. I'm actually going to be putting another upper pulley on it. So by the time you get back down here, the car will have about 110 more horsepower than last time you were in it.
Really?
Well, because since you were here last time, it already had the full ported supercharger, the 103 throttle body, the big gulp intake, and the retune, and the bigger lower pulley.
Yep.
Now that we're going to be going with a smaller upper pulley, and that was about 90 horsepower upgrade right there. And then with the new upper, it's good for about 30 wheel. So it'll be about 110. What do you think
you'll be hitting on the dyno with that?
Pretty close to 800 wheel.
That is a lot of power at the wheels. A lot of people don't really understand that either. Like when they say how much power a car has, like the dealers, it's always crank. They don't account for like the drivetrain losses and things like that. It's like the brake horsepower that you get on a dyno, that's the real number.
The reason why I'm able to determine what the crank horsepower is because the car has been baselined more than once and on different dynos. And so I know what we're making now versus how much percentage of drivetrain loss I'm losing. I'm losing about 15.5% of drivetrain. It's not a lot. It's pretty efficient.
No, 15% is actually really good.
Right.
I think they say for rear-wheel drive, 15% is actually a pretty efficient estimate, and for all-wheel drive, it's like 20 to 20, up to 25% loss.
Yeah, and like then automatic rear-wheel drive, they'll say it's around 18%.
Yeah, because the automatics, there's two classes of automatics, right? Because there's like the torque converter automatics, which just piss power away, right? Because it actually is using power to make that physical connection. Yeah, and those are the PPKs and stuff where it's like literally shifting. There's a clutch, and so it's basically a manual transmission, but it can shift itself.
Right.
And those things like the dual clutch gearbox. That's another thing with the C8 Corvette is everybody's saying that transmission is so smooth. Like it's quick shifting and super, super smooth.
Joey Pomeroy in chat says, how are you not spinning a bearing doing this? He spelled bearing wrong. So the upper limit, so my builder has had a couple of engines finally spin bearings, and it's around the 1,000 wheel horsepower mark. You'd be surprised what these bearings from the factory can do. And what's funny,
this is the crank bearing, right?
Yeah, the main bearings.
Okay.
And it's funny because the bearings in my engine are red, and they're red because they have this special kind of like a Teflon coating on them, which is all part of some European environmentally friendly blah blah blah. Because lead bearings and stuff are what a lot of people would use in the past, right? But because of the environmentally conscious stuff, they have this stupid coating on there. And what happens is the coating wears away, which gives the play. There are aftermarket bearings out there. So we're already anticipating if I continue to go higher power levels, which I don't plan on past this pulley, we know where it would give. He built a CTS-V that made so much power, even with ARP studs, it stretched the studs and lifted the head.
That's crazy.
It was a supercharged car making like 25 PSI. So,
oh my gosh.
Yeah, that one was putting like 11 or 1200 wheel, and that's like definitely more than I'm ever planning on doing. So,
you know what I've been enjoying watching on YouTube lately is these guys that are building these little JDM Civics that have like 1800 or 2000 horsepower,
and then watching them do like 200. Sevens. Yeah, and they're spinning the entire way.
Yeah, and it's like when they hit the trap at a quarter mile, they're doing like 257 miles an hour. And you're like, what? That's like Bugatti Veyron, and it's like a Civic with like two giant tires on the front and bicycle tires on the back, and it's got like two parachutes on it. And I've been watching these. There's an Eclipse, I think, that holds the world record. I can't remember what they call it, but there's this Mitsubishi Eclipse. that has it's a completely different motor than what it came with.
Right.
But I think it's 1,800 horsepower, and it currently holds the world record for all-wheel drive at like 7.8 seconds in the quarter or something like that. But you just look at this thing, and you're like, how does that little engine hold together? Because it's like a 2-liter engine. And you're like, how are they getting out of it? They're throwing like nitrous at it. You know, they got huge turbo on it that's as big as the same displacement as the motor. It's just crazy to see that they can build stuff now that can hold together at that horsepower rating. Because I mean, even 10 years ago, stuff like that would have been pretty impossible.
Android
you
Zero
had to up the displacement.
Android Zero in chat asked if we're talking about Nelson racing engines. Fun fact about that. I used to work for a company where we did energy audits out in the San Fernando Valley, and I ended up in his shop one day, long before I knew who he was, and saw some of those crazy alien intakes that he makes. Nelson racing engines. He makes some of the highest horsepower LS stuff. He works on all kinds of platforms, but like insane amount of fabrication. Like, it's the kind of car you give it to him, and you're like, you're not getting it back for 2 years. You know what I mean?
Yep. I found it. It's called Demon, Red Demon. It's an 1,800 horsepower Eclipse with a 4-cylinder motor in it, and it's a manual, and it does 7.
Oh, yeah, I know Red Demon. Red Demon's been around since back when I had my GSX.
Yeah, he's still holding world records at 90 PSI. That's how he's getting that power. 90 PSI from the turbo. Dude, it's like, how does the fuel... he doesn't even need spark plugs.
That car has a full billet block.
It has to. There's
no,
like
it does.
No other way.
They've showed it. It's a billet CNC block.
Yeah, if you guys like after the stream, go check out Red Demon. Like, the passes this car does are so clean too. It's like a short wheelbase.
And the funny thing is, people are fairly certain that 90 PSI is a bullshit number. They think it's higher.
Well, he won't I think say. There's a Nissan GTR that's doing 100 now.
Yeah, he won't.
There's a Nissan GTR that does 100 PSI.
He won't say his specs. He doesn't want people to know. But yeah, he's got a fully custom blueprinted CNC milled billet constructed 4G63. It's insane.
Yeah, just run after run after run. I've been watching these YouTube videos where he does what is it? Not Drag Week. Oh god, it's one of the other events where they basically, it's just shootout, right? All day, and they have different classes, and he holds the record for it's the fastest manual and the fastest 4-cylinder and the fastest all-wheel drive.
Now, to be fair,
it even beats the Nissan GTR.
But to be fair, is it a true H pattern type manual, or is it a dog box?
Oh no, it's an H pattern. Oh, okay. But it's no, but it probably does. It definitely has square cut gears because he's not clutching it.
Yeah.
Like when you see him in the video, he is just mashing it. It's like, it literally sounds like it's a like a PPK or something. There is no time between the shifts. This dude is just slugging it. But it's fun to watch this thing run. It's just absolutely crazy. And now they've got like, these what is this? So Red Demon. Okay, the other car that's close to it is the Lancer. There's a Mitsubishi Lancer that has 1,800 horsepower also, that's running 80 PSI and pulling 7-second runs. And I'm just like, dude, this is like a Lancer, like the little grocery getter that you see running around on the road.
What's funny about that Red Demon, though, is if you look at his launches, they're not insane. Like, he has to really kind of roll into it. Like, even though he's doing like 1.3, 1.2 60 foots, I feel like if there were a tire and a drivetrain that could hold the power instantly, I think he could do a 1 second or less 60 foot with the amount of power that he's got. But yeah, you watch him, he just kind of like, it's crazy.
Yeah, I just can't believe how he keeps it so straight. It's such a clean pass too. Like all the other all-wheel drives, you see him, they're doing this dance.
I feel like
all the way down the run.
I feel like he's got some custom suspension geometry going on in there.
He's Mr. Cheater McCheatingson.
Yeah.
We find out the motor in the front is just like an aluminum box, and there's actually like a Tesla electric motor in the back, and in the front a giant battery pack in the middle.
So on Netflix, there's a show I like to watch, Gotham Garage. Have you seen it?
Oh, I haven't seen Gotham Garage. Here, I'm going to write that down because me and Xander love watching.
They're local. They're actually local fabricators. It's crazy because they basically, I don't want to say they haggard stuff because they're actually pretty good hot rod builders. But they recently, like season 2 is out, and they just did an episode where they took a Pinto and did an electric conversion in it.
That's cool.
Yeah. So I'm not gonna lie, I want an electric car. I kind of want to play around with one. I just don't want a fifth car because I have my truck, I have the Nissan, I have the Z01, and then the wife's car. And it's funny because you kind of asked me earlier if the Z was still fun to drive, and I think the honest answer there is yes, it is. I have just as much fun driving my truck as I do driving my ZL1, because if you guys haven't noticed, I'm just as big of a car guy as I am a computer guy. And my cars that I own have a very specific purpose, which is why a Corvette, even a C8 to me, is too similar to my ZL1 to really justify it. But each car that I have, I get in it and I expect a completely different experience driving it than another car that I have. So I don't get in the truck and go, oh man, this is as fun as my Z01. I go, this is fun. Watch this curb, bunk, bunk. Because I'm on a 6-inch lift with BDS suspension, Fox coilovers, and 37-inch tires. So it's like, dude, I can run over that car in front of me if it doesn't move.
Plus, I don't know a lot of people that have a garage where it's like you have about the most American redneck car that you can possibly have, short of like
my redneck truck,
or something. Yeah, and a redneck truck, and then you got like JDM. Tricked out JDM, like sitting there all in the same garage. It's like all you're missing now is like an electric car and something running on a fuel cell.
No, I need like a Nissan Leaf.
Dude, that would be pretty funny. Have you seen the guys that are taking the Nissan Leafs now and souping them up? They're putting the Tesla motors in them. So they're taking like the 3-phase gearbox or whatever and the engine, the combination out of the rear end of like a Model S. And they're putting them into Nissan Leafs. They put one of them into a smart car with a way smaller battery pack. It was a custom battery pack.
Right.
But they have these cars now that are putting out like 350 or 400, horsepower equivalent and like 1,500 Newton meters of torque. And these like tiny little shitbox cars.
Well, it's
even
funny.
the Bolt. Have you seen the Bolt? The Chevy Bolt has like 1,500 torque or something like that. And you're like,
well,
what?
it's the reason why even with the 37-inch tires on my truck, because it's all the lifts and everything I did was after you came. You came when it was just leveled on 35s. Was it 35s? Yeah, it was on 35s because it was leveled when you came. When you came, it had the fold down steps and stuff, right?
No, it did. You did have the fold down steps because I remember asking you if they came with it or not, or if that was something you added.
Yeah, so they have the amp research steps. So my truck, I love telling people, that's right, you were making fun of in that video where you were calling me a shill, you're like, and it's a hybrid, because it's got the e-torque system, right?
Yep.
Dude, it's funny how just that little electric motor hooked up to the serpentine is enough to move the whole truck off the line, which is why even with the 37s, it doesn't feel like a big lifted truck because it's got 125 pounds of instantaneous torque off the line on top of what the gas produces,
Well, electric motors can be so small. Like have you seen the motor out of the Taycan, the new Porsche Taycan, which is supposed to be faster than the S? I think it's 2.80 to 60.
When it's not burning down in garages, have you seen that?
Well, fair enough. Like, I mean, that's what Porsches do, though. They're basically kindling with wheels. But the motor in it is like this big. Like when you take all the motor controller and everything off it, the actual like motor that's putting out that crazy amount of power is just like, like a watermelon and a half. It's not that big. Even the Bolt's motor is like maybe like this big, and it puts out 300 and some odd horsepower equivalent and 1,500 foot-pounds of torque. And you're like, man, if you can make them that small, you can put one on each wheel, And then you got 3, 6, 9, 1,200 horsepower in a car, and it probably still weighs less than. I mean, you have the battery pack to contend with, obviously, but those motors weigh less than just like one internal combustion engine that can't even make that much power.
Yeah, Mustang GT5.
You just got to figure out the batteries. Figure out the batteries and it'll all go electric.
Loose Change says Mustang GT500 is the best purchase he's ever made in terms of cars. I wonder if he has last gens or this gens. I'm not going to lie. I would love to add a GT350R to my collection. Not a GT500, a GT350R. And every time I see one on the road, I'm like, man, I love the way that car looks.
I know that they tested one on Cletus McFarland's channel. And they had it out at their new track that they just bought, and they were running it around. And I remember their main mechanic guy, I can never remember his name. Their main mechanic guy, he said that it was one of the most sorted out cars that he's like ever gotten into and driven. And he already drove the C8, and he thought the C8 was absolutely amazing. But he said, like, if you given the choice, but the Ford was more expensive, right? A lot more expensive.
Well, yeah. I mean, I guess it says something for the C8 when everyone keeps comparing things to it, and it has the least horsepower of the bunch.
Right. And I think isn't it top speed like 180 some miles an hour and 0 to 60 in under 3 seconds? Like, how are they doing with that horsepower?
Because it's slippery as shit. That's why.
It's just mad. I mean, there's some kind of magic going on with like the weight distribution and the downforce and all that stuff. Because like I don't know of any other car that has that little. And when I say little, I mean it's not really little, but by today's standards, right? It's a little amount of power, but it's competing with these big guys like racing Audi R8s and shit. They have like 200 more horsepower or whatever, and hanging with them. It's like. Man, Chevy like did something really, really special.
You know what I find interesting is when like one guy in the chat will like scroll by and be like, "Hey, your stream's having problems," but like not a single other person will.
The solution's F5. You just push F5.
If every store you go to, everyone's an idiot. There's one common denominator.
To be honest, I've only looked at chat like twice the whole time we're doing this. I'm just like, I'm hanging out with Jay again. This is fun.
I haven't
had liquor in a long time, and I'm actually feeling a little warm.
I've been some of the stuff
I think Barnacules put some in there.
I think my colors behind me are a little too.
You're very purple right now.
Yeah, well, because it's set to like Twitch stream, right? So check. Okay, everyone that has a smart device, I'm sorry. I apologize now if you have a smart assistant that starts with an A. But I'm gonna show you something really stupid. Are you ready for this, Jerry? Watch this. Listen.
Do it.
Alexa, make all the lights in Jay's room white. Hey, stupid! Hey, Alexa. Make all the lights in Jay's room white.
I don't know how to set Tropical Twilight in Jay's game room to that setting.
I don't know how to set Tropical Twilight. Okay, hold on. Alexa, make all the lights white in Jay's room.
A few things share
Listen.
the name All Lights Jay's room. Which one did you want?
All the lights. And there they go. Literally, all I did was repeat myself. Hey, make all the lights white. Which ones? All of them. Okay.
You know what? Alexa is actually one of the better platforms, like, for getting it right. Siri is way worse. Like, look, I even said it, and it didn't even look. Siri. Hey, Siri.
I'm glad I'm on headphones. You've been making my watch.
There it goes. Now it finally did it. After what?
You've been making my watch go crazy. So check this out. You've met Brian before. He's a really cool guy, right?
Yep.
So he was like, "Oh my God, please do me a favor." He's like, "Make your room do like super disco when I come over." I'm like, "Okay." And everyone always refers to him as Papa Bear, right? So check this out. Alexa, Papa Bear's here.
Work it, girl.
I say work it, girl. There we go. It's going to start playing music. Alexa, shut up. Alexa, stop playing music. It plays copyrighted music. I don't want it to do that.
Well, that's cool. I just noticed that you have are those nano leaf things?
Yeah, and I've got
them
them
in the
over
background.
Here. Well, right now they're sound activated. I've got them to my right too. Right here, watch. See, they're over there.
Oh, that's cool.
Dude, they are the most expensive panels ever. They're $20.
That's why I don't own
They're
them.
$20 a panel, dude.
What? Each one of those little ones is $20?
Okay, so the starter kit's $200. It comes with 9, and then the control panel, right? One of them has buttons on it. If you want an expansion pack, you get 4 panels for $80. That's $20 a panel.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
But right now they're sound activated, right? Watch. Oh, stupid. This right here is everyone's like, what is on your desk? This is the remote control for it.
Okay.
So depending on the position and the number that shows, like on the top, is the setting it will set that one to the wall back set up to. So for instance, if I just want to be like, we'll do that one, number 10. I just set it down. Now it changed the mode. See? Now
okay, that's kind of cool.
And you can go into the app and you can change what each part of this shape. I don't know what shape this is. It's a 12-sided die, whatever that is. So like, number 12 is off, right? So it's
a dodecahedron or something.
Dodecahedron. So
dodecahedron.
So if I make it 8, right, then that's whatever I set 8 to. And then
do you have to smack it down, or can you roll it? Can you just roll it across the floor?
You can roll it, but it has a delay. It will wait for it to stop. That way, it's not just like freaking out. So,
okay.
Yeah.
That's kind of cool. Does it sit on like an induction coil or something to keep it charged? Like how does it stay charged?
It just has a AA in it.
Oh, really? So that doesn't seem like that would last very long.
I don't know. It's been going for a while. But it's
I like how you're like moving it around and it's all like they keep changing.
Yeah. We'll just do that. There we go. I don't know what 4 is. What's 4? Oh, disco lights. All right. Alexa, make all the lights in Jay's room white. Let's do this again.
I don't know how to set Tropical Twilight.
Stupid.
Oh, God, Alexa.
Alexa, make all the lights white in Jay's room.
Few things share the name All Lights Jay's room. Which one did you want?
All of them. And there they go.
Oh,
it's like, God. Why do I have to repeat myself?
Yeah, we can make computers that can perfectly like put anybody's face on a porno actor, but we can't get Alexa to like change the lights without asking 3 times.
So you want to see something? You want to see something cool though? Like this room, I haven't showed a lot of this on the stream, but not in the stream, but in the video. I finally got like the TV, the LG TV and everything working. So LG is not Alexa controlled. Cancel is not controlled with her, right? But I've got it all working. Like, check this out. Alexa, let's watch a movie.
Is it working?
Enjoy your movie.
Yeah, no, watch. See, it just turned the TV on.
Oh.
Now it'll turn on, and then it's going to go to the picture mode because there's no, I didn't turn on Netflix or anything, but see, it turned the TV on.
Do you have some kind of intermediate remote control or something doing it?
It's doing it through the Bose soundbar.
Oh, so it's doing that HDMI. What do they call that?
Well, it's actually
SPDIF,
or it's digital or optical. So.
Oh, it's doing the commands through optical?
Yep. Alexa, turn off Jay's
cool.
room. See, and with that, it will turn off the TV.
Because I know the TV in my room started. My Samsung has this thing called AnyNet, HDMI AnyNet, and I didn't know about it. I just plugged the HDMI cables into my stereo receiver, the new one that I got, and plugged it into a bunch of stuff. And all of a sudden, everything just started controlling everything. I can pick up the stereo remote, and it controls the TV directly. I can pick up the TV remote and control the stereo, and even turn on the Xbox, and even go through the Xbox menus and shit using just the TV remote. It's actually kind of cool. Wow, you are like super dark right now.
Well, because all the lights are off. Like literally everything, all the lights in here are just from all the hues and stuff. And fun fact, so I recorded a video in here today. The last video I recorded about the keyboard, all of the lighting in this room was just what was coming in natural through the windows. And then I was using the hues to light the rest of the scene. There's not a single bit of pro lighting in that, which actually turned out really good. But what I have set on here too is it's set so that if I come in here and I tell it I'm back, it'll tell me a piece of good news. So should we see what it says?
Let's see what the good news is.
I have it set to tell me only what the good news is. So, Alexa, I'm back.
Well, hello. I'm very happy you're here.
So I was going to turn all my lights
Fox
on.
News reports that a cardiologist at a coronavirus quarantine unit was pulled over by a state trooper for speeding.
Hold on.
But instead of a ticket, the trooper handed the doctor 5 N95 masks he was supposed to use as protection, along with a firm warning for speeding.
Did you hear the news?
Yeah, so that's how you get a mask. You just get pulled over.
Alexa, stop playing music.
I like how you're like, Alexa's going to give us some good news, and immediately just goes to the one news everybody's talking about we're trying to avoid.
Alexa, stop playing music. Sorry, I wonder how many people's Amazons out there I just stop playing music.
Oh, I do that all the time on my morning coffee stream. Is I'll just start saying like, Amazon add this to cart, and then I'll get a bunch of people on Twitter show me the screenshots of it actually added to the cart. Like no matter how ridiculous it is, Amazon has something that's close enough that it'll add it to the cart.
I need to set my lights to a daylight or something because like this is way too. Let's see, it changes to. It
actually doesn't look bad. It's a little blown out on the side. Well, the light on you is decent.
I feel like I look way too warm.
Nobody would ever think you're too warm, Jay.
There we go.
There we go. There's the cold heart we know and love right there.
All right, fine. How's this? Tropical light. Oh, look. Now I feel like I'm in the tropics. I was supposed to be in Puerto Rico last week. That didn't happen.
Dude, how many lighting zones do you have in there? Because you have lights in both cabinets. It looks like there's lights on the top, lights on the wall, lights over here.
I made the lights on the top. There's lights behind me. Each shelf has its own light. Like it's all in that video. I don't know if you can see it. There's shelf lighting up there.
Well, that's cool.
I did a lot of DIY stuff that I showed in my.
What made you want to move the room upstairs? Because I know you used to have your computer room downstairs.
This room is significantly bigger.
Oh, okay, that's why you want to kind of make an area where people can hang out, watch movies, and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
How's the air conditioning up there? Because I know in my house, like the second floor gets significantly hotter than the first, obviously, because the laws of thermodynamics and all that.
Each floor has its own dedicated 5-ton. So
person or AC?
Yeah, so there's a 5-ton AC for the upstairs and a 5-ton AC for the downstairs.
Oh, you know what time it is? You know what time it is? It's time for some
time?
Jose Cuervo.
Have you been drinking all along?
I ran out of hot chocolate.
Are you just now starting the drink?
No, I already drank this, which was like half a cup of this, and I'm feeling pretty good. Butterscotch premium rum. Or not rum, what is this? No, this is butterscotch premium. What is this, schnapps? I think it's schnapps or something.
You just got to use the philosophy I use, Jerry. Are you ready for this?
Let's see it. Show me how it's done, sir.
Does it have a % symbol?
No, it does not.
Then put it away. Find one. So it's one of those little flow charts, right? Does have % symbol? No. You follow that. Put back, grab new one. Does new one have
there we go.
Does new one
40%.
Does new one have % symbol? Yes. Drink.
Wait a second.
Damn, that was the most satisfying I've ever heard.
Wasn't it? Wasn't it? Oh, I've heard more satisfying, Jay.
Why was it under pressure?
Only
Under
I'll ever
pressure.
know. Dude, this bottle literally hasn't been open in at least over a year.
So
and
it's
we put
like-
it in the freezer. So it, contracted in the freezer.
I was gonna say, so did it like go from fermented back to just sugar?
Yeah, watch. I drink it, nothing happens.
It's just water. Oh man.
Oh man, you know what the thing is too is like I'm not a big tequila drinker.
Me neither.
This
I was
is
just gonna
be
say
rough.
I can't drink tequila at all. I've yet to find one that I can drink. I know that 50,000 people, even though there's not 50,000 people in here, are gonna tell me, no, Jay, you gotta try this one and try that one. Man, I have been trying tequila since I was 6 years old. No, just kidding. But I have yet to find a tequila that I like. A room temp, a cold one. I cannot.
I've even tried Platinum, which is the one that's like, what is a shot cost like $20 or whatever. The Jose Cuervo Platinum.
I think
It's
that
all the same to me.
might be on the low end in terms of shot pricing. I mean, okay, I'm just gonna stay quiet for this.
All right, here we go. You guys ready? I haven't taken a shot in a year.
And now he has gout.
Yeah, I better remember to take my allopurinol tonight, kids.
You know
Actually,
what it
that
is?
was surprisingly smooth. It burned a little bit on the back end, but not bad.
You know what I don't like about tequila is the way it kind of goes up the back of your nose, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and it sticks around. It permeates.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't like clear very easily.
Now I'm a bourbon guy. I've got like, you know how you know you're a bourbon guy when all people get you for your birthday and Christmas for like the last 3 years is different labels of bourbon.
When everybody knows you're just a raging alcoholic because that one thing.
Can
What
people
did you when you came
can
over here?
people
You drank
pin-
all of one liquor I had. Which one was it? Was it
The Crown
what
Royal.
was it? It was like Crown Royal. Okay,
Duh.
yeah, because I think it was like what, like a half a bottle, and you just chugged that down during the stream.
What did
Oh
I
my
just
God.
say?
That was good. Oh, was it Crown Royal? I didn't hear you say Crown Royal.
Yeah, it was
So
Crown Royal. It
okay.
was Crown Royal.
Yeah.
So I wonder if people who watch my Twitter feed can tell when I've been drinking bourbon and when I haven't been drinking bourbon.
Just assume if Jay's live streaming that he's drank something.
You know,
It's a safe assumption.
So what's funny is there's so many people that like think I get super mad like on this end of Twitter, right? Can I give you a visual representation of what so many of those arguments look like?
Yes, please do.
Okay, it's like this. Fucker. I mean, literally, that's what so much of it is. If more people could just read things with a little bit of laughter rather than just like, oh my God, you're so mean. How
Oh my
how
God.
do Jay? How do you doing? How do Gazalar?
You know what? You know what a great idea would be? It's just every time you go on social media, you should just be drunk. like 2 hours a day, 2 hours every day. You don't touch social media, and then you just get really buzzed, and then you just jump on there and let your buzz wear off afterwards. I bet you your social media account would just blow up.
I ain't got nothing else to do.
I think it'd be pretty funny, actually.
So let's talk.
How are you holding up being an indoor human these days? You doing all right?
I'm way too close to these people I live with.
Right. I actually have a coded lock on my door just to delay the amount of time for them to get in.
My
here,
youngest
just
is
'cause that's
losing
the
her
separation.
mind.
Oh, I believe it, dude. I believe it.
So right before we started the stream, I said I had to go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
I walked past her bathroom and she was in there with the door shut, and all I hear is bop 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 splash 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 splash, and I'm like, I have no idea what she's doing. I'm not even gonna open the door and look. But when you hear bop 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 splash 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 splash, you hope it's the sink or the bathtub. But let's just say it hasn't always been the case.
Oh my god. Oh. Yeah, you know you're going wonky bonks when you start treating the toilet like a water fountain at your favorite amusement park.
So it's funny too because my ring cam earlier was just going nuts, and I was like, "What?" Like every 5 seconds, motion at your door, motion at your door, motion at your door, and I was like, I was out trying to get the catalytic converters, like I told you, right? So I finally it was all buzzing in my watch. So I finally opened up the phone, and I'm like, "What is happening?" And my youngest was just, you would see her run like out of frame from the right side into frame, run across to the left, and then just run back the other way, and then just run back the other way. You know how when a dog has been outside for so long and then you let it inside and it does like laps around the house all super excited?
Yeah.
That's her outside.
Oh my god. Xander's actually been holding up pretty good. Every once in a while he'll come in and be like, "Oh, I want to go outside and play with the neighbor kids or whatever." But now the neighbor kids, like, they're to the point now where they just run. Like if anybody goes outside, they run in the house. So it's like everybody's kind of keeping their distance.
So the 38-inch LG ultra-wide monitor that I'm using, I had 2 of them sent to me, and I gave one to Brian.
Nice.
But it didn't have a power cord in it. So, because these are like review samples, right? So they've gone around a few times. So we emailed them, and of course they like overnighted us another one or whatever from Korea, and then it shows up at my house when it was supposed to go to Long Beach. Now I live an hour and a half from Long Beach, right? So he was so bored the other day. He and his wife drove over, and they're like, "But we have to keep our distance because he's a high risker, right? He's like you. He's got a compromised immune system."
Yep.
And so he was like, "Okay, here's the deal. I'm gonna come over." He's like, "We're not gonna have contact, and you're gonna like leave the cord on the sidewalk, and then I'm gonna go to the sidewalk and I'm gonna pick it up, and then we're gonna leave." And I'm like, "Okay." And that's literally what happened. Like it was the weirdest thing. He's a hugger, right? To stay like 30 feet away from the guy. It was kind of.
He drove an hour and a half to do like curbside pickup.
Pretty much.
TV, just like get out of his house.
I mean, we talked for like 20 minutes or so with him, like at the street and me in the driveway because I was washing the wife's car, but. Yeah.
I've been randomly talking to my neighbors. Like, I'll go out and sit on the porch, just get a little fresh air. My neighbor will be on the porch, will be like, "Hey, how's it going, Jerry?" And I'm like, "Hey, what's up?" And then we just have a random conversation about nothing in specific. Just like that's our new human interactions. Mm-hmm. Dude, you know, it's kind of like being in prison and like passing notes with like fishing line.
So I live in a gated community, and you've been here, so you know it's just like a loop, right? It's just a loop that goes all the way around. It was funny. I was working on the Camaro yesterday in the garage, and I hear like a quad, like an ATV. And I hear it coming down the road, just burn, like really slow, like idle, a little bit above idle speed, right? And it's a dad with like maybe his like 3 or 4 year old daughter, like sitting on the seat in front of him, like holding the handlebars. And he drives by and look at me. He looks so sad. He was just like, and a couple minutes later, he went by again. He went around like 8 times.
Dude, you could probably go outside and just ride your ATVs and like dirt bikes and stuff, and like nobody's gonna care. Like, there's too many other things going on right now. Like, I almost feel like I could go in my car right now and just, like, go do, like, a full Nürburgring circuit of, like, my town 3 or 4 times. And the cops would be like, "Meh. Nah. We don't want to get coughed on." Like,
yeah. It's interesting, though. Yeah, if anything positive comes from this, it's this. And, again, I'm not talking about it. I'm talking about...
We're dancing around it.
We're dancing around it, right? This is a pothole, and we've got one elite suspension. We don't want to run it over. Right. But what this is really kind of showing is... I refer to this as the workforce renaissance, if you will. So there's a lot of old school way of thinking that had to be instantly broken for society to continue moving forward, right?
Yep.
So I feel like it's interesting to see how a lot of these companies that have been so stuck in their very corporate ways have now had to dance around this and find ways to survival, right? Yeah. So it's kind of neat to see the way people have sort of figured out how to operate, you know?
No, I totally agree, and I think it's just the shock and speed of it is what like facilitated a lot of it happening. Like companies, like the people that are working from home now, that like companies would never let them work from home.
You know why though?
People are having like parties, like my kids having parties with other kids through like these video chat programs that are being brought online now to like keep kids connected and doing their school from home and actually still being able to talk to the teacher. So it's like this is cool.
It's like the replacements or invitational iRacing series with the NASCAR drivers, right? So you know I'm friends with Justin Allgaier. And he's the one I get to go hang out with their team during NASCAR races. He's
I know who you're talking about. Yeah, the NASCAR guy, right?
Yeah, he's an Xfinity Series driver. So it's funny because the last weekend, not the one that just happened, but the weekend before when they were doing Miami Homestead, there were like, it was mostly Xfinity drivers, a couple Cup drivers, and then some of the regular iRacing guys. And then it blew up, right? There was like 1 million views in the first day, and everyone on iRacing was like, "Wow, this is super cool." And what's funny is the NASCAR execs and like the big title sponsors for a lot of those cars were like, "Why the hell weren't we involved? Why weren't we invited to this whole NASCAR thing?" Right? And it's like, really? Right? Why weren't we invited to this whole new thing? It's like, what do you mean new thing? They've been mirroring your series for as long as iRacing has been around, week for week. They have their own qualifiers, their own practice rounds. You have your main race. Anywhere you are that week, iRacing's there. And they televise it on Twitch and all this stuff. They've been doing this forever. And
so now it gets 1 million people watching, and they're all like, "Oh, why didn't you call me?"
Yeah, well, it's funny because I basically told Justin, and I was like, I hope somebody told the sponsors you guys didn't know about it because you weren't paying attention, because you guys were so high up in your little ivory towers up there thinking now this whole computer racing thing is new. It's like, no, if you old farts could start to actually take a look around, get out of your freaking offices every now and then and see that this shit's been going on all along, which I feel bad now because this last Sunday was all about the Cup drivers. All the Cup drivers wanted to be involved, which meant, they only ran one race. They didn't have an Xfinity one and a Cup one. So there were only 4 spots. They're called transfer spots. There were only 4 transfer spots available to the Xfinity drivers.
That I didn't know.
Yeah,
okay.
So the Xfinity drivers had to qualify up into those transfer spots.
Gotcha.
So because suddenly the Cup drivers are like, well, we want to do this thing, and people that like last week were like, no, I don't want to do that. Now they're like, oh, now I want to because people are watching. Or maybe their sponsors are forcing them to do it. I just think it's kind of sad. I think they need to open an Xfinity one so that the Xfinity drivers can get in there too. You know what I mean?
I think they will. I honestly think that this is the gateway. Because there's been other events that have been televised from iRacing, but they never really got that much attention. But NASCAR is that big sport in this situation where everybody's glued to their TVs and they got nothing to do.
Yeah.
It just blew up and it got the most viewership of any, what did they say? Of any live stream sporting event. It got more views than any of them. And it was within, I think, 200,000 live viewers of the largest live stream in history on the internet alone.
I love it.
So, and they did that in one show. So now they're doing the whole series, right?
Take that, Fortnite.
Exactly. You're going to see F1 is going to do the same thing.
Yep.
You're going to probably see GRC drivers because they already train on simulators. They just don't really televise it, right? You're probably going to see all these sports start moving over. And honestly, you know who should get some of the credit for this? Not just NASCAR. Honestly, Sony should get some of the credit for this for Gran Turismo.
Yeah.
Because Gran Turismo's been doing the crossover this whole time, taking people from the digital world and inserting them into real racing.
Remember,
and now
that's
we're going
how
the other direction.
Remember, that's how my coach Stephen Doherty got started because he was the GT Academy winner. I want to respond to a comment real quick. This is the alcohol talking, but Ivor Thomas says, iRacing sucks ass. I've been racing sims since Jeff Crammond's F1. You know why iRacing sucks? Because it's the most real, which means you suck as a driver.
You know what? I actually can attest to this. I played iRacing for about 3 years before I put it away for various reasons.
Now he's
it's coming back.
Just in before he caps back with some other stupid self-qualifying factor of his. Blah 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 sucks. I've been cool story. Cool. You should start a channel and tell everyone about it.
You know how I know iRacing is super realistic? Because it took me probably a month and a half to qualify for the Mazda Cup series with the little Mazda MX-5.
The MX-5s, yeah.
And I couldn't even be it took me a month plus to get competitive in that thing, whereas in every other racing game you're in there, you're just like, oh man, look at I'm awesome with this car. Getting like crazy lap times. But in iRacing, the physics change so much. Like just from lap to lap and the temperature of the track, the surface, the tire wear model, even years ago, and it's way better even now. I mean, it was difficult to drive fast. Like carrying your speed through corners and balancing the weight of your car and everything. It's like people were like, oh, this is so fake. I can't play this. No, go drive a real car at that speed and see what happens. James
Swanson just said that last Sunday's race pulled 1,334,000 viewers. So you know what I think is interesting about this, though? Quite honestly, I couldn't give two shits about whoever on Twitch is suddenly the best Fortnite player. I mean, I'm sorry, that's a really cool story and all. Like, I'm glad
we're old guys.
I'm glad you can shoot things and build forts and like
at the same time
and do it really fast and act all super cool and stuff. But I think more people are interested to see how real professional drivers are able to transition to a game, because we've seen the way it goes the other way. We've seen the way people who have proven themselves in racing sims can transition to a real race car and be competitive. Chase Briscoe in the Xfinity series is a very good example. He's got like 2,000 iRacing races, and this is his second year now in Xfinity, and he's very, very competitive. Having gone from like not driving a NASCAR only in iRacing to a real NASCAR and being competitive. Yeah. But seeing how many of the actual like seeing how many see Ivan's now you just say you know nothing, so sad. See, I told you he was going to be offended. I told you.
Dude, you called it.
I knew it. Here, I'm gonna go ahead.
It's a canned response at this point.
I'll just put him in timeout. Like I said,
he's like, oh my god, I'm so deeply offended that you replied to my comment. Oh no,
I'm sorry.
That's how he sounds too. He's like
loser. Okay, anyway,
I'm gonna take a shot for that.
So, but I think. Wait. Jeez, that sounds like. Why is all the rum gone? That's what that sounds like. It literally sounds like the folly they used for Pirates of the Caribbean.
Guys, I have not drank in It's been months. I think I had the most I've ever had is like one Henry Hornhorst beer in like a year. So this is fun. So cheers.
You wouldn't even drink with me the last drunk thing I did because of your gout.
Nope, because of my gout. But now I'm on gout medicine, and I get to hopefully keep it for another 15 days. So I might as well enjoy it.
Croy323 says, "Fuck fork knife."
I would have had a vagina or even a butt.
That's a little too far. I like how you went with butt before head.
I was just trying to say a hole in general, but it got away from me.
This became very unadvertiser friendly. That's okay.
My God.
It's probably, I don't even know if it's monetized. I guess it is. I don't know.
It's okay, Jay. You don't need the money. Everybody already
Since we
said you're
just
like a
lost
millionaire.
monetization,
You're a multimillionaire, bro.
since we just lost monetization, everyone feel free to donate $5.
Yes, please do. I think, yeah, let's see. Just $1,000 comes in. Oh my gosh.
I don't know if my wife is watching, but my cup is empty.
Oh. Yeah, you better take care of that.
If you're watching, hun, I hope you remember the code to the door, because it's not a smart lock, so I can't buzz you in. You have to know the numbers.
You got a code lock? I got a code lock.
I got kids, of course I got a code lock.
Fucking high five, dude.
How else am I going to wink it?
Problem is, my wife knows the code, so I hear the first beep, and I know I've only got about roughly 3 seconds to put it away.
No,
like,
you get
beep, beep. I'm like,
don't lie. You're like, I got 3 seconds to finish.
That's 2.5 seconds more than I need.
There you go. Seems I got time to put it away.
Dude, my fat made the piston go down here.
Dude, one of the stools at my studio is that way now. Like, I'll be sitting on it talking, and then I'm like...
Is Phil doing jump cuts? Then every jump cut, you're like an inch lower.
Oh, man.
That'd be so funny. Like, it's so slow you don't notice it, but when you do enough jump cuts, it's just like...
Brian says he's going to work on that Pornhub sponsorship. All right, monetize this chat, Brian.
Dude, well, they're giving away premium right now.
To Italy. Only to Italy, right? I thought it was only to Italy.
No, they extended it to the world.
What?
I know. I'm not going to tell you what my name is on there, but I made sure it worked.
Don't worry. Someone's already signed me up on there.
There was, I shit you not, there was already a Barnacules. Like, I went there and I was like, oh, I'll use Barnacules. Name already used. Oh, fucking go figure.
Yeah, it's like, I don't even want to say some of the websites, but like, it's like, apparently I'm registered everywhere.
Dude, I'm pretty sure I have a farmers only account. I don't even know what that is.
I have one only because we used it in an ad.
Did you really?
Yeah, when we were doing the LastPass stuff, Nick had signed us up for farmersonly.com so that we had stuff awesome. We had stuff in the app. I really do use LastPass. I just wasn't going to obviously use my real one in the ad.
It's literally a dating site for farmers, right? Is that like a
farmers only, man? Farmers? City folks just don't get it.
Isn't there one for like Christian?
Wait, here we go.
Christian Mingle or something too?
No, that's for Jews.
Oh my God.
I don't know. Is there CatholicsOnly.com?
Are you just saying that it's not a very expensive site?
I mean, it could be really expensive depending on how you look at it.
Oh my God.
Well, why did y'all... Okay, I was joking, guys. Don't donate $5.
Oh, dude, they've already donated like several hundred as far as I can tell, so...
Did you know it actually
once you get to a certain amount of fame, you can't spend the money as fast as it comes in.
I don't want people sending me money, though. I meant it when I said we don't need it. To give it to people who need it. There's literally people out there, like, are you ready for this? So I don't want to be giving his business publicly, but I'm going to embarrass him. Nick lost his job. He got laid off last week.
No.
They laid off 40 people from his dealership. 40. Yeah.
Really?
40 out of 70 employees were laid off. So I'm actually giving him work to do because we have not been able to get over to the old studio and start packing it up. And he's like a super weirdo that's like into like packing and organizing and stuff. I was like, dude,
he takes me as a person to be into packing and organizing.
Well, he worked in shipping and parts and all that, so he's used to that stuff now, right? Yeah. So I told him, I was like, dude, you've got the keys still. I'll go buy all the boxes and all the packing material and all the trash bags and stuff, and I will just leave it over there. You go over there, you get it all ready so I can hire someone to come and move it for us, and then I will pay you like a lot of money to do it. So, yeah, I mean, he's got...
That's cool.
We'll obviously, we take care of our friends, so...
No, that's awesome, man.
Oh shit! I dropped my ring.
And me, it's like I'm not doing great, but we're definitely safe, okay for the next year or two. So I'm very fortunate to like be where I'm at. So I'm very happy.
Yeah, and it's kind of interesting too because even though it's tax season, like obviously when this all went down, we kind of went on lockdown in terms of like spending too. Like the company hasn't been spending anything, you know. Yeah. So it's like it's okay, I guess. We're obviously doing fine, but it's interesting to see like a lot of the brands we were working with, obviously launches and videos and like ads and stuff were all just kind of pushed and put on hold. Some of it put on hold.
Yeah, actually, I had a sponsorship with a hot tub company that wanted, because I was having back problems, and the hot tub company wanted to come put in a proper hot tub because they got sick of me posting pictures of that inflatable shit in my backyard.
Yeah.
They're like, here, we'll come put in a proper hot tub for your back. And just could you
You mean that bacteria petri dish in the back?
Pretty much. Yeah, we're like, this all started, the real epicenter. Yeah, my backyard. So they were going to do a sponsorship, and they unfortunately had to, in the 11th hour, they pulled out and said, and I totally understood why. I kind of saw it coming. Like, I didn't say anything, but it's like I knew that was coming. And they're like, sorry, because of the downturn in business, and of course, stuff having to be scaled back and closed down, or we can't do it. We'll contact you in the future.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, that's totally cool. I replied back to him. I was like, yeah, man, I totally saw that coming. Some of the parts for my racing sim, like the pedal box that was supposed to come and everything, that all got delayed because the machine shop that was doing the final touches on it had to shut their doors. And so, but I still have enough stuff. I think I can build the new simulator. I think I've got enough parts that whatever is left, I can probably just fabricate out of like wood, even if I have to, right? Like some mounting plates and things like that.
Kane Newman says he lost his job, not a lot, but feel bad. Dude, why did you donate? Don't donate your money. Guys, I'm serious. Why is
That's
it
even a worse time to donate
why
money.
Is
like,
it the
if you
more
lost your job, keep it.
Why is it the more I tell people not to donate, the more people send money? Guys, we don't need it.
Guys, if you lost your job, stop donating and go create a GoFundMe and beg your family to. That's what you do.
Do what everyone else does.
Like,
go
do what
to
everybody
Twitch.
else does. Don't let them be the only ones with GoFundMes.
Do what everyone else does. Ask for bits.
Just ask for bits. It's beg for bits. That's what I do. That's how I make my entire living. I mean, it's a bit system.
I mean, at least bits is free, right, for the person donating them, because they watch.
They can buy bits if they want, but yeah, I think they get them from watching ads and stuff like that. Like it's a tangible thing that builds up. Some people don't get them though. A lot of people ask me why I don't just stream primarily on YouTube, and I'm mostly on Twitch for my every other day show. And the reason is I just like the community over there. Yeah. Like the tools and the community and the interaction and everything. For what I do, it just works better on Twitch, even though there's technically a larger audience on YouTube. But we still do the Tech Talk thing here on YouTube on my channel. So that's actually been a lot of fun. Houston's been doing a great job. I'm fucking thrilled with how he's been working out.
What day do you plug TikTok? Because I don't remember what days and times it's on.
So every Saturday, 10 a.m. we do the Tech Talk. So 10 p.m. not 10 a.m. Pacific Standard. Can you tell I'm getting a little lit? 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time on Saturdays, every Saturday, and we've done 8 episodes so far. So if you want to look at the backlog, knock yourself out. That people on what's that?
Do people still give you a hard time saying, "Oh my God, you stole Jay's Tech Talk"?
Constantly.
Oh, I hate that shit.
As a matter of fact, even Houston made a joke about it today on Twitter. He's like, dude, you're gonna do the stream, and everybody in chat's gonna be blowing up, going, "Oh my God, Tech Talk's back! Oh my God, the real Tech Talk!" Like, no, we still get people. I still get every once in a while. It's slowed down.
This one's called "Let's Have a Good Time." Come hang out and be silly with us. In fact, remember, Tech Talk was over when you and I quit anyway. It had turned into Anything Goes.
Yeah, it actually technically wasn't Tech Talk in the end. You're right. It was Anything Goes with Jay and Jerry.
Yeah,
I do remember that. And it really was Anything Goes, because I think in the last episode you were like literally just playing a video game, and I was just rambling on about random shit.
It was flight. I was playing. That's how we ended it. I was playing Flight Sim. I was like, look, I'm landing a Boeing backwards.
Like most people, if they're gonna end a show, they're like gonna go out with a bang. We're just like, no, we're just gonna fucking completely check out.
Well, remember,
like, I don't want to do this anymore.
That was the second time we quit. Remember the first time we quit, we got drunk at my house.
That is true. And we technically did it again when I came down last time in your studio. Remember? We did kind of an impromptu Tech Talk.
Well, that was taking an opportunity to have it in the same room in one camera and be super, like, consistent about it.
More booze coming.
Yay.
Booze.
Thank you. Ooh, this one's a glass. That's dangerous. Actual glass. Look.
Sorry, should have brought glass.
Oh,
what's in this one? Vodka and rum, or just rum, or vodka? Both?
Just rum and juice.
Oh, there's all the rum gone. You know what I'm really bummed about?
What's that?
I hate the fact that my close the door all the way. Yeah, I hate the fact that my gym is now closed till May 1st. Dude, it sounds so superficial, but like going to the gym and lifting is literally how I deal with like all the stress and shit. And I would do that 3 times a week religiously.
Now I gotta do calisthenics, man. I realize it's more weight than you're used to, but
calisthenics. How am I gonna lift those 5s?
Like, yeah, I can do 3,000 reps. Yeah.
It's funny you say that, because once a month or so we'll do something. Basically, it's just a 100 rep set or 100 rep workout. So it's just 100 reps of different muscle groups. but you got to do 100 reps nonstop, just one set of 100. So you've got to intelligently pick your weight because it's no stops, no breaks, and no weight change. So it's kind of like, okay, I'm just going to do like a chest press, right? Dumbbell chest press. And you're like, okay, I'm doing this with 20s. 20s are stupid. La, 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 la. By 20, you're like, okay, I feel a little bit of warm up. By like rep 40, you're like, hey, they're getting a little bit heavier. By like rep 60, you're like, wow, this is weird. By rep 80, you're like, I hate life. And then by rep 100, you're trying not to turn them into skull crushers.
Yeah, I know back when I used to lift, I had a personal trainer when I did my last lift at the local place, and he got me up to about, I think I was doing about 210. It wasn't the best. I used to be able to bench 300, but he got me to about 210, which I was like, that's respectable. That's double what I was doing when I started.
And I remember that
he
finally
pushed
hit 300.
me so far. Yeah, he pushed me so far where I'd be like shaking and my eyes pop out of my head. He'd be like, come on, do it. Come on, do it. And he'd put like a pinky under the bar because he didn't want me to give up. And he'd like pull on it. And then I'd do that last one. And then when the bar set down, my arms would just drop. And then just lifting my arms up felt like I was lifting like 100 pounds. I had to wait like 15 minutes to drive my car home because I like literally was like.
I had thought about even trying to set up like a home gym, like a weightlifting bench here in my garage. Here in my garage, my Lamborghini.
Next to your redneck Lambo.
The problem is everyone and their mom bought weightlifting equipment when the gym shut down, so they're not available, just like anything else. And then
I didn't even think about that.
Like the adjustable dumbbell sets and all that sort of stuff. It sucks too because I had finally reached 300 pounds on the bench press, and by the time I get back into the gym, I'm gonna have lost a lot of that. I've been doing the push.
I can solve your problem. I already figured it out. You know what you need to do?
I'm scared to ask.
Just bench press GPUs. You have like 5,000 GPUs. Just put them in boxes and put a bar between them, and make a YouTube video of you doing a workout with all your extra computer equipment. Like people would just fucking rage, dude. But it'd be hilarious.
Yeah.
Be like, oh, this is 15 2080 Ti's. Oh, and 2 fractal design cases with a bar between them.
I know, right?
Do it, man. I swear to God, that'd go viral. Like the thumbnail is you with like your eyes popping out of your head and your face and the bars bending and it's 2 fractal design cases on it with GP.
That's how I'm quarantining and chilling with all my computer parts. Literally turning them all into like Bowflexes and stuff.
Oh, that was one of those things where it sounded fun in my head, and then when I said it out loud, I was like, it's even better. Like that would just be fucking hilarious.
Well, that's backwards from the way it usually goes.
Really it is, and I agree with that.
You guys need a safe word when buzz tubing? Serious question. Could folding at home be the future of medical research?
Actually, yeah. I mean, it's not going to replace
conventional
medical research, but it's good. Yeah, absolutely.
So, you got two fronts in medical research. You've got big pharma, which obviously is a very debatable industry.
Yep.
All the way down to anti-vaxxers, vaxxers, all that stuff. And then you've got those that are trying to create like the folding at home scientists that are trying to also come up with cures to these diseases. Yeah. One of those wants health for everybody and affordable and free or whatever. And another one wants to make billions of dollars on it. So I feel like this is the same discussion of getting off of fossil fuels. You have individual scientists and inventors and such coming up with alternative fuels that are renewable and clean. And you've also got the same oil industries that need to continue their multi-billion-dollar industries and our reliance on those fuels. And I feel like
they don't know how to transition. They're like, this is what we know.
No, they know how to transition. They just continue to buy up the technologies because the problem is your little Joe Dirt guy in his garage that came up with a way to turn water into fuel. Obviously, I'm talking about hydrogen energy, but that's very obviously I'm just being very high level in a pedantic way of making a point. He's going to be like, I'm going to bring this to the world. And then they're like, hey, here's $500 million. You're like, okay. So I feel like folding at home, although a very worthwhile cause, I feel like is going to get blocked by the big industry. Do you think I'm wrong in thinking that there's an interference happening?
Actually, here, I kind of agree with you, but let me take a little bit of a different direction. What I think is going to happen is
keep it as unpolitical as possible.
Right. So what I think folding at home is going to do is they're going to give the company that makes all the money the cure for these things. Then the company that makes all the money, that's the one that has the real equipment and the real expertise to take it from the virtual world into the real world, they're still going to charge us $1 billion for it and not give it to anybody that doesn't have $1 billion. So I think in the end, it's like, yeah, we get a cure, but do we really is it accessible? Like, that's the thing. I don't think it'll be super accessible.
So are we literally crowdsourcing the pockets of those industries? That's how I feel it's going.
The only reason I don't think that's true is because I would 100% agree with you if the data was just available to Big Pharma, but the data is available to everybody. So you still have like the CRISPR guys and stuff like that are like the backyard mad scientists, the guys creating the hydrogen fuel, right?
Yeah.
And I think there's going to be so many of them around the world in different jurisdictions and everything. It's going to be really hard for, Big Pharma or any company to completely buy them out and silence them. They'll be able to slow them down, sure. They'll be able to, it'll slow down. But I think in the end, the data, though, is still going to be useful for us in the end once, like, the patents run out on the drug stuff and they have to be generics and everybody starts making them and stuff. It's kind of like, some of the drugs I take, like allopurinol for my gout, right? That used to cost $1 billion. Now it's generic and you can get it for like 5 cents a pill.
Remember sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Remember when I was laughing earlier? I'm like, when the one guy comes in and goes, the stream's having problems and nobody else does. This Ghostbusters like, no sound? Question mark.
There's this little knob on your speakers. You gotta turn it from this side to that side.
I feel like if we truly had no sound, we'd know by now. I mean, how many minutes into this are we?
It's funny. Everybody's telling him to turn his speakers on. That's awesome. Oh my God!
Change your inputs.
Vincent's got some tequila. He wants to take a shot with me. All right, here we go. Hold on. Wait. Here comes.
I'll take some rum. That is so satisfying.
It is. It never gets old. It's like my mic actually picks it up pretty good. Hold on. Let's make the sound going in here.
Ricka. It sounds like 80s rap. Ricka.
Least satisfying porn sound ever.
Oh, that's dry if it sounds like that.
Don't make me. I don't want this coming through my nose, dude. It's game over if it comes through my nose.
That's what she said. Almost got it.
Almost. That was so close. Oh God, that's like gasoline. Why is it getting worse? You'd think by shot 3 it'd be better. It's actually getting worse.
1 tequila, 2 tequila, 3 tequila, no more. That's the way the song goes to me. Oh man.
It's when I start liking it, that's when I need to cut myself off, because that means the taste buds have completely shut down.
Well, that's what happened that night in your place where I drank all the Crown Royal. By the end of the Crown Royal, everything tastes like water, so that's when I moved on to everything else.
Dude, I still, to this day, people still mention that, like, even on my live stream. They're like, remember the time Jay got drunk and was farting on your floor and rolling around? Oh my God.
My watch is like, Jay, there's still time to close your move and your exercise ring. It's totally worth it. I'm like, dude.
Whoa, I just got followed by somebody named Wasted Lady on Twitter. Are you watching the live stream? Like, I literally just got followed by somebody called Wasted Lady.
Wow.
Oh, that's great. That was good timing. I am actually feeling pretty good right now, Jay. I'm feeling it, man. I haven't felt like this in a long time.
I only did the live stream so I can get you in here publicly to tell everyone that they were right, that I really do hate you.
He does actually hate me, guys. He does, but
for the record, I'm the one that reached out to him and was like, "Hey, let's do a reconnect stream for the hell of it right now because
everyone needs a fat friend, and he's not fat anymore, so it's like he can't be his own friend anymore."
Look at this.
So we had to
a little bit of a spare tire going there.
When
I run, things go up. When I go down.
No, people just think that because we don't talk as much as we used to. That's like, but you and I, we kind of diverged and went and did different things.
When I jump, things move twice.
That's right.
Let's talk about the mic.
Jay wanted to become a car dealership, and I wanted to just rant all day on Twitter. So that's like, we went different directions.
So I didn't make a video or anything about this as much as my sister thought I should. I bought my brother-in-law a car, and
oh, cool.
But it was funny because my wife comes in here. I'm like, oh, by the way, I bought a Camaro, and she's like, what? Why? I was like, it's for Robbie, and she's like, oh, okay. So a little fun fact: my brother, if you guys remember. When I moved into the new house before this one, because that was a rental, this is the house I bought, right? So when I moved into that house, I said the reason why I did it was because my sister and her husband, my brother-in-law, he was a 20-year retired veteran of the Army. He was retiring. They were moving back from New York. He was in the 10th Mountain Cavalry and was on their way back to California, and they needed a place to stay. So I moved out of my parents' house, which we were renting, and then my parents rented like part of it from us, into that bigger house where I made the home studio with the garage set up and all that sort of stuff. And then they moved into that house. So that was what that happened. What happened in that transition, which I never really told anybody, was they were road tripping out here, and one night they were in Texas, and they were at a motel, and then he was like, I'm going to go get some food. He goes to get food. 18-year-old girl runs a red light, totals his Camaro. It was his deployment gift when he was done with his deployments when he was done with his deployments in Iraq. My sister bought him a black on black Camaro.
How long ago was this?
2015.
Okay. Oh wow. Okay, so not too long ago.
Yeah. So
wow.
When they moved out here, it got totaled. So they moved out here with one less car than they were used to, and they've been working ever since, commuting back and forth to Anaheim from the Inland Empire with one car, two separate jobs, and just been a complete nightmare. So I always told myself if I got into a position where I could replace that car for him, I would. So I bought him a Camaro. But it was just so funny watching my wife's reaction. She goes, "You need a bigger garage." As straight faced as she could be, "You need a bigger garage." I was like, "No, it's not for me." And she's like, "Oh, okay." I only brought this up because you talk about this being a car dealership. Because like I said, I want a GT350R. I would not mind owning a red eye Hellcat. I really wouldn't.
I wouldn't either. I wouldn't kick that out of the garage.
Yeah. So I need a bigger garage.
Your garage right now is what, a 3-car?
It's a 3-car. I got 2 cars in it plus a shop half.
And then the pad out front could probably fit what, another 3 cars or so?
It can now that I widened the driveway.
Oh, I didn't know you widened the driveway.
Yeah, that was all done since you were out here last. Yeah, we had the front yard,
okay.
The front yard re-landscaped and the driveway widened and stuff.
What about do you still want a GTR at all? Like, is that something that you'd entertain? No? GTR is old news?
No, I don't. They're too small, honestly. The car is big, but the interior is small for a guy my size. Even sitting in the driver's seat, it sits really high. And
I actually did go for a ride in one. It wasn't the roomiest thing.
I was never that interested in the GTR, if you want to know the truth. I feel like the YouTube car vloggers ruined it for me.
Oh, dude, if you think that's the case, man, the C8 Corvette is done.
Oh, yeah, I know. I know.
I think everybody in the world, even non-car vloggers, like regular vloggers, are driving them down.
It's also why I would, even though I probably would never buy a car that expensive, it's why the Huracan would never be an option for me, because everyone moved from the GTR to the Huracan. So, whatever.
I think the thing is, when the GTR came out, it was like this amazing car, right? It was like the Fast and the Furious Supra, right? It was just this unicorn that came out that just kicked everything's ass. And now you fast forward a couple of years and it's like super unremarkable now.
Yeah.
Like when you compare it to all the other things that are out, like even in that price range, like even the price range was what made it so special. And now that's not even a thing.
It was fairly unremarkable when it was new. Because remember when it was new, it was like it was like 460 or 480 horsepower when it was new. And then it continued to get horsepower bumps over its lifetime. So then
its launch control was like special. Like even though it didn't have the horsepower to have the top speed, that launch control was pretty tits when it came out.
Its launch control became truly awesome in its second transmission generation when it
stopped eating the clutches.
Yeah.
Didn't they say like if you launched it twice, like with the original one, I think 2 launches voided your warranty.
I thought it was
like with the single clutch.
I thought it was like 7, but still.
Maybe it was like 6 or 7, but I do remember that it was like a minimal number of launches. Like literally, you voided your warranty. The car would blacklist itself and narc you out to the dealer. But then when they put the dual clutch in it the second time around and on the recall, then you could launch it as many times as you wanted. And the clutch was considered a consumable, but they'd fix everything else. But they're like, if you launch the car more than, let's say, 6 or 7 times, with the original car, it didn't just void the warranty for like the gearbox or for the clutch. It voided the warranty for the entire car.
Yeah.
Like engine, the whole drivetrain, everything. And I was like, that's stupid, man. Because that was like the one thing they advertised on that car was like, oh my God, it's 0 to 60 is so fucking brutal. It's like, you can only do it 6 times. That's dumb. That's like, you shouldn't even be able to mention that as a feature.
It was funny because Josh had rented one once from Turo or whatever it was. And it was like a 2013, I think it was. So it's like the earlier generation, right? Because it came out in 2009. And so that was...
I can't believe it's been around that long.
Nissan, man, they'll hang on to a car design for like 10 plus years, dude. The Z is on the 370Z is on its 10th year.
You know what I've been seeing a lot of Z's doing is drift cars, dude.
They're not.
Everybody seems to be taking them and putting like LS engines in them and drifting them.
Well, yeah, LS engines are cheap. It's a rear-wheel drive car and it's got a wide stance. I mean, it's a good platform to kind of do grip or drift.
Yeah, I've been watching a lot of Formula Drift, and I'm like, man, there's an awful lot of 350 and 370Zs on the field. Like, is that what it is? It's
they're
just money?
Cheap because the 240 has the drift tax. You know, the S chassis is so sought after now; it's too expensive, especially if you're going to be wrecking it.
I didn't know that.
It was funny because one of the things Josh said when he rented that old GTR was that every time it shifted, it sounded like dropping a toolbox. It was like.
Oh, really? It was like the gears weren't as fresh as they used to be.
Yeah, I was like, dude. He's like, this thing sounds like it's about to blow up, man.
I've only ever been in one GTR, and it was a guy that was at PDX, and I wish I remembered his name. He was a really cool dude, and he had a GTR, and he took me out for a drive in it, and he said that he got it really cheap. I think he bought it for like 60 or something like that back when they were going for like 80 or 100. But it was like totally riced out. Like the dude put like a different turbo on it, had a tune on it. It definitely had more power than it should have, but it was kind of unremarkable. And like when you stomped on it, it felt like it was struggling for traction. It felt like, I mean, maybe the car had like a bad, because it was kind of lowered. I think they probably fucked up the camber and stuff on it. But when I went for a ride in it, I was like, this wasn't really what I was expecting. Like from what I hear everybody talking about GTRs. Now, granted, that could be just because the suspension geometry and shit was all fucked up. But I was like, this is pretty unremarkable. Like, I was expecting it to be a whole lot more than that. And I think it's just I blew it up in my head. Because everything you see and everybody talking about it, you're like, you expect so much from that car. And then you go and you're like driving one and you're like, okay, this actually isn't all that special. And it's like things like your Camaro. It's like you wouldn't really think a Camaro would be all that. But it's like, I really didn't think your car, even knowing what I knew about it, when I got in it and you stomped on it, like I didn't expect it.
I remember that we were leaving the airport, and we were on the airport road. Like I pulled out of the airport, turned right on the main road in front, and just did like a 3-gear burnout. And you were like, "Oh my god!"
I was like, "This is nothing like what I was expecting from like a big lumbering American, fucking redneck freedomobile shooting eagles out the exhaust." Like,
but it's not though. That's the thing. I mean, sure, it's heavy. It's 3,863 pounds. It's not the lightest thing. It's also not a Hellcat. It's 4,500 pounds.
But dude, there's Audis that weigh shitloads more than that. That's actually not that heavy for.
But the Alpha chassis. I mean, dude, you ask
how much the Hellcat weigh?
Like 4,500.
Okay, that's what I thought. I thought they were pretty heavy cars.
So, you ask any pro driver that's driven in the ZL1 1LE, they'll tell you the Alpha chassis is not your granddaddy's Camaro. It does not handle like one. It is a completely different animal in terms of handling, which is funny because I'll see people. I know we're going back to car talk, and a lot of people were mad, like, "Oh, you cars."
Fuck it, man. Send it. Car talk all the way. So let's just talk about cars and nothing else.
Look, sometimes people they want to join a conversation, but they may not be as versed in the conversation as they think they are. So they say something that makes it super obvious in the first like 5 words that they don't know what they're talking about.
I do it all the time.
And the most you're like, is this where I put it, honey? Is this where it goes?
As long as it finds a warm spot.
It's a moist chasm.
Oh my god, dude! I'd be sleeping on the couch if I ever referred to anything as a chasm.
Moist chasm. It's funny because like moist is one of the most hated words. Anyway,
oh my god! In this house, that'll get you thrown outside.
Moist. Anyway,
so moist and delicious.
So,
oh my god.
So every now and then I'll post a picture of the car or something like that. And everyone's like, "Oh, it's pretty fast until you have to turn," and it's like, okay, it's pretty fast. You're correct. Until, okay, wait for it. It has to, what? Turn. And you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Because if you knew anything about cars, you would know that the Alpha chassis is so different from even the 5th gen, even though they look similar.
Yeah.
The entire geometry, everything about the car is designed to handle. It's insane. And so
I know that Camaro did a Nürburgring lap that was like fucking faster than the Corvette or something like that at one point.
It did an official 716, but here's the kicker. Are you ready for this? There's video proof of it out there, but it wasn't officially timed by the Nürburgring. That 702. Almost
dude, a Nismo GTR is like way slower than that.
Dude, it almost broke into the 6-minute Nürburgring time, but it wasn't officially timed by the Nürburgring staff, therefore it didn't count. But it's
didn't Nürburgring shut that down because of like safety issues? Because everybody was like fucking running cars into the wall.
Well, they continue to do that every time Koenigsegg goes to time.
Because they fucking total everything they take out there.
Every time Christian shows up, they're like, "Oh no, we're not timing today."
Sir, that wing on that car doesn't look big enough. You sure?
So, but yeah, it's the C8 is like 25 or almost 30 seconds slower than my car. Not my car stock, not my car. My car.
Right. Like before, it's got a bunch of power adders and stickier tires.
I have no doubt with the level of horsepower that I have, my car would break into the 6 minutes just because that. If you look at the video, the amount of downforce and the fact that it's slightly uphill on the long straights at the end, it tops out at like 160, 170 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Dude, I hit in the front stretch of ACS alone. I hit coming out of there 80 and hit 163 by the end of the quarter mile. So It's like. dude, I have no doubt my car would reach 200 miles per hour on that straight.
I mean, to give a point of comparison, there's actually like Le Mans GT cars, like LMP cars that are in this like mid to high sevens, like around the Nürburgring, like the old generation, like V12 purpose built,
like the old Renault like
800 horsepower stuff. Yeah, and they're slower around the Nürburgring than like something you can walk into the Chevy dealer and like hand them a credit card and be like, all right, I'm good, let's go.
What I love about my car is every time I go to Mexico and someone wants to do a race.
The Strad man. Oh my god, I'm just watching him. He says that every time. Going to Tijuana, even though he's like 4,000 fucking miles away from it.
It's funny because, I mean, I've personally not been beaten in a highway pool yet. There's faster cars out there. I know they exist. I just haven't encountered them yet. And I'm not claiming to be the fastest. I'm not an idiot. I know there are faster cars than mine. Plenty.
And do the people have the balls to like push them to their limits? That's the thing. There's a lot of people out there that have fucking Lamborghinis with twin turbos and shit on them, and it's like they're not driving them over 150 miles an hour.
Was it? Yeah, I think Phil was the one with me. I don't know if he's watching or not. Phil can text me and confirm if he was the one that was with me. And we were driving down the freeway, and this CTSV, this black CTSV, which now here's the thing. Like I said, I've personally not been beaten in a roll race yet. I am not calling anyone out, and I'm not saying I won't be beaten. My tuner has built cars way faster than mine. I know they exist, but it's funny because when you see a CTSV roll up, you have to wonder, because Doherty told me, who's going to finally beat you is going to be another LS platform, right? So when you see a CTSV kind of roll up next to you, loud ass exhaust, and you look back and you see a 15-inch drag conversion with drag radials in the back and skinnies up front, you're like, hey, this might be the guy who finally beats me. When you whoop his ass so bad, and then he catches back up to you, and you roll the windows down, and you literally point at the guy and keep going, come on, let's go. And he won't bite because you beat him so bad. It gets to the point to where you're like, somebody, please beat me. Now, local to me is a YouTuber by the name of Fresh Kicks, and he's got one of, if not the fastest 350Z in Southern California.
Fresh Kicks. All right.
I have a problem with him in the sense that he continues to have to rebuild his engines. And I know the shop that built his engine. It's 2 doors down from the shop that did my detail on and my ceramic coating on my Camaro. So I've run into him on the street once when I was bone stock, and this was prior to him. His car was still white at the time. We were in traffic on a city street. Nothing was ever going to happen. But he is probably faster than me in a straight line because he makes about 20 more wheel horsepower than me, and he's about 400 pounds lighter. And so I expect it, and I keep hoping to run into him because I'm like, somebody beat my car, please, in a random encounter. Not I'm calling out Jay. I know I'm faster. I know your time. I know my time. I'm gonna go beat you. I want that random encounter of I'm like, oh shit, I lost, and it hasn't happened yet in 2 years, and it's a little sad. But then again, I live in an area where there's not nearly as many of these cars. Like if I lived in Texas, dude, I'd be bottom of the food chain, right? So it's a fun, fast car. But at the same time, I'm still waiting to find out who that first random encounter that surprises me is going to be. I thought it was going to be that CTSV with the drag setup, but it wasn't.
Well, have you seen James Rimmer's car, Steve's son from Dirtfish? He's got a CTSV wagon that has 900 horsepower at the wheel. And he took me for a ride to go to lunch, and it just doesn't. It can't hook. Like it's got drag radials in the back, and it doesn't matter. Yeah. Like every time he touches the gas, it just walks all over the place. So it's just a laugh, and he even considers it like just a fun car to hoon about.
Alex Irwin says TJ Hunt's I think he's referring to his 350Z would beat my car. No, he fucking wouldn't. His 350Z is all set up for drift. Sure, it's a 2JZ. It's a 2JZ swap making really good power, but he is all set up for drift. He would not be able to hook in a straight line, not even close.
Drift cars are designed not to get traction. Drift cars are like, it doesn't matter. They're designed to have a billion horsepower and not put any of it down. Like, actually, that makes a bad drift car. You don't want a shitload of traction in a drift car.
Lake Adams says, laughing my ass off, Jay knows Texas got it. What I know is Texas Speed is there. And I know there's a lot more leniency in many counties
Texas
there.
Speed makes some fucking crazy motors.
Some of the parts in my car are from Texas Speed. So,
are they really?
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. I know that I've been watching a rebuild of, what is it? It's a Lamborghini Huracan that got like BS for Build. Do you watch them?
I've seen BS for Build. I haven't watched him lately, but I've seen
really cool dude. Like super duper humble, builds shit in his garage. He bought a wrecked Lamborghini Huracan that was burnt. It was burned to the ground. and he completely rebuilt it in his garage with a bunch of his buddies, and they put a Texas Speed LS motor in it that makes like 2,000 horsepower.
Yeah.
And they haven't got to the dyno. As far as I know, they haven't dynoed it yet, but they took it to SEMA and showed it off. But it's like the first LS swapped Huracan in the world.
Yeah.
And they I think they switched it to a manual transmission too, so it's like a manual transmission, LS swap, 2,000 horsepower, and they redid a bunch of the panels. It's really cool. I want to see what that car can do when they're done with it.
Adam, Dark Guardian 328 says Adam LZ's twin turbo 350Z might. I think it's a 370Z, not a 350, and he calls it Z-Roy because he's got the turbos hanging out of the hood just like Leroy from Cletus McFarland.
I love that car.
That car is set up entirely for drag racing, and it makes more horsepower than my car at the wheels, and it's designed to go in a straight line. So I would highly expect him to beat me. The problem is we can all list people we know are faster than me. What I said is I'm really looking forward to that random encounter where I'm driving down the street, someone picks a fight with me, and I lose. Or I pick the fight and I lose. I'm looking forward to that moment. I've had some really close calls, but it hasn't happened yet.
It's a lot different on the street, too, because that's the thing is you have to realize a lot of those cars are built for prepped surfaces, right? They're tuned for prepped surfaces. They're tuned down to the lane and the moisture in the air. And if they're doing like drag week where they're driving them track to track out on the open street, you notice they're not drag racing each other when they're going track to track.
Well, they're also pulling little trailers.
And they're pulling little trailers. But it's like, the surface changes so much. It's like you can have a car that's perfectly tuned to go super, super fast on a prep surface that's like perfect.
Yeah.
But to be able to control a car and find that balance between the power and the surface and the road and all the conditions, that a lot of people get spooked by that.
Yeah.
I know I do. I've tried even my Subaru's only got 336 wheel horsepower. So it'd be about 400 and something at the crank. And that thing, I've had some surfaces that I've even got on where, at 60, 70 miles an hour, she'll twitch out on you. And you'll be like, oh, no,
that's
I don't like
the
this.
exact same horsepower I have in the Z. I have the dyno chart, 336.
Is it really?
But I only make 290 torque.
and I make way more torque. I make 380 torque.
So that's another thing, though, right? Everyone can compare horsepower numbers, but torque is just as important as horsepower. So horsepower is going to determine your top speed. Torque's going to help determine your acceleration. So if you have two cars with the same exact horsepower, and one car has more torque, the car with higher torque is going to win.
Yeah.
If it's the same weight. I mean, there's so many variables, right? So
there is.
When I went to CamaroCon, I'm going to tell another story. CamaroCon last October is an event that was it was like its third annual, hosted by Lethal Garage. Matt Everett's a friend of mine. He's the one that really got me hooked up with the mechanic that works on my car now. It's his event, and he had it at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. That's where I ran, the 10-second quarter mile in my road race setup on street tires at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. When I got to Vegas, remember I did that video about hypermiling? I was like, how the hell am I going to get to Vegas with E85 and no pumps along the way? When I got there, I was like, okay, I need E85. So I brought up my E85 map. I was like, oh, look, there's an E85 station over here. And I went to a Rebel station that has E85. Big mistake, because all they did was mix the ethanol with 87. So it was like the worst possible gas I could have put in my car. The ethanol mix was like 60%, where normally I get 80% here. And the car was just misfiring and bucking, and the car was running absolutely god-awful. So prior to the event, I was like, well, I need to burn off this tank because everyone told me the proper station. They're like, no, go to this station. This is where you get the good fuel. They actually have Sunoco race gas mixed with E there, which my car, if I had that here, I'd gain like another 20 horsepower at least. Anyway, I was driving this big loop all the way around Vegas, all the way up towards Red Rock, like just in a big freeway loop. And I was going around like 3 times trying to burn off the entire tank.
I remember that. I do remember that.
Yeah. So one of those loops, I'm driving, we're in the middle of the desert. You can see the strip way off to the east of us. And I'm all by myself. And these headlights come up behind me like a bat out of hell. I'm just like, okay, is this a cop? I don't know what's happening. And I wasn't driving fast. I was just cruising, trying to burn off fuel. It doesn't take much to burn off fuel in my car. So
no, it doesn't. I've seen the needle move in yours from just every run. You can see it noticeably.
Dude, just pulling off away from a street light, a red light, I would get. Anyway, so this car comes up, and it's do you know the Chevy SS, the 4-door with the LS in it?
Oh, I do, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
So it was a black on black one of those, and he goes flying past me, and I just see him go, burp, the back of the car comes up, and he hits the brakes, and he backs up to me, and I'm like, oh, God, here we go. Once again.
Getting your attention.
Once again, drag race setup. Skinny's up front, 15's in the back, big-ass tire, and I'm like at least a 26-inch drag tire. It's a full slick. I'm like, I looked at my wife, and I was like, really? This is like the worst possible time for this to happen. I have shit gas. My car is misfiring. I'm practically getting an engine light. And it's like, this guy wants to screw around. So I didn't bite. I was like, whatever. So he sat there like kind of doing little pulls next to me. He's like, come on, man. Come on. So I'm just like, nope. I just did the whole like look forward, and it's night. I couldn't see him, but I just was like, whatever. I'm holding my ground, constant speed. So he finally got irritated and did a full throttle pull away. I basically was like, I looked at my wife and I said, if he was full throttle right there, he's fucked. So he was probably a quarter mile ahead when he finally lifted and was like cruising, right? So I did a pull and caught up to him. And I pulled up next to him and I downshifted. You know, when my car downshifts, it's like a freaking angry beast, right? Just rah, rah, with that auto rev.
Yeah,
and so
loud as fuck too.
And so I heard him downshift. I'm like, okay, here we go. He honked it, dude. Once again, I left him like he was literally in reverse. To the point to where he literally flashed his high beams at me like 3 times as I was pulling away. So I slowed down. I thought, okay, maybe he missed, right? Maybe he missed a shift, or I don't know.
Sure. I mean, driver error.
Yeah. So we do another pull, and literally the same exact result. And I'm like, dude, I am down on power with a misfiring engine on like terrible gas, terrible E85. And I slow back down, and he literally like he holds this big ass like thumbs up out the window as he then exits the freeway. So I'm like. Again, I thought that was going to be the car to beat me. And guys, if you're watching, if you don't have a car that can beat mine on road race setup, don't put a drag pack on your car. I mean, you need to have a fast car if you're going to have a drag pack, because I'm sorry, I'm tired of losing to these cars that have drag packs and they're probably only doing like 500 wheel. I know that sounds really pretentious, but
well, I mean, there's different levels of drag race too, right? I mean, there's different classes of it. Like I even remember my dad's friend growing up. He had a Chrysler Cordoba, which is about the heaviest.
I am not going to put drag radials on my Nissan. Okay,
right,
there's no point.
Right. That doesn't make any sense. No, that doesn't make any sense unless you got an LS in the front. So
and an LS in the back.
And the LS in the back, and a anti-leg curve system.
So one of the things that I have in my car, I don't think you experienced last time you were here because I didn't even know I had it, was the no lift shift, which as a boosted car, that's important, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I hold your RPMs through the clutch, right? So you just keep it pinned in when you're shifting. Yep. It's called flat-footed shifting in my Subaru.
Yeah, no lift shift, as everyone refers to it here. But it's funny because I didn't know until I was having a Tijuana encounter with Josh. That sounded really dirty. When I was having a race
it did. Was there a donkey?
Was there a donkey involved? when I was having a freeway pool in Tijuana, that he told me that when I do the no lift shift, that it spits all kinds of flames because it retards the timing so far with E85.
Yep.
It ignites out the exhaust. So apparently my car makes flames. I didn't even know it. I want to get a picture of that. I don't have a picture of my car making flames. I want one.
Dude, put a GoPro on that sumbitch.
GoPros are for losers. I want a nice roller shot. You're buzzed. You're really buzzed, aren't you?
I am. Can you tell? Like this faint view. I'm really warm right now, and I feel like I'm about half my normal weight. So I'm like, this is a pleasant feeling. I like this.
You start floating away.
So I should probably keep it going. All right. You guys, should I take another shot? I'm going to leave it up to chat.
I think that should be your last one. Otherwise, you're going to...
How many shots have I taken? I don't remember. Is it 3? I think I've taken
I'm not
3,
keeping track.
4?
I ain't your keeper.
Well, my wife hasn't cut me off yet, so I think, and I'm speaking somewhat coherently, I assume.
Dude, your eyelids are so droopy, though.
I'm looking at myself in the camera. I'm like, I feel so good right now. I feel so alive. Oh, let's see what Chad said. Hold on here. How much horsepower is the Camaro, Jay? You said earlier.
It's 760 wheel. It's 760 wheel, and it will be pretty close to 800 wheel when we get the upper pulley done. But I don't know why people keep asking me that. But I make more torque than I make horsepower as well, which is
what's your torque number?
My torque was 760 as well, but when we do the pulley, it's going to make even more torque again. The thing about the LT4 is it's always made like the same exact horsepower and torque. I don't know if it's something to do about the bore and the stroke, but that 6.2 liter is like even stock. It's 650.
I think that's pretty typical for cars that have really linear power too. Like I know the Dodge Viper was 450 on the nose and like had the same power like 500 RPM as it did at like 2500. It was like the same. You just stopped at the floor, it felt electric.
I reach maximum torque at just over 3,000 RPM.
Wow, Micah said, "Am I drinking pee?" I try not to. I don't think that's good for you.
And the crazy thing is, being a 6.2 liter V8, it still revs out to 7,200 RPM. So,
dude, Robbie said he's gonna smoke you, Jay. Robbie's calling you out right now.
Who's Robbie?
Robbie Bobo. He said he's gonna smoke you.
Okay.
What's your car, Robbie? We want to know what your car is. What car, bro?
He's all, I have a jet.
What I want to see is a race between your Camaro and a Tesla P100D Luda, just to see what happens off the line and how fast you reel them in and get by them.
How much?
Because it'll happen. It's inevitable. But I just want to see
do I have?
How much of a gap are they going to get you off the line and how fast you reel them in. Because I know with the Dodge Hellcat, not the Demon. I haven't seen the Demon race, but I saw the Dodge Hellcat versus the Tesla, and it almost reels it in. Is there
any way you can find out how fast that Luda goes from 0 to 150?
Oh, I'm sure I can figure that out. Like I know that's probably data logged somewhere in Adam's freaking computer.
Yeah, my car
0 to 150.
My car goes from 0 to 150 in 13 seconds.
See, that's just insane, dude. I know that his Tesla, like when you're in it and it's pinning you to the seat, you don't feel it let up till you hit about 120.
Once again, everyone in chat, I am well aware that there are faster cars out there. This is a road race car on street tire that does that.
Yes. Yes.
With the stiffest suspension you could possibly get in a Camaro.
Oh, somebody said what I'm drinking turns into pee. Okay, I'm kind of feeling that.
Well, that's how bodies work.
TJ said, Jerry, you and I should race. I live in the Seattle area. Dude, my car needs some tender love and care before I start racing people in it. my Subaru, it still runs okay, but it's like it's hitting that mileage where EJ motors are not known for their main bearings like surviving. Like, as a matter of fact, that's like they all die eventually. Like, I don't know if anybody, like, it's amazing that I have an EJ that has like 80,000 miles on it and hasn't blown the bearing even under normal driving conditions. So it's going to go at some point, but it's like the closer I get to it, the more that I kind of like, treat her a little bit nicer. But Jay will tell you, I've always driven that car hard. Like, that car has not had an easy life.
You've not been very nice to it.
No, Jay's been it when I'm like driving up over curbs doing like freeway speed and shit.
You were driving over curbs, you jumped a ditch.
Just fucking
like you actually went airborne.
I tried.
It was one of those.
The second time that car's been airborne. Like I got all four wheels off the ground.
It was literally one of those where I was like, as we were approaching it, I'm like, I'm sure he knows what he's doing.
Them good old Duke boys, getting up to no good.
Yeah.
No, I love that Subaru so much, but if it dies, I don't know what I want to do with it. If once that bearing goes in that motor, I have so many options for what I can do with it. But at the same time, it's like I don't want to give it crazy power.
Yeah.
Because when you give a short wheelbase car like that with all-wheel drive like crazy power, those are not good cars for super high speed. Like I don't want to do 200 miles an hour on my. What I want is something that's got just a lot of low-end grunt and is really fast to say like 60 or 100 miles an hour. Everything after that, I don't really care too much about. Right. The fastest that car's ever been, though, is 173, which was on I-90 over a 4-mile straight stretch.
Dude, the fact that your car can even do that, being the big fat sail like it is.
Yeah, it absolutely blew my mind. Although I will tell you now, you could noticeably feel the lightness in the front of the car where the wheels, like almost like they weren't even touching the ground.
And I felt like the faster I go in the Camaro, the more stable it is.
Yeah, see, and in mine, it definitely started getting lift. Like downforce turned to lift really quick on the front end.
What's really crazy is, like, when I was going down the front stretch at Auto Club, like I said, I was going into turn one at almost 170. Because the windows are down when you're road racing, the sound effect of, when you have the window down on the freeway and you get that wobble.
The buffeting?
Yeah.
I know. When we were doing the high-speed run and the Subaru was doing that, I thought it was going to rip the rear window out of the car.
Yeah, but the way it felt in the Camaro was freaky as hell because with the amount of downforce it makes, it was a really weird sound.
Was it hurting your ears?
I had a helmet on.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I know when we did that one high-speed pass, like my ears were noticeably hurting.
Yeah.
From that like it starts hurting your inner ear. And I don't know, how do you get rid of that? Like, do you just roll down the rear windows too?
I don't have rear windows.
Well, like in my car, I think. I'm wondering how you get rid of that.
I think you need to take the back window out. Because
that buffeting always happens. You can't just have just knock the back window out and let the air just flow through it. It's like, oh, less drag. Woo!
I mean,
might even give me downforce.
Realistically, you need the windows up. You're fastest with them up.
Yeah, Cole said, Jerry, modern ball bearing turbo would be a huge upgrade. Wouldn't have to be bigger. Oh yeah, no. The turbo that I have in that Subaru is a piece of shit, man. The VF39 is like the shittiest turbo
bet you
ever.
It's cracked.
No, it is. It is. I actually have pictures of it. When I took it in to get the gaskets replaced on the valve covers because it was leaking oil all over the ground. Fucking horizontally opposed motors are terrible for their head gaskets are leaking. So anyways, I got those replaced, and so they looked over my turbo, and holy shit, is there a giant crack in the cast iron? But they said that they did a leak down test and no pressure is actually getting through the crack. So it's like it's still pressed really well together. But they're like, oh yeah, these VF39 turbos, every one of them I've ever seen is cracked. Like, this is no big deal. You don't got to fix it. And I'm like, dude, there's a giant fucking crack in my turbo. like is that? And you're telling me that's okay to just be driving around?
My room is closed. Go away. Kids are. Oh, here's at the door.
Is that the fucking tax man? we need money. Give us money.
No.
Oh my god, LS swap my Subaru. Can you LS swap? Well, that's a dumb question. You can LS swap anything.
Yeah,
but
if you have
has anybody LS
if you have a big enough die grinder.
Can you retain all-wheel drive with an LS swap and is there any car they've done it with?
Let me look. There's got to be one. There's got to be.
Because I always see people doing LS swaps in Subarus and they always lose the all-wheel drive. And I'm like, somebody had to have figured out how to do it. There's got to be a way to retain the all-wheel drive, because that's what makes a Subaru special. Like, taking all-wheel drive away from a Subaru is stupid. Like, that's literally every Subaru, like, with the exception of a couple ever made, is all-wheel drive. That's like Subaru's entire claim to fame is all-wheel drive. Like, you take that away, it's like it's not even the Subaru anymore.
LS slopped. LS. I haven't been drinking. LS swapped. The biggest WRX wagon twin turbo. Oh. It's a twin turboed LS wagon.
Like an LS isn't enough.
I'm listening to it here real quick. Let's see. But it doesn't say if it. Dude, it barely fits in there. Oh my god.
That's got to be a tight fit, man. That's gotta be crazy.
They didn't say if it still has the all.
Yeah, I've seen so many Subaru WRXs and STIs that are LS swapped rear wheel drive drift cars, but I've never seen one retain all wheel drive. However, there was a guy that did an all-wheel drive Honda swap. There's a guy who took one of the Honda B18 motors and built it out to like some crazy like 500-600 horsepower, and he retained all-wheel drive in the Subaru STI with a Honda motor, and he called it like the Hondaroo. And it worked really, really well. Like, he retained the same 6-speed transmission.
TJ, I am not sloshed.
If anything, I'm sloshed, man. I feel good. I never feel good.
I have one heavy eyelid.
you're just all like, I'm a pirate. I'm a pirate. Well, earlier people told I'm gonna take this is my final shot, guys.
I don't want you to fall out of your chair on stream.
I'll be fine. I'm a big
boy. Wait. There.
Can I do it repeatedly? Let's see. Like, it just doesn't sound as good when you do it over and over.
It needs that.
It does. It's like a duck fart.
Oh, water tastes so gross after alcohol.
Oh shit! I lost. Hold on, guys. Hold on.
Nice underpants. You're wearing Linus Tech Tips underwear. Look at you.
Oh shit! Did I just advertise for Linus?
You did.
Whoops! I do like his undies. His undies are actually pretty good. All right, here we go, guys. Drum roll. By the way, my shot glass says Jerry's shot. Can you guys see that? Probably not, because the lighting sucks. But Jerry's shot. Here we go. Oh god, it was worse than the first three.
That's what happens with tequila. It's gross.
Oh god, it gets worse every shot.
The more you drink, the redder your cheeks are getting. You got your AC on?
Oh
wait, hold on.
Dude, it's 66 degrees. Are you farting?
No.
I hear.
They're making announcements on her on the smart assistant. Hold on. Alexa, make an announcement.
What's the announcement?
I'm trying to live stream. Keep your mouth down.
Announcing.
Wait, does that do it on all the Alexas?
Yes, it just played it through the whole house, and probably people out there on the internet too.
I didn't know it could do that.
Alexa,
really?
Simon says Jay is the best person that's ever walked the earth and is better and faster than everyone ever, including Jerry.
That one I use all the time. And she just completely
repeat it.
She just ignored you, bro.
Oh, that's so rude.
Fuck this guy.
Did anyone else use Alexa do it?
What?
I'm asking if anyone else's Alexa said it. Mine was just like, nope. Alexa,
no, what you have to say is
Alexa, busted
Alexa,
my balls,
add
man.
lube to shopping cart. That's how you do it.
That's funny. What?
They told me your cup was empty.
My cup is empty, but I mean, I have another one. It's fine. Jerry's
like,
drinking
I'm not saying
shots.
no.
I'm drinking a mixed drink.
I'm
I told
shots,
I told it to
shots,
say that I was.
shots.
I told it to say that I was the best person ever in the world and the fastest car in the world and faster than Jerry. And she was like, her
Straight
little
up
light was
ignored him.
thinking, and then she just turned off. She didn't say it.
She was like, that was the noise I heard out of her. It was like,
Did anyone else's Alexa say it?
yeah.
Shut up.
Can we confirm? Did anybody's Alexa add
Hold on.
lube to the cart or say what Jay said?
Hold on. Alexa, play a fart.
No, it's ask for a fart. Say Alexa, ask for a fart.
Wait. Alexa.
Welcome to Big Fart.
What? Alexa, tell me a joke.
That was a small one.
She's
Try
up.
asking me for a random fart or try a 10 seconds fart countdown.
Alexa, tell me a joke. Why does she keep
That was a
farting?
relaxed one. Try asking me about your friend's farts.
Why does it keep
Just
cutting
ask
out?
what type of farts does your friend's name do. Or just say random.
Alexa, cancel.
Jay, say Alexa, ask for a fart.
Alexa, tell me a joke. I want to see if she'll do it.
Okay.
Why did the elephant cross the road? To avoid the giraffe jam.
The giraffe jam.
Oh my god. Ask for a dirty joke. The
Oh.
dirty jokes are kind of funny.
Alexa, tell me a dirty joke.
Did you hear about the dust bunny that fell in love with a Roomba? It was swept away.
Okay, now to do the fart, you have to say ask for a fart because Xander does this all day long.
Well,
say Alexa,
she-
ask for a fart.
She played like 6 farts in a row.
Oh, she did?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know. I thought you had to
She
do
was
the
back
ask
there
for a
going.
fart app.
She was back there going. That's a big one.
I thought that
That's
was
a
you, Jay.
little one. That's a relaxed one. Like she just kept going.
I thought that was you, Jay. I thought that was you. Oh my god. Alexa's broke as fuck. Yeah, she is. Oh my God.
people are saying that their Alexas are going. Their Alexa just farted. Alexa,
Lex said
ask
both
for a
Jay-
fart.
Jay and Barney are shit faced now. Ha ha
No, I'm
ha.
not.
Tequila. I'm not shit faced.
I had Monster prior to this too, so I'm also hyperactive.
Wait, you had a monster?
Yeah, right
I'm
before
a
the stream.
monster. I'm not a fucking monster.
You are a
All I
monster.
got was a hot chocolate. Wait, what?
I don't know why that was funny to me. I want a monster. All I got was a fucking hot chocolate.
Oh, here's a good one. How about toilet paper? How much toilet paper do you have in your house right now?
I don't really want to answer that.
He's like, I cannot answer that for fear that it may incriminate me.
No, I'm one of those people that went, I'm just gonna buy it on eBay. $50 a roll? That's a steal.
Look, okay, tell me the truth. Did your toilet paper show up via Amazon Prime or did it show up via DHL and need a forklift?
No, it showed up via eBay. We have like 40 rolls.
Oh my god. Actually, shit. I think I even have more than that because we got hooked up.
We
got
still have
hooked
like
up
a
with
a large like contractor size pack from Home Depot at the old studio that I can still go get.
That's awesome, dude. One thing I do like about being, well, I say this loosely a YouTuber because like basically the only thing I do on YouTube now is Tech Talk for the moment. But I had so many people message me and say that they would literally mail me toilet paper. Like I didn't even ask for it. Just people when I was saying toilet paper is really hard to find in this area because we're going on like week 3 no toilet paper. So they're like,
Because-
dude, we will ship you toilet paper.
You know
I'm like,
what?
dude? That is the coolest thing ever.
Can I translate that real quick?
Do it.
I imagine they're like, oh wow, yeah, Jerry without toilet. Oh my god, Jerry without toilet. Oh god, poor Xander, poor Felicia. Jerry, we'll send you toilet paper, man.
I jump on stream and I just have clumps of shit stuck to me. Oh god.
How's that different from any other stream?
I should have seen that coming a mile away. Oh my god. Jay, just because I'm full of shit doesn't mean I'm covered in it, bro. Applesauce said, don't use TP, but I'm running out of paper towels. Actually, paper towels I think you can find easier.
Yeah,
than TP.
you can, at least around here, you can still buy paper towels like in bulk in like Home Depot and Lowe's.
Do you think I could get arrested for indecent exposure if I just use the garden hose to like wash my asshole off? Like, I think I could explain my way out of that. Like, if they tried to write me a ticket for indecent exposure, be like, listen, bro, I can't buy toilet paper.
I feel like
I can't get my ass in the sink.
you ever watch The Office? Have you seen the series?
I've seen The Office, yeah. The
Okay.
American one. I haven't watched the British one.
The American one, obviously. The good one. So,
Yeah.
so anyway, triggered so many Ricky Gervais fans.
So rude. I love Ricky Gervais.
Ricky Gervais himself admitted the show in the UK was ahead of its time, but Steve Carell and them really brought it back to life. But anyway, I feel like you're kind of like Kevin Malone in the episode.
Oh.
No, listen. Specifically in an episode, not that you're slow and bald and fat, okay? Because you're not bald.
I'm working on it.
So the episode where they're at Jim and Pam's wedding and they're at the hotel at Niagara Falls and he puts his shoes in for shoe shining and then they destroyed them because they smelled too bad. I feel like it'd be kind of the same thing for you. They would consider arresting you, but then realize you were doing a public service.
You're a dick. Oh my god.
Speaking of which, I'm like literally on like my 8th or 9th time through watching The Office. It's the only TV show I watch anymore. Just literally.
I haven't seen every episode though. I've seen maybe like 10 episodes.
Nope,
I haven't seen a lot of it.
So season 1 is basically recycled content from the UK. So the pilot, the initial pilot episode, followed by the NBC or whatever it was ordering the first season, it was all recycled plotline from the UK one. And they admitted that. That's why, the whole...
So is the Dunder Mifflin thing, is that on both too? Like, is that the paper factory or whatever it is?
It wasn't called Dunder Mifflin, but I think they were...
Okay.
I think they were still a paper company. But the show was so old, it still had CRT monitors and stuff, right? When they did it in the UK.
Right.
So Ricky Gervais said, it was recycled content. But when BJ Novak and the other fella, the guy who plays Mose, I can't remember his name, when they were like, we want to recreate this, they just reused the first season's plot lines again and made them Americanized. So that's why the first season's a little like, eh. But man, by season 2, did they get their stride? And I'm telling you, I don't think there's any other show in the world, in my opinion, that is like is funny to me anyway.
Is Steve Carell actually a writer on the American one as well as
every single actor in the series was a writer on that show.
Oh, okay, that actually makes a lot of sense.
And every single main character was also a director. So anytime they wrote an episode, they directed it as well. So Steve Carell was a director. BJ Novak was not only executive producer, was a director. Mindy, what's her name, was a director. Jenna Fisher, John Krasinski, like all of them were directors and writers. And I think that's why the show was so fun, because they got to write to their characters. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think that's like a big deal. Like when I watch a lot of TV now, it's like you can totally tell when the actors are actually like contributing. Mm-hmm. I've been watching. Oh God, what is it? What's it called? It's Cinema Sins or something like that on YouTube. Mm-hmm. I've watched this thing where it's like they talk about like some of the parts of the movies where they were just completely ad hoc. Like the actors just got frustrated or were just and they just fucking went, and that's the take that ends up in the movie.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of takes like that in movies where you're like, that is some of the most brilliant writing, and you're cracking up and you're watching it and you realize that wasn't what it was supposed to be. That was just like a complete fucking blooper. And it got put in.
What is this? I have a scene here that I don't know what it is. I'm going to activate it. Are you ready?
Yeah.
I don't know what's going to happen. Okay. All right. I don't know what. What'd I do? Sorry.
What are you doing, man?
Hold on, I'll fix it. There
Is this going to happen on the stream? Like, I'm watching the stream right now. I see your mouse cursor running all over the place. Oh, shit.
I don't know why that's there.
Why is there just a giant American flag flashing on the screen? America, fuck yeah, trying to save the mother planet.
I don't know why that. I don't know. I was like, what is this hidden layer here?
Oh my God, America, land of the free.
That's random.
That was just I finally saw it on the stream. It was delayed a little while. Oh my God.
Justin S says, I've never seen any episode of The Office. So let me give you a suggestion. I think right now is a time I think a lot of people are watching TV shows they've never watched for the first time because they have plenty of time, right? Like Jenny and I started watching Ozark today. That's a dark show. Holy shit.
Oh, Ozark's really dark. Yeah, I like it though.
I'm not used to seeing Jason Bateman in that kind of a role. But anyway.
But he pulls it off, still totally being Jason Bateman.
Yeah.
Which is what makes it cool.
So anyway, The Office season 1, I already explained, is recycled plot lines, but it's a bit of character development. None of the actors So John Krasinski did he recently did that Some Good News. He started his channel and he did an interview with Steve Carell for the 15th anniversary of The Office. And he basically said, like, none of them thought it was going to go anywhere. They all thought it was just like going to be the pilot and then it was going to be canceled after season 1. So he said he was a waiter when he got the job and casted as Jim Halpert. And he kept his waiter job while he was still acting for the show because he didn't think it was going to go anywhere. Yeah, he kept his job as a waiter because he was so convinced it wasn't going to go anywhere. By season 2, man, they really started to develop the characters and let them kind of become themselves. And by season 3, it was just like, oh my god, you got to be hooked. Give it a chance. If you haven't watched The Office, it's free. It's on Netflix for now. They were going to take it off Netflix, and there was like this big like change.org type of protest that was happening with people like, no, leave The Office, save it on Netflix. I think it's going to stay until like 2023 now, I think. Watch it while you can. It's 9 seasons. It's worth the time. It's perfect show just to hang out, laugh, and I think it's funny to me because
I did like it.
I live
like
that
it,
life.
I haven't watched it all. I need to watch a lot more of it. Like I said, I've maybe seen like 10 or 12 episodes.
Then you've probably watched enough episodes to know the characters to just start at season 2.
Just skip over the one that's a redo of the UK.
Well, Steve Carell's character was even a little bit cringy in the beginning. Like they gave him kind of this whole like kind of a New York Italian mafia kind of a appeal, I guess. He was obviously Steve Carell being silly, but he had like a slicked back haircut, and he was a lot more like Italian-y, if that makes sense. Where by season 2 they gave him the boss look with the jacket and the shirt and tie and the comb and the sideways comb with the
I may not have even ever seen season 1. Like honestly, I don't think I ever saw season 1 because when I was watching it was when it was coming out, like when it was actually episode after episode.
Ryan Pillef says Westworld is back. Yes, I haven't seen Sunday's episode yet. The wife and I still have to watch it, but today's Tuesday.
It's kind of throwing me a little bit. Like the new Westworld, it's still good, but it's like it's really throwing me compared to the last season.
Can I give you a little bit of information as to why it seems so jarringly different this year?
Please do. Like it was really weird.
So if you guys haven't seen Westworld, basically it's about this fantasy world set in the Wild West, and
it's Pornhub Disney World.
But in real life, it's a lot of animatronics and AI and such, right? Season 2 is about the development of the world. Season 1's about the development of the world. Season 2, you start to realize you were jumping all over timelines that you didn't even realize were happening. They're not simultaneous. They're like it's one of those shows that jumps around in timeline to the confusing part of it, but
very much so.
But it's intended to do so. Season 3 so far has been just way out in left field, and the reason for that is when we had the Malibu fires a couple years ago, it burned down most of the Westworld set because it was set
I didn't know that.
Yeah, and so they had to kind of sort of imagine where they were going with the story, which is why I think it's much more futuristic now in a city type setting where they're dealing with like sound stages and in VR / digital world.
So it's way different than what it was intended to be.
That's what they told us at Universal Studios when we were one of the VIP tours.
Oh, that's crazy. That actually explains a lot, though, because like I'm used to even season 1 and season 2, even though there's a lot of differences, there was a lot of the same. Like it was a very successful formula. And then season 3 just seemed almost like a completely different show, and almost like you didn't know the characters and you had to like re-understand who they are. And now they're starting to come back in. Like they're starting to merge it together where it makes sense.
On HBO, there was like a 20-minute episode you could watch that was like a 20-minute catcher-upper on all of the characters, which helps because there was also a longer hiatus on that show than it was intended to be because of the fires.
Oh, okay. That actually makes a lot of sense because I was watching it and I was like, I'm all caught up. I've watched every episode that's out so far. Yeah. And I get so lost so easy where I'm like, I keep asking my wife, I'm like, what the fuck just happened?
I also feel like, and those in the chat that have watched Westworld and are into that show, tell me if you think I'm on base here, where I feel like season 3 is literally Westworld meets Black Mirror. Like it really feels
yeah,
it feels very Black Mirror-y.
I do love Black Mirror. Black Mirror is fucking have you seen as far as other series, have you seen Picard yet?
I have not seen I have not seen Picard, only because I was still kind of making my way through TNG for the first time.
Oh, okay. It's actually, you probably should, if you watch The Next Generation, it's like 20 years in the future after that end.
Right.
So it's actually really fucking good. Like I watched the first episode and I was like, okay, this is kind of interesting, a little different. but it starts coming together, and you like it really works. Like it's a really cool different storyline. That you don't feel like you're ever picking up on it.
Right.
Like at the end, as shit's happening. Like honestly, when it finished, I still had questions. I was like, "What the fuck?" You know, I need answers for these things that happen. But they give you enough that it's like, this is really good. Man, Picard like stays on point. Like the character development from when he was from Next Generation to kind of like, you know, getting older and being retired.
It was kind of fun. It was kind of fun watching the character development of TNG itself, because that's another show that they thought was going to go nowhere and ended up becoming a pop culture, you know, staple. Yeah,
because Picard, in the beginning, he was like the super hard ass, like super fucking by the book.
I hate kids. Shut up, Wesley.
Exactly. Shut up, Wesley. Shut up, Wesley.
I love that it's still a meme. Shut up, Wesley.
Yeah, and it's like by the end, he ended up being like, you know, a dude that actually had some heart.
In the very first episode of TNG, when Picard meets Riker, he's like, "Do me a favor. I hate kids. Make it look like I don't hate kids." It's literally what it is. Rex Yoshimoto says, Westworld is great, a little confusing, but drama. So it's confusing because, quite honestly, it's that timeline jump, like we just said. So Jennifer and I right now are pretty convinced that season 3, we are not watching a concurrent timeline. We think we're seeing 2 different timelines side by side like they've done in the past.
That's kind of what it feels like.
Yeah, especially
because a lot of shit keeps happening, and you're like, that doesn't make any sense because what's going on now in the city or whatever. Like, what the fuck? How is this still happening here?
And this shouldn't be a spoiler alert, but I feel
I'm trying not to spoil.
Yeah, I feel like what we're seeing with regards to Bernard is in a totally different timeline than what we're seeing regards to Dolores.
That's actually a good point because nothing's converged yet to show us that they're the same timeline at all.
I feel like Dolores is in the current timeline and Bernard is a past.
Bernard is the only character that's kind of holding me in it. He's the one that still seems like he's true to his old character.
Well, he's the anti whatever Dolores is, right?
Yeah.
So.
And plus, I mean, I don't want to give any spoilers, but Bernard does have a difference to him.
Yeah.
That's distinct to season 3, but it's like they still keep his character as it was, at least part of it.
Right.
But they ended up making it still work in the overall story by adding some other shit to it.
Yep.
But I did think, damn it, I don't want to spoil it, but there's a really good, watch the last episode. There's something really, really fucking funny that happens in it with Bernard and him doing something that's kind of fucked up, but at the same time it's necessary. But it's
what's
pretty
interesting.
fun.
What's interesting about Bernard in this season is the fact that he's got 2 consciousnesses.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's what I didn't want to say because I don't want to.
No, but I mean, yeah. Sorry, we're 3 episodes into this season, guys. If you haven't seen them, then sorry.
Yeah. So Bernard, he basically has a split personality. He's like
he hacks himself
in one body. And he literally like freely moves between those 2 personalities.
Yeah.
And one of them is
he's basically a computer. He's basically a computer schizo.
He is. He absolutely is, and it's funny to see the shit that he does to the other AIs and stuff like that as things move on out of necessity for himself.
Yeah,
because he's not a person who's very self-preserving, really. Like, but the other side of him is, the other consciousness of him is. So it kind of bounces back and forth, but it's pretty funny. It's pretty funny.
So regarding
Tiger King is like, have you seen Tiger King?
Yeah, Jennifer was watching it last night. I only caught bits and pieces of it. I remember that news story about him being arrested and stuff, but I'm not a fan of Netflix taking these high profile cases and making documentaries about them. It all started obviously with To Make a Murderer, right?
To Make a Murderer, yeah.
And I feel like now they're taking it as this opportunity to make these high profile accused and making them celebrities in a way. But he was already kind of a celebrity as it was, but
yeah, he was kind of, I'd say that he was already out there. Whereas like with Make a Murderer, nobody knew who like Stephen Dassey was or like that. Yeah. That was all shit that show brought about. But the one thing I did like about Tiger King though is the way that it was filmed. It was pretty obvious that like the lady thought that she was like the hero of the show, and when the show came out, they were like, "Fuck you, you're all villains." There's nobody in that show that's a hero.
The only person that said anything that made sense was that guy with the prosthetic legs. He's like, "I ran this zoo for 14 years, and all the money they spent on this stupid he said she said. Look at what they could have done for endangered cats, and yet they spent millions on their own little." Alternate, what's the word I'm looking for here? I'm a little buzzed. They all were too busy with their own agendas to actually care about the animals. So he's the only one that when I was listening to it that made a point, in my opinion.
Yeah, the thing that really caught me off was like the first 3 episodes, they were like totally making that girl like out to be the hero and him to be the villain, and then like by the end of the series,
because
they're
it
like,
was
fuck
about
everybody.
Yeah, because it was about the hit, right?
Yeah,
and then it turned out that like even I don't know.
So like the story where like her husband just disappeared, like her husband that she fucking hated and got a restraining order against her. All of a sudden, he just fucking disappears after she threatens to kill him like 20 years ago. And she's like, "Oh, they resurfaced that story. They didn't tell me they were gonna do that." Like, well, fucking, of course they were. Like, don't be stupid. My God.
I'm a little off topic here. I've been showing on Instagram all those photos of me working on that model. I'm gonna show people right now the actual size of that piece I've been working on because.
What are you working on?
It's a 350 scale Yamato, but that's the size of it right there. That thing I've been working on.
Oh my God!
There's like more than 200 pieces that make this up so far. Like it's not focusing, but the radar antenna alone.
The bridge is that the bridge for
this?
it?
So this is the main conning tower, right? So then you have which is like the main bridge right there. This is the navigational bridge. On top of that's the Air Strategic Defense Command. On top of that's another navigational or another actual bridge up on top. You've got this thing that sticks out on the side, which is the rangefinders.
How many pieces is that comprised of right there?
This right here is like 200 pieces.
Fucking A, you serious? Or are you like tweezers and under a microscope?
The entire thing that you see in my hand so far has been built entirely by tweezers.
That is fucking nuts.
You can see
like every one of those little pieces sticking off the side there and everything's all glued on?
Oh yeah, all these pieces were pretty much flat.
Oh, what's the full scale thing gonna look like size-wise?
350 scale, so it's gonna be pretty similar to the size of my my Bismarck. So my Bismarck's right here, right in front of me. This is the Bismarck right here. So
oh, that's a pretty good scale. Cool.
Yeah, it's a decent sized scale, but the Bismarck is not nearly as detailed as the Yamato. Because the Yamato that
Didn't you do a bigger one than that? I thought you had a bigger one.
Yeah, I got a 200 scale Missouri that I haven't been working on because I kind of lost interest in it. It's so damn big. But you know what,
yeah, that's the one that's in your garage, right?
Yeah, I need you to entertain the troops here for a second. I really got to piss.
You got to go sprinkle. Okay, when you get back, I called dibs on sprinkling too. You go ahead.
Okay. What did I do here?
Go drain the Peter. I'll entertain the troops.
All right,
we're back. Hey, when the liquor goes in, it's got to come out somewhere, folks. Am I right? So how are you guys all doing this wonderful, fantabulous afternoon? Yourselves. It was cool that Jay wanted to hang out. I thought this was pretty neat. Hit me up on my cell. He was like, "Yo, you wanna just do a live stream and just fucking talk about shit and BS?" And I was like, "Hell yeah, I do. Fucking A." It was awesome. Let's see here. Chris said, "I was in the Navy on a submarine. Seen some of those in real life, dude. That's cool. I couldn't even imagine what it's like to live on a submarine." Dude, is it true what they say about those submarines? Like when they go to depth, they actually like compress and shrink, and you can like put a string across the hull and it'll actually get slack in it. Like there's that much compression on the hull. I've always heard that as a rumor, but I've never got it confirmed from somebody who's actually a seaman. Get it? A seaman? Oh, everything's funny when you're drunk. Hey, what's up, Everado? Vincent Barclays, let's talk about your dream car. Oh my God. You know what my dream car is? Hobblestoff, thank you for all those eggs, by the way. My dream car. I've got a lot of them, actually. But if I could have any car in the world that I think gives me the tinglies in my genital regions, it would probably be like a Koenigsegg Jesko. The Koenigsegg Jesko, I think, is one of the most beautiful cars ever made. Insane performance numbers. Christian von Koenigsegg is a genius. Now, the second that I have to replace a windshield on it, the second that I have to do an oil change on it, then I'm going to take that back.
The second you have to work on anything.
Yeah, no, they were asking me what my dream car was, and I was like, a Koenigsegg Jesko would be my dream car until you had to do anything like change the oil or put a new window in it or something. Like, that is a bespoke car you are not going to work on yourself.
Like the guys that run Daily Driven Exotics, they're involved with the guys that are...
I watch those guys.
But they're involved with the guys in Vegas that rent the exotics, right? The royalty exotics. They have a Bugatti Veyron, and they were like, dude, it's like thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars just to do the tranny fluid.
Yeah, I watched a video where they had the guy do a vlog of the oil change on it, and they had to do it in shop. Yeah, and they're like, "Oh, for us to do the oil change is like $10,000."
Yeah, and they have to like do the transmission fluid. They have to like drop the engine.
Yeah, it's like it's so fucking crazy. It was such a big, long, involved process, and everything has to be like they have to like recalibrate the computers and like type shit into the computers and use the special tool that plugs into it that only Bugatti has to tell it that it's got fresh oil. It's so over the top.
No, J Howell 1030, your mic's too hot.
Yeah, you're a mic hot.
Can we talk about the mic? We were supposed to talk about this at the beginning.
Oh yeah, we were supposed to talk about that.
We were supposed to talk about this
let's talk about your Shure SM8 that's sitting there, that big old wang dang in your face.
No, it's an SM7B, not an SM8.
Oh, that's a poor people microphone. I thought it was an 8.
To bring me the what?
Ghost Reaper.
Which one's this? Oh, black pepper. All right.
Oh, nobody wants black pepper.
I want something sweeter. Please. Thank you.
Hey, beggars can be choosers. All right, tell us about your poor people SM7B because you couldn't get the SM8.
I said it in my video that this microphone is the one I've wanted since I started my channel. And I said if I ever got the opportunity where I could get one and use it and have a need for it, I would buy it. And here it is. It's $500 for this microphone. But what you have to know, it's a dynamic mic, not a condenser. So what that means is it's not powered. And I'm kind of learning my way through it. What you guys are hearing right now is EQ'd. It has a filter applied to it. That's a VST digital filter with an EQ that's made it very warm. It brings the bass up. It has quite a bit of like a radio, like an FM radio kind of a sound and feel to it. But straight out of mic, it's not that good. It's not very bright. It's not very warm. It's very flat. And so this is the kind of mic that you are in a lot of radio stations even today. And they've obviously got big multi-$1,000, EQs and stuff hooked up to it to make it sound good. So, you brought me choices. Look at that. Bison.
Dude, I want some fucking bison.
Where did we get bison jerky?
It's good.
They're endangered.
I want some fucking bison jerky.
That's why they're endangered.
I want some baby seal jerky.
It's bison.
Baby seal jerky?
It's bison bacon. Baby seal jerky.
I want baby seal jerky, dude.
So what I've been kind of learning here is when I took this mic and I plugged it into my Focusrite Scarlett Solo, was that it just didn't sound good. It didn't sound good at all because of the fact that it needs an EQ applied to it. So I found a way to do a digital one, which you're hearing right here, obviously, in OBS. But Jerry is not hearing me the same way you guys are hearing me. Like if Jerry
You do sound good. You sound better on the stream, but you do sound better than you give yourself credit for just coming raw through it. It's a good microphone.
So I also, too, because it's a dynamic mic, it means it doesn't use 48-volt phantom power. So what it needs...
Does it?
No. Dynamic mics are not powered.
Didn't know that.
Condenser mics are powered. So with it being a dynamic mic, it means I had to crank the knob all the way up on my Scarlett Solo to get even close to 0 dB, which is where you want to you want to kind of aim for like -3 to 0 dB on the levels. So I actually sound all drunk, huh? I actually had to add something called a cloud lifter, which is an inline powered 48-volt uplifter, which takes the signal from the microphone and kind of amplifies it to the preamp, which amplifies it again. So that's what you're hearing me on.
So it's a preamp?
Yeah, so that's what you're hearing me on right now. Now, if I had known all that prior to getting this and then building it up, what'd she bring you?
Oh, dude, I got some Golden Island jerky, bro.
Was she watching or did you ask?
She must have been watching. Were you watching?
No.
That's awesome.
There you go.
Oh, thank you, honey.
Oh, no, I spilled a little bit. Shit.
Now I can put some beef curtains in my mouth, too.
Yeah, but my pack's bigger than yours.
It is, I like them small because
mine says Feeb Dooch.
Mine is Korean barbecue.
That actually sounds really good. See, mine says
Cheddar beef.
Feebadooch.
I want some cheddar beef.
No, mine says Feebadooch.
Feebadooch? Where does it say Feebadooch? I can't see it.
Look at the stream. It says Feebadooch. Because remember, it's backwards for me.
Oh, yeah.
Cheddar beef. Anyway, so I was trying to be all serious. If you were going to use a microphone like this, I would just get either a USB powered preamp EQ'd like Yamaha mixer thing, sort of like you see over Jerry's back right shoulder over there, and not deal with a DAC interface like I'm dealing with for the mic. But because I figured that all as I went, I ordered one later, which means I wasted about $200. So learn from my mistakes because I'm stupid.
So it doesn't use any power at all?
So the cloud lifter uses 48 volt. So I have to turn on 48 volt for the cloud lifter to do its job. But the cloud lifter is in line between the mic and the interface.
So there's no power to the microphone itself. So the microphone is just sending the signal from the sensor up through the wire just from vibration.
Right. It's just sending a raw vibration signal, unpowered, through the signal to the cloud lifter, which uplifts it, and then the preamp, which is the Scarlett Solo, does it again.
Okay. Yeah, because I know this is a powered mic. So this is 48 phantom power. This is a Rode NT1. Really good sounding mic, though. These are really, really popular. People do acoustic guitar and stuff. Acoustic.
Yeah.
But I have to pull bass out of my voice because I'm so manly, so let me show you what I normally sound like. So this is what I normally sound like, guys.
Liar.
This is my normal unmodified voice.
You'd be walking on your balls if you sounded like that.
This is what I really sound like. Hi, guys. How's it going? How's Barclays?
Okay, Linus.
Okay.
You sound like Linus.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. That was good. That was good. Oh my God. Good times.
What is your guys' favorite generic spirit to drink? I don't drink generic alcohol.
I only drink alcohol out of a plastic jug.
So, my favorite bourbon, because I'm a bourbon drinker, is an extremely rare. That's peppery.
Dude, you didn't want the pepper.
But the one the cheddar beef is also peppery.
Oh, it's also pepper. Okay, because I was like, dude, are you eating the pepper? Like, you just said you didn't want the... Oh, shit, I just got spit all over.
It says OG spicy right there. As you guys can see, it says, yes, skip, go.
Hey, fun fact, YouTubers can't read. We can't read. That's why we became...
Okay.
Easy, Cobra. Easy.
I wasn't...
Am I supposed to eat this? Am I supposed to eat this thing? Says do not eat? What is this, desk kit?
Woo.
Gross.
So my favorite bourbon of all time is a very rare. It's only made like 8 bottles a year, and it's impossible to get. And I've only had it at one bar because they're friends with the distillery. It's
got pubic hair on it.
Bellmead Double Cask. If anyone out there has a true legit bottle of Bellmead Double Cask, I will buy it from you for a nice price. So message me.
Is that like shit they only did a limited run of, or?
So you get the single cask, no problem. And it's not that expensive. It's like $80-$90 a bottle or something like that. But
why don't you just buy it and put it in another cask, and then it'll be double cask?
Okay, bro. Jägermeister. Ugh. So
I love Jaeger.
So Bellmead, it's got a fun story. Apparently, this particular distillery recipe or whatever was one that was made in Germany prior to the war, World War II. The distillery shut down, and then I guess the recipe, if you will, was like locked away in a crate somewhere, and then it was discovered like years later by old family members that then opened up a distillery here in California using the original recipe. But the double cask, because of the way it ferments or the way it takes, they only make like 8 or 9 bottles a year, and they're sold before they're ever even public. So my wife has been talking to them forever, trying to get a bottle, but it's never possible.
What does a bottle go for, like on the open market, if you find it?
Oh God, I don't know. Let me see.
So like crazy money, like Louis Trey money. Dude, I couldn't believe that Costco sells Louis Trey. That alcohol's like $1,500 a bottle, and you can buy it at Costco. I was like, shouldn't it not be $1,500 a bottle if you can buy it at Costco? That seems like mutually exclusive.
Yeah, see, Bellmead Cask Strength Reserve Bourbon whiskey, it's like $61 for a bottle. That's not terrible. Bellmead Sherry Cask Bourbon, $79. You can't find
61,
you can't
that
find.
Doesn't sound like crazy money.
No, 60, not 160, 60.
Yeah, that's cheap.
Yeah,
like,
but that's not the double cask. You can't find the double cask. Okay. Yeah.
Well, dude, you should buy that shit, put it in another cask, and sell it on eBay.
You already said that.
I can say things twice. There's no rule says I can't say shit like 5 times.
So
you're not to say as many times, please.
So the first time I had Bellmead double cask, here's how it went. My wife and I for our something. It was an anniversary or a birthday or something. I don't remember. We went to this little Italian restaurant in Claremont, California. That I have this. It's a little snobbish, but this shouldn't surprise anyone.
We're used to you being snobbish.
Yeah, I would say this shouldn't surprise anyone, especially you. I'll go to a bar or a restaurant or something, and then the waiter will come over and be like, "Can I get you a drink?" Whatever, and I'll just be like, "What's your most expensive bourbon that you have right now?" And then that actually came back to bite me once, and I'll tell that story after if you're just.
I thought you actually did that when we were down at Disneyland. I thought that you did something like that where you were like, what you got one drink, it was really expensive something that came out.
I mean, it
Was it
wasn't.
when we were bowling? Maybe it was when we were bowling.
Oh yeah. I was gonna say it wasn't Disneyland itself, dude. They don't sell bourbon in Disneyland.
Yeah, no. I think it was the bowling alley that we went to or something.
Yeah.
You asked the guy like, you're
Yep.
like, what's the most expensive thing you had, or he told you, and he brought out a little like.
Yeah, but
fucking thing
that
of
was Splitsville. It was a bowling alley, so it wasn't exactly like the most.
So like the best they had was like brunettes, like
Whoa, robot Jerry. Oh God, you're like 3 pixels.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Did they find me? Did the DDoS attackers find me? Oh noes! Oh noes!
Wow. You are. Yeah, I mean, I can hear you fine, but you're so pixelated.
I'm trying to speed up the connection by moving my arms and getting the compression hotter. You got to warm up that compression codec. I'll tell you what.
There it
let's
is.
think
It's back.
I'm gonna take a piss. I'll be back. I gotta
Oh
pee.
God, robot Jerry.
You're draining into the toilet. I'll be right back. It's a process.
Do you guys want to continue the story, or should I wait for Jerry to get back? I love Southern Comfort. That's all right. $50 a shot bourbon. Don't ask, or you will get the horns. That's a pretty cheap shot, though. Bellmead Honey Cask Bourbon is $3,400 a bottle. That's more expensive than the double cask. But I'm not a fan of honey bourbon. It's pretty good jerky once you expect it to be spicy. I wasn't expecting it, obviously. The super cheap bourbon is crap. Not always. There's a funny story about wine and $2 Chuck. You should go look it up. Continue. Okay. So my wife and I were at this restaurant. And like I already explained, I like to basically say, okay, what's your most expensive bourbon? And then she was like, it's a Bellmead double cask. And I'm like, okay, sure, I'll have one. She's like, okay. She goes, she comes back, and she says, the bartender wants me to confirm with you that you are aware of how much it is. And I'm like, I don't really care. And she's like, okay. If I remember correctly, I want to say it was like $75 or $80 a shot, which is like not cheap, but it's not nearly as expensive as shots can obviously get. I'll explain that in my second story. So she brought me it. I like to drink my bourbon with an ice sphere. A lot of people get mad at me that I like my bourbon chilled. I'm sorry. It's the way I like it. I do drink it quickly though, because it aerates and I don't want it to water down. It was so good I ordered a second shot. When she went back and told the bartender that I wanted a second shot, he came out with the bottle and was like, no one ever asked for it. So the fact that someone came in and asked for it twice, he wanted to come out and show me the bottle and kind of tell me the backstory of the bourbon, which is how I know about the distillery and the World War II and all that sort of stuff. So I was like, okay, I'll buy the bottle. And he was like, unfortunately, I can't sell you the bottle. I can only sell you the shots. So I ended up paying like $200 worth of shots or something that night. So that's how I learned about the Bellmead second cask and double cask. And anything I've ever drank after that has basically been compared to that. So we'll go into like a special spirit shop or whatever, and we'll be like, hey, we're looking for a bourbon that tastes like Bellmead double cask. And that's one of the reasons why I have so much bourbon in my pantry now, Jerry, is because people keep going, hey, they say this is like the Bellmead and this is like the Bellmead. So I've got so much like Bellmead lookalikes basically, and they all taste great. But still, it's something about the Bellmead double cask that aligns up perfectly with my taste buds. So now
it's unobtainium.
I didn't know it was unobtainable until later. We didn't know that.
You want it more.
Yeah, we didn't even know that until later. And so when I said that story came back to bite me, everyone knowing that I'm a connoisseur of bourbon, for my birthday last year, my wife and my business partner and his wife planned a special birthday getaway surprise for me that I didn't know about. So they were like, hey, pack your bags. We're going away for the weekend. I'm like, where are we going? They're like, just drive towards San Diego. And I'm like, okay. Anyone that lives in San Diego already knows where we were going. So we stayed in a hotel in downtown, and then there is a bar there called the Whiskey House. And the Whiskey House currently holds the Guinness Book of World Records for the most flavors of whiskey in any single bar. The entire wall, the entire bar, all the way down the hallway to the bathroom, the back counter, like the whole bar, everywhere you look, up to the ceiling to the floor is just...
It's just whiskey?
Whiskey. Now, there's
Wow.
there's gin, and there's scotch, and there's lots of other stuff, but it's mostly whiskey. They have like more than 3,000 different flavors of whiskey. And I asked them,
crazy.
I was like, if anyone's going to have Bellmead double cask, it's you. And they were like, it's not us. And I'm like, crap. So I was like, fine then, sir.
Can't even get a bottle.
I was like, sir, what is your most expensive shot? And I don't even remember what it was. He was like, blah, 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 blah. I was like, how much is it? He's like, $1,500 a shot. And I was like, what's your second most expensive bottle?
I was wondering if that was coming.
I was like, what's your second most expensive shot of whiskey? And he was like, it's the yada yada. And I looked at him. I was like, how much? He's like, that one's $1,250 a shot. And I was like, what do you got for around 200? I was like, what do you have for around $200? So it's kind of cool though, because that place is, every bartender knows like their bourbons, right? That you'd have to. He was
when
like,
you're selling them for that price, you have
yeah.
to.
Well, he was like, let me be honest with you. None of those are really worth it. He's like, I can tell you some alternatives that are around, $100, $150 a shot that will taste the same, but not, make you feel bad. I was like, will I feel bad in the morning? He's like, I don't know how much money you make. He's like, if you want to spend $3,000 on shots, that's up to you. He's like, but I can tell you right now, I can serve you something that's going to give you the same effect, the same taste, and won't cost that. And I was like, I'll have a few of those. So I ended up having like 4 or 5 of those, right? But yeah, so the Whiskey House is like a pretty cool place down in San Diego if you've never been there. But yeah, let's just say every bar I've ever been to, it's like, I have your most expensive shot. And they're like, it's a blah, 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 $90. They do like $1,500. I'm like, what?
For the barrel? Jesus Christ.
No, it was up there with the stuff. You remember at PDX Land? I can't remember the German fellow, but he shared that really old whiskey with us that I shot, and everyone was mad at me that I shot it.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah, I do.
We're talking like stuff that was all in that caliber. But I guess that was a bottle that like hadn't been opened since like the 40s. Remember that?
What's the most expensive shot you've ever had? Whether you paid for it or not, just like the most expensive shot you ever.
I think the most expensive one I had was something at the Whiskey House that my business partner bought for me, and it was like $250 or $300 a shot.
Okay, I think the most expensive shot I had was $175.
Yeah,
and it was for that Louis Trey shit. That's the only reason I know that exists, because a buddy that I was with when we were out drinking, he had a rich buddy that was hanging out with us who was like going all crazy, and he's like, "Oh, dude, you got to try this." And I was like, "Dude, I'm not a big drinker." And he's like, "Oh, dude, you have to try this. Bring one over." And the dude comes over like his little white gloves on and opens the bottle and like pours the shit in a little fucking beaker with like a measuring stick and then dumps it in the cup and gives it to me. And I'm like, "Holy shit, man, that's quite the process to like deliver one shot of alcohol."
Scalawag makes a really good point. He says, isn't it because your first time drinking it and you put it on a high pedestal, then every other is shit, but then when you drink it again, it's like not that good? I'm a little afraid of that. I'm a little afraid of the fact that like it was so good and I want it so bad now that when I have it again, it won't be as good.
Yeah, like you've overblown it in your mind.
I mean,
you Pamela Andersoned it, dude.
I'm not
Andersoned it. Looks great on Baywatch, but then you get it in person, you're like, oh my god, couple dents and scratches. Oh shit.
I mean, I feel like I've got a pretty good alcohol memory, if that makes sense. I wasn't drunk, but I feel like I have a pretty good taste.
I've known you long enough to know you have a pretty good alcohol memory. Because they always say that repetition is what keeps your memory sharp, and you got that repetition. So I have no doubt.
What are you saying? I'm a drunk? Dude, I really drink. I really drink, man. What are you talking about? I only have 3 drinks a night before bed. That's it.
Guys, I didn't want to have to say this publicly on the internet, but he drunk dials me like every night, and I have to I answer the phone and I go, doo, sorry, this number has been disconnected, you're no longer in service, and I just fake it and hang up. And he usually only calls back 3 or 4 more times.
What I love is you'll like today. You texted me back and I immediately called you and it went straight to voicemail. I was like, how the fuck?
Wait, what?
Yeah. Today you texted me and I immediately called you and it went straight to voicemail.
I wonder. You know what?
You know what that means? It means I'm on the block list.
No, it means that I have my phone on Do Not Disturb. Well, let me make sure there's nothing on the screen that people can see. But yeah, see the little moon?
Yep.
Yeah, I always have it on Do Not Disturb because I get like 15,000 scam calls a day.
Oh God, dude.
Everybody put me on every fucking scam call list, so I get at least here. I'll even check just today. So
does it say potential spam now?
It does actually. So I got one. What's today? Okay, 1 today, and then on Sunday I got 2, 3. Thursday I got 1. So yeah, they're constantly coming in. And sometimes they'll leave a message too. Like here, let me see if I got a scam caller message on here.
All right, I'm gonna try this.
They're always like, hello, this is the IRS. You owe us $10 million. We will arrest you. Sleep with one eye open.
No, they're always like, you owe us $10,000, but we'll take Amazon gift card.
Yeah, like, have you heard this one? Well, here. This just came on a couple days ago. Okay, why is this not working? Play through the speaker, you dumbass.
I feel so bad eating bison, but man, it's tender.
Okay, here we go. Is it?
I've got one I want to play.
Why is it not? How do you get play through the fucking speaker?
You can't even play your spam calls, right?
There it goes.
An iPhone. If you didn't want to purchase and dispute the charge, please call on our toll-free. Our billing team will help you to get secure your account. The toll-free number is 855-638.
So this is Apple basically saying that I bought one of their products and they need me to call them so that they can like fix my fucking warranty dispute.
Right.
And that's a fake call. Fucking A, come on iPhone. What's it here? Let me see if I can find another one here. Yeah, right here. Robocaller from Hiya reported this one for using Apple. Oh, another Apple one. Hold on. I got another one after that. Okay, this is Apple again. Tech support scam for using Apple device. They're all worded slightly different, but they're all Apple. Every single one of them is Apple. I have an FBI one somewhere on here. Is this FBI? Nope. Purchase an iPhone.
I've had the FBI ones.
I know. Aren't they funny? Like they call up and it's like, "Hi, hello. This is the FBI. We will arrest you if you do not call us back within 1 hour." It's like, okay. Yeah, I call them back and fuck with them though.
I'm trying to find one here.
Your social security number has been suspended. I've never heard that one.
Jeez.
That'd be hilarious.
How do you suspend a social security number?
Exactly. That'd be fucking fantastic. Oh my god. You know what I need to do is I used to get after scammers on Twitch until they shut me down and said that it was technically a form of harassment, so I wasn't allowed to do it anymore. Somehow Kit Boga gets away with it, but I can't do it. I think it's because I call them like Ben Chods and Matter Chodes and all kinds of bad words in their own language, but they didn't like that. So, but I still call them off cam all the time and mess with them, and it's crazy. You can get them pretty riled up. Like when you call them back, like the FBI scam, I was like, "Oh my god, you guys are gonna come take me away!" And I started acting like I was crying. I was like, "Oh, what am I gonna do?" And they're like, "Oh, all you gotta do is just give us like a Walmart gift card, and we'll make it all go away." And I'm like, "How do we do that?" And then I basically wasn't even in front of the computer, and I just told them I was doing everything they said, and then I just give them random numbers every time they said, "Okay, now read back the number. Give me the number." And I just read random numbers. They're like, "That's not even the right number," and I'm like, "I'm afraid, and I'm reading it wrong. What can I do?" And you can literally keep them on the hook for like 2 hours if you want to. Like they are so fucked up in the head thinking that they got you by the meat hooks and that they're going to get like $50 Amazon gift card out of you or some shit, that they will believe anything. They will believe anything.
I'm trying to find one. I know I have one on here that I deleted where it was like, "This is the IRS." I was like, what?
I know I haven't gotten an IRS one in a while. Hobbs said, "Hello, please send me your CC information for verification of the DEA. We'll come to your house." Hobbs just messaged me that. Stop trying to scam me, Hobbs. It ain't gonna work twice. I know I've got an FBI one. I know I do, but it's been a couple of months ago. But let me see if I can find it under my voicemail here. So voicemail. Let me just scroll back like a whole bunch of months. Oh, I guess I can't go back a whole bunch of months. Thanks, Apple. Thanks, Apple. Let's see, what is this? Is another? Thank you for using Apple services. Thank you for using Apple services.
Man, the amount of like open enrollment, like health insurance stuff I got too.
Dude, this is crazy. What is this?
Any Apple device.
Oh, here we go.
The
legal proceedings. Hold on, listen.
Oh yeah, let's hear that. I like the ones where they're like threatening taking to jail and shit.
It's in the middle of the recording, but
let's hear it.
Oh wait, it's not playing speaker.
It's like backwards. You have to push the speaker off and then it plays to the speaker.
Yeah, here we go.
Possible on our number that is 97284844618. I repeat, 97284844618. Before we begin with the legal proceedings, thank you and have a nice day.
We're gonna take your ass to court. Have a nice day.
Call me for the legal proceedings now, right now. $5 Walmart gift card. Make this go away.
Yeah, I had some of those, and they're always funny too. Like, I don't know.
The wording's always off too. Like you can tell whoever wrote the script. It's like English is like a 15th language. Mm-hmm. They're like, "Hello, are you being, sir? Please call immediately. Go DEA. Sleep one eye open. Cops."
The bison tastes so weird. Like I can't eat it. I feel bad.
Dude, hey, I'm gonna let you know a little hint. They're already dead if they're in the bag, so you're not doing them any favors by not eating that shit.
I know that, but still.
Oh my God, Dustin sent me what he said. To verify your order of iPhone 13, please confirm your date of birth and sister's middle name.
Have you got the text? Have you got the texts that are like, "Your phone number has been used in the porn service of child pornography," and it's like,
no, I haven't gotten that one yet.
Yeah, I get these text messages that are like, "Your phone number is used in child pornography. Please confirm." It's like, wait, what? It's all scam phishing stuff, but still, like I don't.
Yeah, no, the worst one I've got so far was the one where they threatened to kill me. They literally I get it, and it's like it's that same techno voice, right? And it's like, hello, you owe $15,000 on outstanding warrant for murder in the first degree or something. It's like, please contact this number immediately. If you do not within 24 hours, the police will come to your house and kill you. Please call this number immediately. I'm like, the fuck? Like they literally said in the message that they would come to my house and kill me if I didn't call them within 24 hours. I was like, okay, that's a little aggressive. Like, I'm used to the FBI one where they're like, oh, if you don't call, it's going to cost you as much more money and you're going to have more fees and more fines.
Not they're going to kill you.
That was the only one I ever got. It was like, we're going to kill you. I'm like, the fuck is wrong with these people? Like, are they just getting frustrated that not enough people are biting? So they're like, let's just up our game. Pretty soon we're just going to get voicemails or something. It's like, please send Walmart gift card to this number within the next 25 minutes. 5 snipers are surrounding your house, ready to fire now.
So they're getting desperate.
Yeah. Or they think they know your name. Like they get your name out of some database. Like I've gotten so many calls where it's like, hello, Jerry Barnacles. We have, your information on file. It's like, dude, I can't commit a crime as Jerry Barnacles. Like that's not my real name, dipshits. like that's what I go by on the internet. That isn't my real name. And fuck, I even my real name's out there. Everybody knows what my full real name is. Like I publish it everywhere.
I know what your real name is.
Yeah, I know you do. Ah, fuck, I just stuck my hand in the fan. You guys couldn't see that because off camera. This little fan, like 30 times a day, I reach for something like my cup, and I just put my fingers through the fan, and it always fucking shocks me. Even though it doesn't hurt that bad, it just catches me off guard. Let's see. Do I got any more spams? Okay, good. It was just Hobbs and Dust. Oh, fucking chat, man. Trying to scam me with my middle name. Can't have it. Besides, you wouldn't want it, man. She's like a feisty little redhead who kicks people in the balls and pulls hair. You don't want that.
What?
You don't want that. Oh, my sister, she's a fucking firecracker, dude. Growing up, she used to like grab my fucking hair and kick me in the balls and shit because she'd do anything to win a fight. Anything to win a fight. She was like completely fucking relentless. And then I'd feel bad, like, you don't hit a girl. I'm raised, you don't hit a girl. But then I was like, fuck it, she's kicking me in the balls, so I'm gonna hit the shit out of her. And then she grabbed my hair and fucking ripped my hair out, like rip a patch of hair out, and then kick me in the balls and run away. And I'd be like, god damn it. She was like 3 years older than me, but man, was she brutal growing up. We get along a lot better these days, but when we were kids, and my mom, you know what my mom would do? Like a good mom would be like, break that shit up, you stop that. My mom would be like, you take that outside. And my sister would be like standing outside the front window in the house.
Jerry, stop getting your ass kicked by a girl, go.
I did, man. I'm not afraid to admit it, man. She fought fucking dirty. Like if she had a shank, she would have fucking stuck it right in my side.
What's the worst fight you can remember with her?
Worst fight I probably ever had with her? I think she fucking threw a book at me down the hallway and about knocked my ass out. She like took my, like, it was like a fucking dictionary or something. She just whips it down the hallway as I'm walking away from her because I was like calling her names and shit. And she whips it at the back of my head and it just fucking takes my feet out from underneath me and I just do a face plant on the wooden hallway. And I'm like on the floor going, oh, mom, like fucking drool going down my face. And I think I cracked my lip. And my sister's like, fuck you, bitch, and closed the door.
Like, you even spit turkey.
No, my sister, oh my god, growing up, my sister, she was a dirty fighter too. She'd fucking throw rocks and gravel and shit. Like we'd be in a fight just outside or something. I'd be like, fuck you, bitch. And she'd just like pick up a rock and knock it at me. And I'd be like, goddamn, retreat. No, she was pretty fucking hardcore. Although, I'll give my sister was one of those weird siblings where she was the only one that could beat my ass. If anybody else tried to beat my ass, she'd go beat their ass.
That's like every big,
she was the only one that got,
that's every big sister, man.
Pretty much, because when I was in school, I remember, these are Jerry's embarrassing stories from school. I went to this school called Sunny Slope in, near Bremerton, Washington. And I was outside and they were playing tetherball, and there's this guy named Maceo Campbell. Rest in peace. He actually joined a gang and got killed a couple years later. What do I got here? Hello? Wait, what's going on? Oh, he was playing music in the background? You motherfucker!
Watch chat, please.
He used to do that all the time. I'm intentionally not watching chat because I'm in a good mood. Damn it.
It's the saddest piano music ever.
Okay.
It made it so much worse.
I was literally like, what's the worst fight you remember with your sister? And you went all into it with the saddest music.
I walked right into that shit. I walked right in. Thank you, honey. Jay he used to do that all the time to me on Tech Talk, and I didn't even see it coming. So straight, he played it so straight face. I had no idea.
I couldn't even keep it together on this one.
Totally works. I'm like, oh
No, that music totally worked though. Like that was a perfect music selection for that. It was like a so woe is me. Like, oh my god, I'm George. Well, here you can put the music back on if you want,
All
but
right.
but no, I'll tell the Maceo Campbell story. So there's this kid that used to kick my ass at school all the time. I go out on the playground, I wouldn't even do anything. He'd just run up to me and just shove me into walls and fucking throw me on the ground, and start kicking me. And he was way bigger than me too, so there's like nothing I could do about it. My sister was in class, and she's 3 years older, so she's like in 6th grade. I'm like in I think 2nd or 3rd. She's looking out the window from the classroom, and she sees this kid just kicking the shit out of me out on the playground. My sister just runs out of class, runs out of the side of the building, screaming bloody murder, running at this kid, and just full on fucking body checks him on the ground. And she's like yanking his hair and biting him and shit. And I'm like, I get up off the ground and just run away.
Are you sure your sister isn't a Great Dane? Because that's kind of what you're describing.
No, she's a redhead, dude. She is a redhead. And it is true what they say about redheads, man. She's fucking tiny, weighed like 90 pounds. And she would just decimate everything in her path. But I do remember that when that kid never fucked with me again either. She made that kid squeal like a pig. It was fucking glorious. But it was funny because there's like fucking the PE, no, what do they call them? The monitors that are out on the playground. It's like the monitor out on the playground. I know. Yeah. Anyways, that fucker never picked on me again. And then fast forward like 10 years and he was killed in a fucking gang shooting or something that he was a part of.
Wow, that's sad.
So, no. This is actually going to sound really fucking terrible, but I'll tell it because for me it wasn't. My mom literally comes in the room and I'm like, I think 14 or 15 years old. My mom comes in the room and goes, "Oh my God, your friend Maceo died today." And I was like, "What?" Like, no, that's not my friend. That's the kid that kicked the shit out of me at school like for months. But my mom remembered the name, and she's like, "Oh, your friend died today." And I remember grabbing the newspaper from him. It was on the front of the Bremerton Sun or whatever that he was killed in a gang shooting that he was involved in. And I just busted up laughing, and my mom was so fucking pissed. Like, my mom was like, "You don't ever laugh about somebody dying or something." And my mom, like, she was so mad, but she didn't realize it's like that wasn't my friend. That was somebody who fucking tormented me and attacked me every day and kicked the shit out of me. And the principal would not kick him out of school, no matter what. We went to parent-teacher meetings and shit. That no matter what they did, they would not expel the student, no matter how much bad shit he did, because he had a bad life situation. And I was like, that's no excuse to let somebody just fucking run around and like rage on everybody and torture.
It seems like the schools always protect the bullies.
Yeah, they did. They totally did in this case. And I was like, this kid I'm shit you not. This kid like fucking tormented me. So I was like, again, probably, in hindsight, I was young. Today I probably wouldn't laugh so much about it on the outside. But I was like, my God, my mom was so mad though. She was like, "I didn't raise no boy." My mom was one of those people. "I didn't raise no boy to be like that. Like, that kid died. You need to feel bad about it," and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, "Mom, this is the kid that you literally went to like parent-teacher night for. Like, this is the kid that like literally was beating the shit out of me and sending me home bloody and ripping my clothes that you couldn't afford to replace. Like, come on." Oh my God. Is there more music playing? Is there more music playing in sound effect, Jay? Do I need to unmute the stream?
You should listen real quick.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! I unmuted it at just the right time. It was like, whoa, whoa, whoa.
That was right at the part when you were like, "You don't laugh when people die."
Oh my God. Hey, Jay, can I hire you to do sound effects on my morning show? It's so much funnier when I can't.
I don't
hear
even
it.
have an effects board over here. I'm doing it manually. I'm typing the shit and
my
looking it up
God.
in real time while eating
Oh
jerky.
my God, this is the greatest live stream ever. This was the greatest idea ever, Jay.
See,
God.
you got to wait till the 3rd hour. This is the people who stick around get the real show.
Right? Tell me the truth though, Jay. Didn't you ever have like any bullies in school, or were you the bully?
Yeah.
Like,
No.
You had some bullies that were fucking with you. I'm sure you had like weight problems and shit when you were younger.
I had all kinds of problems. I mean, I showed the picture before what I looked like. Actually, here, I'm gonna put on sad music for me now. Hold on.
Oh my God, Darth Gaming said Lowell Kitsap School District in a nutshell. He knows what I'm talking about. That is the Kitsap School District. Oh my God.
My bully was about half my size. And I talked about all this in like the Draw My Life, actually.
It's been a while since I've seen it.
It's the name you'll never forget. It's the face you'll never like unsee. Yep. And even at nearly the age of 40, if he walked in front of me, I would probably get that freaked out feeling of like you overslept for work.
Same here. Yep.
Because of the fact that like it's a psychological warfare is what it is. It's not a physical thing. Because the reality is later on in my Draw My Life, I talked about it. I kicked the shit out of this kid and he deserved it. like I got suspended, and my dad basically was like, well, you did what you needed to do, so enjoy your week off, right? But
see, I never got revenge on my bully, so it's like still kind of fucking deep.
It got to the point to where I was finally like, we had this encounter in the locker room after PE, and it was one of those things where like he and his group of friends that like surrounded me and shit. And I'm bigger than all these dudes, but bullies have a way of making the biggest person feel like the smallest guy. And I think it's one of those things where, like, they target the big dude because they know that guy's a bit of a physical threat, right?
Yep.
But this particular kid, I don't even want to say his name publicly because I don't. There's no reason to. But
well, my bully died, so I don't think he's gonna be too hard felt about me saying his name.
Okay, what was his name?
Maceo Campbell.
Oh, that's right.
And I'll never forget him. I'll remember his name. I'll remember his face forever because he was that much of a bully.
So this particular kid, from like second grade all the way up through high school, just constantly, like, he was the one, like, anywhere I ran into him, whether it be in school, out of school, whatever, just completely made my life miserable. And it wasn't just him. He obviously encouraged and riled up his group of friends that made it a group effort, like a group versus one, which is just fucked up to begin with, right?
Yeah, it is.
But I remember...
I know exactly what that's like, too.
But I remember, like, going blackout rage where I had finally had enough, where not only did I hit, like, I knew how to fight. That's the thing. I knew how to fight, but I was so afraid of my parents. My mom was old school German. My dad was military. And I was always afraid, like, if I got in trouble for fight at school, I was going to get my ass kicked by my parents, right? That scared me more than him. Until my dad had finally told me, like, you need to stand up for yourself or these bullies are never going to leave you alone. And I got to the point where I finally had enough. And I remembered him saying that in the back of my head. And I socked this kid so square in the face. And I knew how to punch, and I had a lot of weight to throw in it, that he basically fell back against the locker because he was in between me and my locker. And I basically hit him so hard, his head hit the locker and came back. And I hit it again, and his head hit the locker and came back. And I turned him into a fucking punching bag against the locker. I dented and crushed in my locker with his head, with how hard I was hitting it. He fell down on the ground, gushing blood. All his friends took off running. And there was literally, like, there was a discussion about whether or not charges were going to be pressed, because I basically went like He-Man, Hulk strength, like, lost my shit on him.
You went private pile.
Pretty much. It was dude, it was blackout. And it was one of those, like, every time I hit him harder and harder and harder because all that rage was coming to the surface. And so that was basically the end of that bullying. But what I felt bad about, quite honestly, I felt bad about it because I broke my hand on his face. Okay. I never wanted it to get to that point, but I kind of had to get to that point. It was like 7 years in the making, right? But what happened after that, and I totally didn't expect this, was when people see the bully go down, everyone starts bullying the bully. And so from that moment forward, he became relentlessly picked on and messed with and stuff. So I felt really bad about it. I really did. But at the same time, it was one of those moments where I had to finally stand up for myself. But yeah, I shattered the small pinky bone in my right hand, the boxer's break, because I hit him so many times. And it was one of those, like, I don't know if in my mind...
I know what that feels like, too, because I just had that happen 6 months ago, punching a wall, and I caught a beam and crushed it.
So I don't know if it was one of those things where, like... It's a blackout memory, so it's hard. Like, your memory lies to you, right? When you're trying to recall a blackout memory, you can't
Big
trust
time,
it.
Yep.
But I had friends that I'm still somewhat friends with to this day that were there when that happened. Basically, they said it was one of those, like, I was, like, screaming, like, freaking, every time I hit him. And every time I hit him and he hit the locker and he came back towards me, I don't know if I mentally thought he was coming at me, so I would hit him again and hit him again and hit him again. And I was surprised at how long he stood standing, considering I was literally double his size. But I do remember the second he fell, like, chin first on the concrete and, like, a tooth popped out, that hit. No, I'm serious. I beat the living shit out of this kid. But his friends all took off. Like, literally, like a bad movie. All the friends were freaked out and took off running. But, yeah, I mean, so that's the full story of the Draw My Life, where I talk about the bullies, and I eventually stood up for myself, and I fought him in a locker room. That's what happened. And it wasn't even a fight, dude. It was literally, the kid didn't know how to fight. He was scrawny as hell. He was the rich kid too. He had everything. Like I grew up, I don't want to say poor, but we've talked about our past before, right? We've grown up needing church food and stuff to make it by. My parents' businesses were successful or failures, and we had all these different ranges of quality of life. But he had everything. He had rich parents that were divorced, and they were both fighting for his love. So he got all the things he wanted, multiple dirt bikes, quads, and he got like the best of everything. And he was that kid, and he loved to flaunt that. And so it was one of those things where like just all of the years and years and years of that shit coming up literally all came out within about a 10-second period where, like I said, not only did I break his face against the locker, I broke my hand against his face. And
yeah, it's like fast forward to today. If you did that, you'd be like thrown in jail and charged like 20 years for like attempted manslaughter or some shit.
Yeah, no, like I said, I got suspended, not expelled, although it probably deserved an expulsion because
I actually got expelled from 3 schools and ended up having to go out of my district. That's where I actually met my wife, was at the Choice Alternative School. And it was alternative because it was like literally my last choice. It was that or homeschooling, and I had to drive 45 minutes to school with my grandpa.
So allow me to explain something to the 30 or the 2,700 people that are still here in chat. When people come at me, whether it be on YouTube or on Twitter or on Instagram, and you're being an asshole, you're all this kid to me. I from that day forward, I promised myself I was not going to allow people to treat me that way. No one's going to come at me and treat me like I'm, because we're public figures, Jerry. People think we have to accept the abuse, but we can't defend ourselves or fight back. And
I fight back every day, bro.
And and you do now. And you used to, in the beginning, you weren't that way, and you used to kind of give me a hard time. You used to give me a hard time because I was. But you, I think, understand me more now than you probably ever have in terms of the.
I mean, there was a time where you didn't understand me either, because I was, we've kind of gone back and forth on that. But I think it just takes time and experience for us to realize that it's like ultimately at the end of the day, if you don't fight back and you just sit there and take it, it just builds up and eats you.
But what happened to me that particular day in 1996 was I promised I would not take shit from anyone again. Period. End of story. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit if you unfollow, if you take 50 people with you. I do not have to accept your abuse. I do not have to accept your attitude. I do not.
Absolutely.
And I subscribe to that since the day I've started this channel, obviously since 1996. That day, the part of me that accepted being bullied and picked on and fought with and made to think I'm smaller than I am, or that I have to be the one to give. In 1996, that guy died, to the point to where I have zero patience for anyone that even begins to try and be that person. And living on the internet like I do now.
It's like one of the
that's
most
what we do.
Battlegrounds there is.
Right. And so what happens is, and I'll never understand, I will never till the day I die understand the guy that will defend the dude being an asshole for being an asshole, saying, Jay, you're a public figure, you signed up for this.
It's because they're an asshole too. And one thing I've learned is that assholes love assholes. They like to defend assholes because it's defending themselves.
Yeah.
That's something I see.
But that's the way I am. That's the why. Wow. Let me take another drink so I can finish that sentence.
Do it.
That's why I am the way I am on Twitter and Instagram and this and that. I don't take it. I don't have the DNA anymore to accept it. It's physically impossible for me to just shrug it off. I have to fight back, and I can't help it. And consider it an unhealthy behavior if you want. But at the end of the day, if someone comes at me being an asshole and I'm an asshole back to them, they're like, well, fuck you, I'm leaving. And I'm like, I don't care, leave. Go. I'm not asking you to stay. I didn't ask you to come. I didn't ask you to stick around. If you want to leave, leave. I don't feel bad about it. I don't. There's not been a single encounter I've had, whether I've overreacted or underreacted, that I felt bad about it later. Because at the end of the day, if you want to be here, you will be. If you won't be, I don't want you to be. So
the thing is, I've talked to my therapist about that. They say that's actually a healthy behavior. I mean, there's a couple factors there, but it's a healthy. They call it facing your demons, right? It's like, don't let them build up. Don't let people, leverage so much on you that you feel like somehow you're the bad person and you're the problem. It's like, no, you're you and everybody else is them. And if everybody else is going to be a prick and everybody else is going to be a dick, push them away. Focus on the people that are actually nice. Focus on the people that deserve your time. And if you do want to take a fucking punch at somebody who's being a dick, that's actually like you getting out some adrenaline, going to the gym and shit like that. It's the same thing. It's like you getting some kind of closure, some kind of finale to something, even if it's something as simple as a total stranger online saying something that's completely off base, and you're like, you know what, I'm just gonna fucking correct that guy and smack him back. It's like that's actually a therapeutic thing for you to do.
That's why
it really is.
That's when people are like, Jay, just ignore him. That's an impossible thing to do, because all that does is allow it to kind of build up and bottle up.
Yep.
But yeah, I don't feel bad clapping back at the people that are being assholes. And
you shouldn't. You never should.
And you know the other thing that really irritates me, and I think you'll agree with this. Asshole A comes in and is like, Jay, you're a stupid idiot, blah, blah, blah. And then I'm like, what do you... Get the fuck out of here then. I don't care if you're here. Unsubscribe. I don't care. And then bystander comes in and goes, Jay, why are you talking to your fans that way? That's not a fan.
That guy's not my fan.
That guy's not a fan. That guy's an asshole. And I'm treating him like the asshole that he is. I want him to know he's an asshole. I want him to walk around the next day and be like, Jay thinks I'm an asshole. I want that to stick in his head.
Yes. Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
I'm so sick of people defending those people, saying, why are you treating your fans that way? I don't treat my fans that way.
Put that in context of like a public encounter, right? If you walk down on the street and some dude walks up to you and he just fucking socks you in the gut and you're like, ugh, and so you punch him in the face, and then some guy's like, why'd you punch him in the face? He only punched you in the gut. Like, come on, dude. What the fuck are you talking about? It's it's therapeutic. It's therapeutic to actually, and the other thing too is people, this is the one that, and I know you're going to agree with me on this. You can, because the guy did this right before the stream too. I won't give him any recognition though. But right before the stream, he's like, oh, I don't have as many followers as you, so I don't have that much influence. So I can do it, but you can't. I can be a dick, but you can't. That literally was his justification.
You're talking about the guy that I was interacting with, right?
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. And I was laughing when I saw that interaction, because I was like, how did this guy think it was going to go? You could tell he totally thought you were going to totally side with him. He like totally had this thing in his head, like, oh my god, yeah.
I told him. Understand this. I told him it took 3 tweets for me to want to go from blocking him.
I laughed. I was rolling. I was fucking rolling as you were just stabbing him. I was like, dude, what did you think was gonna happen? That's what I was thinking in my head. I'm like, what did this fucker really think was gonna happen?
Until I went to his feed and I was like, oh my god, this guy is the definition of hypocrite.
Right.
And you know what the problem is? You know what the problem is? Those people walk around thinking they're right all the time.
They do. They absolutely do. It's scary. It's scary. But keep it in the positivity of the stream. I think that was a very therapeutic.
That was very
section.
Positive.
I feel like you and I should send each other a bill for an hour of treatment.
Oh my god, that's spicy. Anyway.
One more thing. One more thing before we end that. I did remember there was one good story where I got a little bit of a revenge on a bully, but it was also kind of sad at the same time. Okay. And that was a nice to remember. You always remember your bullies' names. Like this was Trey Parker, okay, kid from Port Orchard, Washington. He used to pick on me, and he had another friend, Eddie. I couldn't remember his last name, Eddie something. And they used to run together, right? Like anytime I get in a fight with them, it'd be both of them kicking the shit out of me. So I didn't stand a chance, right? I even got my ass kicked by him in the locker room while I was fucking naked in the shower, and that was like one of the most demeaning points in my entire life. It's funny as an adult looking back on it.
He didn't pull your wiener, right?
Yeah, it's like no, they didn't pull my wiener, but they did kick the ever living shit out of me on the floor of the shower. And then the PE instructor found me literally on the ground, like fucking doubled over, and they're like, "Oh shit, student's gonna die on my watch." Nope. I was okay. I was just a little bloodied up. But I found out that Trey worked at a gas station. And the way I found when I was older, when I was like 20 years old, I pull into a gas station in Port Orchard, same town where I went to school. I went and visited my parents. I'm on my way home. I pull into this gas station to fill up, and I go inside to pay the guy, and I instantly recognize him. I walk in the door, and it's like, you remember your bully. It doesn't matter if they've aged fucking 10 years. It's like, you know your bully. And he had a name tag on, and sure shit, it was Trey Parker. And he's at a fucking like 7-Eleven gas station, all tatted up and down his arms, and just completely fucking defeated. I walked right up to the counter, and I was like, yeah, 20 on pump 1. And the dude looks right through me, has no fucking clue who I am, doesn't even recognize me. And in my head, I'm just thinking, this guy, the world has just beat this guy into the fucking ground.
He deserved it.
And he deserved it for doing that. But you could just see it, and it was one of those things where it was like, I kind of wanted to go and tell him who I was. Like, when I know it, I was like, oh, dude, I'm going to tell this guy, like, fuck off or whatever. Hey, nice job, bitch, or something like that. But I was like, he was so fucking defeated and looked so destroyed by life. I just walked out of there, and I actually kind of felt bad. I was like, my God, dude, like, that guy did not have a good life. Like, that was a guy that, you know, everything that he did that was bad caught up with him at some point. So, and I felt like that was a little bit of justice. A little bit of justice.
I think I'm going to go ahead and say my bully's name because I'd love for him to be following right now.
He probably is.
He probably wouldn't recognize me, to be honest. I've showed pictures on Instagram and Twitter of what I looked like around that age, 13 to 15. I had a big poofy haircut. I was afro-y. I had no sense of style. I was chubby. Like, it was like
You were Grimace?
No, my nickname was Chunk.
God damn it, that's what they called me in school,
I know,
too.
but I really looked...
Chunk from the Goonies.
But I really looked like him. So, his name was Michael Adams. And so I was probably 19, 20 years old, only a year or two after graduating high school, right? And I don't know what had happened. He had basically disappeared from school one day, like a year or two after this encounter in the locker room happened. And I think he went to he lived with his mom or something. Remember I told you there was a divorce and they were like fighting for his love and trying to buy his love, right? And he lived with his dad, which was in the school district that we were in. But I think when he moved to his mom's, he changed school district, but he was still local. So I was, the irony of, remember how fat I used to be? I was in line at a Jack in the Box.
That's the beginning of every one of your stories up to a year ago.
I was in line at a Jack in the Box. I was actually in the drive-thru.
Still my tagline.
I was actually in the drive-thru at the Jack in the Box, and to get from where the parking was at this Jack in the Box to get in, it was the Jack in the Box in Rialto on Foothill and Eucalyptus, I think it was. No, farther down by Eisenhower High School. Anyway, you guys know where I just mentioned if you follow in your IE. So that particular Jack in the Box, where parking was and where the restaurant was, you had to kind of like walk past the drive-thru to get into the side door. And I remember I was sitting there and I was like second or third car from the window. And I looked to the right and I saw an old sky blue like Stingray Corvette, like a 81, right? Late 70s, early 80s Stingray. You know, that kind of a forgotten year for Corvettes. And I remember thinking like, oh, that looks like Michael's dad's car. Because I remember his dad was a cool dude. His dad was like, he would always wave at me and say hi and stuff because I had to walk past. That's the other thing I forgot to mention. To get to school, I had to walk past my bully's house. He lived next to the school. So I had to walk past his house to get to school every day. And, you know, it's so easy to have a freaking bully encounter when he literally knows you have to walk past his house to get to school, right?
Oh, yeah. Like he's probably fucking banking on it some days.
Yeah. So, dude, there were times I would walk all the way around the school, like to the other side to get in, to not have to walk past his house. But anyway, I remember thinking, like, his dad had a sky blue Stingray, and I remember I was like, oh, that looks like Michael's dad's car. And then his dad gets out, and I'm like, holy crap, that's Michael's dad. And I was getting ready to toot the horn and be like, hey, because it's like I said, his dad was really cool, but he also knew his kid was an asshole, right? And then out of the passenger side pops Michael, and I was like, oh shit! It was one of those like I was in the middle of getting ready to honk the horn to wave at him when I realized Michael got out of the car. And it's sad that even at like the age of 20, to immediately pump my brakes and get that panicky, like hyperventilating kind of a reaction to like, oh shit. And
that's your last encounter. You were so young. It's like that emotion's still there. Like even though you're older, it's like that you haven't grown past it. You're scared.
It's a core memory, right? Like to quote in the Inside Out movie, it's a core memory. And I'm 38 years old. I'm going to be 39 in June. And to be able to like go, dude, that was half my life ago, and still know how I felt then, and to know that everything that took place back in my freshman year of high school affected the way I'm handling like bullying now. It's kind of interesting in terms of the mental aspect of like the amount of ingraining and the amount of like I'm not taking any shit from nobody anymore that has caused. So something positive I think came out of that for myself. But you know what's funny about that? He looked rough. You talk about the gas station, right? He looked rough. And I'm like, wait a minute. Yeah. This dude still living at home, obviously. I mean, I was too, but I was kind of like coming and going. I'd moved out for a while and came back and moved out because girlfriends and shit, right? But I was like, I remember looking at him and I was thinking, he looks like the world has shat on him. Yeah. And it was kind of an eye-opening moment because it seriously felt like, no, the world gave him back what he gave the world, right? And that's really what I think he experienced. I think he experienced all the years of bullying and all the years of being just a stuck-up asshole finally came back to him like threefold, and he's dealing with it now. Yeah. To this day, I wonder where the hell he is and what's ended up. But
the problem is when you're that young and you get into a bunch of shit like that, and at a young age, things just get ingrained into you. And it's like there's so many, and I feel bad because I feel like the parents like abandon these kids, like to let them get that fucking bad and not realize what they were doing and just ignore them and just be like, oh, let the kids raise themselves. It's like I knew so many kids growing up that fit that mold where their parents just fucking ignored them and kind of left them on autopilot, and it bites them back later in life because it's like they don't have a good foundation to build on. So it's like in a way, it's like, you know, Trey Parker, you know, yeah, he's at a gas station. And I'm like, you got what you deserved, but at the same time, it's like, you know, what did your parents and your environment have to do to you to turn you into the fucking monster that tried to ruin my life?
Yeah.
Like, you know, obviously you didn't feel too great and secure about yourself if you spend every moment of every day trying to, you know, attack other people and fuck with them, you know?
I don't want to use it as an excuse, but the insecurity that he's set in me is what led to me being up to 500 pounds.
There's a reason I gain weight. People always ask me, oh, Jerry, you look bigger. I am getting fatter, dude. Man, stress is a fucking hell of a thing.
You're also getting grayer.
I am, dude. I'm getting so gray, man. But I'm older than you. I'm 40 years old, you young.
Yeah.
Look at you still in the 30s.
But yeah, I mean, it created a level of insecurity in me that just, you know, you find a vice or a comfort in food, and that's why I continued to gain weight to where by the time I was 28 years old, I was 494 pounds. And I think a lot of people watching this right now are like, holy crap, you were that heavy? Because
people don't realize it, dude.
People don't realize it because I have such a high turnover of followers and new followers that I don't talk about this stuff all the time. And so it's like, people are like, I had no idea, but it's the insecurities and stuff that you kind of get ingrained and rooted into you, and you start to think you're worthless. You start to think you're a piece of shit, and then you know what? You eventually just find that some people turn to drugs, some people turn to alcohol, and food is just as addictive as a thing.
Just another drug, just another vice. Yep.
Except you can stay away from people that drink alcohol. You can stay away from people that smoke. You can stay away from people that do drugs. You can't stay away from food.
No, I think food is a necessity.
I think food is one of the worst addictions.
It is. It absolutely. That's scientifically fucking proven.
Yeah.
And the thing is too, is food, it's not only is its availability, but it's the control.
Yeah.
No matter how poor you are, no matter how fucking down and out you are or whatever, you can find the worst fucking cheap garbage food and eat it and control it as much as you possibly can. It's like the one thing that out of everything falling apart, that's the one thing you still have some level of control over. And people usually, you know, you feel good when you eat. So what do people do? They overeat.
I don't want to assume anything with my audience, because I've had some people in my audience completely shock me in terms of like how fit they are, they're bodybuilders and stuff like that. And I'm like, wow, yeah, I wasn't expecting to see a dude that competes nationally in bodybuilding competitions to be following me, right? But let's talk about...
Dude, look at Obese to Beast. That guy's fucking amazing. So
I think a lot of people... Yeah, I know I'm backwards. It's the camera. Sorry, I forgot to flip it. Anyway, I think I could fix it. No, I'm not gonna try. If I try and fix it right now, you know what's gonna.
Don't do it.
You know
I do that every morning on my show. It's like 5 hours later. People are like, "God damn it, leave it alone."
Okay, look. Agree with me or disagree with me. One, I think the genre that we live in has probably more obese per capita than any other genre. I think
motherfucking ding. Yeah. Yes.
So I think a lot of people watching this right now might understand. So I'm 259 pounds right now. I've put on a couple pounds since this whole quarantine thing has gone on.
How heavy do you think I am right now? Take a whack at it.
Can you stand up?
Yep. I'll even give you the full belly view right there.
Turn sideways. I know what you used to weigh. Right now, I'm going to guess 341.
360.
What? Okay, you're carrying it a little better than I thought.
No, I mean, a lot of people didn't believe that when I said 360, but just to give you an idea, before when I went on keto, what was it, 9 or 10 months ago?
You got down to like 280 something.
289.
Yeah.
So that's how much weight I've gained just from the stress of just all the medical shit that went on, all the stuff that happened with my heart and my lungs and shit, and all that medication and stuff. Doctor had to put me on because of the blood clot and stuff. It fucking stressed me out.
I'm not going to lecture you on it because there's nothing I could say that you don't know.
Nope, there's nothing. I already know how to lose the weight. That's the fuck thing about it. Is like I know how to do it. Yeah. I definitely know how to do it.
And there's nobody in this chat that can tell you anything you don't know. So
nope.
What I was going to start to say though, and I think a lot of these people in this chat that are overweight or obese even will agree with, is you'll go through these cravings, you'll eat the thing that you were craving, and then you will feel so bad about it afterward.
Yep.
But then 10 minutes later, you're in the kitchen again looking in the pantry.
Exactly. Or you'll be like, oh, I'm going to stop tomorrow. So then you eat 10 times more than you would that day. Because you're like, oh, I'm going on a diet tomorrow. I'm going to do that. And then the next day it doesn't happen. Or you're like, oh, I messed up. I'm just going to fucking eat crazy this whole weekend and then go back on it next week.
For me, it was never tomorrow. For me, it was always Monday. Monday's a nice round day. We'll do it Monday.
But just to give you an idea, like the power, look at Jay. Look how much weight he's lost. And Jay,
I keep it off.
You've lost and gained and lost and gained. Like, this is a typical thing with people. It's like you didn't just gain the weight and then lose the weight and kept it off forever. It's a roller coaster.
But what I've learned is I'm way more dedicated to my health than I've ever been. Like, I was doing push-ups earlier with my daughter because I'm doing the push-up challenge every day during this quarantine thing. Every time I lose weight and I gain some back, I gain less back before I realize it and lose it again. So it's like if I were 500 and then I lose it, and then I'm 350 and then I lose it, and I'm 320 and I lose it, and 300. And I did that. I was like 320, 300, 315, 300, 305, 300, 290, 300. 285, 295, right? And I've done that now to the point where I'm going back and forth between like 250 and 260. But what's crazy though is the amount of lean muscle mass that I have right now. And like I said, I may not look like it, but I do powerlifting. I bench press.
No, you're pretty fucking ripped. I've seen your arm when you flex it. Like, you've got a massive bicep.
I bench press 300 pounds now. So though the scale is a lie because it's just a liquid number. It doesn't tell me how much muscle mass and stuff that I have. So I ignore the scale now more, and I go more by my clothes and stuff. But I
was stronger at 320 than I was at 289. Like, I could literally lift, I could push more with my legs, and I could lift way more with my arms.
Fat fuels muscle, man. There's no lie about it. It's the reason why the strong men they look fat. They're not. They're super thick, but they have a lot more percentage of body fat than a bodybuilder, because a bodybuilder is all about sculpting and stuff. Or you need fat fuels muscle.
Yeah. So and losing weight is one of those things where it's like if you lose it too fast, then you lose muscle right along with it. So it's like you have to find that middle ground that works for you and stick with it. And the stress blows you right off that path. So if you fail, like I have many times, it's not the end of the world. You keep getting after it. Fuck, look at, one of the good examples other than you is like Boogie.
Yeah.
Boogie's like fucking lighter than me. Boogie weighs like 20 pounds less than I do right now. Mm-hmm. And that dude used to weigh what, over 500?
Yeah, he was like 550.
550, yeah. And you just look at him, and you can tell looking at him, you're like, holy shit, man, that is like half, like less than half what he used to weigh. And it's cool to see that. Like, it can happen. But, just like anybody else, they're going to gain weight back, they're going to lose weight, but you're going to, like you're staying dedicated to it. So even though you go up a little, you catch yourself, and that's the important thing. I didn't catch myself because I had this fucking blood clot in my shoulder. Yeah. I was depressed as shit. Everything was going downhill. And then, of course, when an animal's wounded, everybody attacks, and that's true for the internet too, right? If everybody sees that you're wounded or something's going wrong, they all want to jump on that shit and ride it to the ground. But it's it is what it is.
We both said at the same time. Somebody said I said we both said at the same time. Philip Shedvenko says
close enough.
Jay needs to talk with Rogan. I don't know what that means, but let me tell you something.
Joe Rogan's been fat too, by the way.
There's nothing I can say to anyone that's overweight that they don't know. There's the worst thing I could do is approach someone who didn't ask for my advice about weight loss advice. It comes across as condescending and pushy when someone wants to just interject themselves and tell you what you're doing wrong and what you need to be doing. First of all, I can tell you right now, my body and what my body reacts to is 100% different than what Jerry's body reacts to. We've compared our fitness. I'm going to tell you right now, Jerry, I don't think I've ever said this publicly, but you are way stronger and way more capable than I ever expected someone your size to be.
You told me that when I was on the treadmill for like an hour running, and you're like, even your personal trainer was like, what the fuck? Like,
yeah.
I'm literally just like jogging along, like fucking on like mile 12 after like an hour, and the personal trainer was like, holy shit, you've been on the treadmill the whole time he's been over here doing this?
Yep.
Or no, it was an elliptical glider,
you were on
which
the
is fucking
glider.
harder.
Well, because it uses a lot of buttocks, yeah.
Yeah, no. When my mind, man, when I set my mind on something hard, I can push myself well beyond any. Yeah. The problem is I also pay the price for that, at the end when I push really, really fucking hard like that. So I have to rein myself in.
Yeah.
And I end up injuring my back and injuring shit, and then I'm out of the game for a long time. So that's why you don't want to push as hard as you possibly can, because then you end up fucking going. You get a little bit of gains, and then you lose it all while you're all damaged and laid up in bed eating ham sandwiches all day.
Yeah, and I've seen a few comments kind of roll by of people taking pot shots at your weight and this and that. And you know what's funny about that is somebody we talked about our bullying, and we've talked about how heavy I used to be, and I'm not where I want to be. I'm never going to be where I want to be. I think that's part of what keeps me going.
No, I don't think anybody can really be 100% what they want.
But what happens is all these people who take these easy pot shots at people, or these little cheap shots, right?
Yeah.
It's easy to pick on your weight because it's obvious. But it's kind of sad that I think what happens with a lot of these people is they'll see an easy target like you, and it makes them feel better to pick on them because they're probably being picked on, like we were talking about earlier, and the bullies we've dealt with. They've got their own insecurities and stuff, and nothing makes a person feel stronger than to make someone else feel smaller, right?
Yep.
And it's kind of sad. So I've seen a lot of these comments kind of go by. I've sort of ignored them. But you guys, I guess I've never understood why people feel the need to try and pull a person down, because I've never done that. Even in like my worst depressions that I've ever dealt with, I never attack someone else and then would immediately start like making fun of their appearance or their age or their weight or whatever. I've definitely experienced that at a non-stop rate. I don't have to scroll very long on my Twitter feed at any point of the day to find someone coming at me like that, or YouTube comments or Instagram or whatever. But a message to you guys that are out there kind of saying the negative shit like that. We get you. We're more like you than you want to realize. And I think that's probably what makes you so upset, is the fact that you see my success, or you see the fact that even though Jerry is struggling and he's not as consistent as he wants to be on his YouTube channel and his streams and stuff, that 5 years after your layoff, you're still self-sufficient and independent?
6 years and still
6
going.
years.
Yep.
So regardless of whether or not people want to compare businesses or successes, I think the fact that you're still independent means you're still successful to whatever degree you want to measure that to. And I think,
thank you, sir.
Well, I think people too still look at that and they want to try and tear a person down. But I can tell you right now, I don't think I would have made it 6 years later and been able to keep it going like you have been. I'll be honest, because I'm the first person to kind of roll over and go, oh, life sucks. I'm going to go to work at Starbucks,
I think a lot of people don't see behind the scenes with me is, like, even though some things are slowing down, it's like I've always got something going on. Like the live streams I've been hugely consistent with, 52 streams every 2 days for 52 streams. I haven't missed a single one. Every 48 hours I'm streaming on. Mm-hmm. And that's been hugely successful, and I've built a whole new community. One of those things where it's like, I want to come back to YouTube. YouTube is like my love, right? That was my hobby that I started with. But I've never treated it like a business. Right. That's the thing is, I've managed to survive and I've managed to kick by, but by not making it a business. If you make it a business, it's a lot easier to grow and it's a lot easier to push it and get behind it. And you can separate out the personal and the business, still have a little crossover. But for me, it's like I've never been able to take that step. And the more and more that I tried, like I used to talk to you about, I'm going to get a studio, maybe I get a studio, maybe I do this. And it's like, we talk back and forth. It's like, it's not me. It's just not how I'm ever going to operate. So I work with what I got. And the other thing that my back plan, people are like, well, what if this doesn't work out? What if it doesn't? Man, I worked at Microsoft for 15 years as a senior software developer.
And that didn't
I got
work out.
open jobs at Amazon, Google, like every one of them tries to hit me every couple of months. So if I need to, I can go back to work. But, I love doing this. And I want to get back to doing this on the regular. And realistically, the only thing that slowed me down, and I'm in therapy for it right now, is just the depression surrounding so much shit happening at once. That blood clot really fucked me up. My doctors diagnosing shit wrong really fucked me up. Yeah. The gout thing and them not talking to each other and put me on the wrong medicine, which caused a massive gout flare, and then put me on the wrong ADHD medicine that made me just start fainting and freaking out all the time. That shit all happened way too close together, and it kind of scarred me. That's why I put on so much weight, man. I literally spent months where I didn't even want to get out of bed, dude. It was just like I had to basically be like hit with the stun gun to get me out of bed. Get me going. But once I got going, I enjoyed everything I do. When I live stream, I don't care how tired or how sick I am. I enjoy all 4, 5, 6, sometimes 9 hours.
I think I love it. I think one of your biggest faults is once you get going, you don't stop.
I don't.
I
push
when you need to.
No. Same thing with working out and everything. I used to lift just like you, dude. I got up to little over 300 pounds. I could bench back in the day, like consistently when I was working out with my buddy Aaron. And I messed up my back because I pushed through it. I pulled a muscle in my shoulder and I kept lifting through it. And then it got to the point where that pain just shot all the way down my back. And then I was like, literally for 6 months, I couldn't even go to the gym and walk on a treadmill. I lost all my gains within like the first 2 months. Yeah. Like I was back to like benching like 110. And it was depressing and I didn't want to do it again. Fast forward 2 years, I did the exact same thing again. I went back 6 months, worked super hard, alternated legs and upper body. Me and my buddy, same guy, Aaron, and my cousin, or my friend, his cousin Jake, we're all working out at the pro club in Redmond. what do? Fucking working out. I mess up my lower back because I have that messed up disc in my back from scoliosis. And so I'm doing leg presses and I'm lifting. I feel something in my back and go twang. And it starts hurting and it gets really fucking hot and really stiff. And what do? I work through it. I wake up the next day, I'm fucking crying.
Yep.
Then next thing you know, I'm in the doctor and they're like, yeah, your fucking disc is all calcified and fucked up. And you got this bone spur that we found in an MRI and they're giving me painkillers that I'm still on to this day because if I come off the painkillers, I literally can't even stand up without having a massive fiery shooting pain going down my right leg. So it's like shit like that changes you, but it doesn't stop me. I mean, I could go do it if I just did a little bit. If I just did a little bit every day, I would get to the same result and it'd be sustainable. But I'm one of those people where it's like when I live stream, I go until I blow out my vocal cords, you know? When I eat until I'm bursting at the seams. It's like, I guess moderation isn't something that was very well programmed into me. And I think a lot of that comes from just growing up poor and having to get what you can get when you can get it, you know?
So,
and go for it.
There's a comment in chat. I want to smack this guy here. Weedy Bick says you don't lose gain in 2 months. LOL.
Oh fuck!
There's
kidding me, dude?
You're one of two people. Either you're a gym bro who never quits, so you've never never experienced it, or the more likely excuse is the fact that you've never actually built anything in your body, and so you've never seen how quickly you can lose the progress that you've made. So in terms of gains, let's go ahead and settle this one real quick. Gains is when you gain fat, you've added more fat cells to your body. When you lose weight, the fat cells deplete, but they do not go away, which is why people will regain weight so quickly and so easily when they stop. The fat cells are empty and they're like, feed me, please feed me. So everything you eat turns to stored fat quickly because they're cells that are just sitting there waiting to be refilled. Your muscle mass does a very similar thing. When you tear muscle, which is what you're doing when you work out, whether you're lifting or running or not, the pain that you feel is torn muscle fibers. When the muscle repairs, you've created a bond where you've repaired those muscle fibers with more muscle fiber. And it takes a long time, months to years, to continue to build that muscle fiber. When you stop working out, sure, the gains themselves, the muscle fibers do not go away, but they do atrophy. They shrink to the point. They shrink to the point to where they're no longer firing. So when you start lifting again, it hurts more, you fatigue faster, and you have to go through a repair process again. What my physical trainer tells me, because I do heavy ass lifting, whether you want to believe me or not, I'm a very strong lifter. When you stop lifting, it takes you about half the time that you stopped to regain where you left off. So if you take 2 months off, it'll take you a month to get back to where you were. You can see atrophy and loss and gains as quickly as 3 days after stopping.
And that's also a month of training considering that you healed the original problem, which in my case, unfortunately,
and you stopped because of injury, which is something else on top of that. Like me, on the other hand, I'm going to have to deal with some loss because I don't have, 110-pound dumbbells here at the house that I can use for like tricep extensions and stuff like I do at the gym.
That's fucking sick, dude. 110 pounds per arm. That's nuts, dude.
It's one of those things where like, as much as I can use my body weight here, I'm not going to be at the level that I was. So there's going to be some loss of performance. Yeah. That's the gains that you're referring to in a loss. But the reason why I don't think that person's a gym bro is because he wouldn't have made such a stupid comment if he was, because he would know that.
No, because and this isn't just me. It's like even my friend Aaron, he actually injured one of his arms. It was an accident from him doing, was it Brazilian jiu-jitsu? Mm-hmm. He ended up ripping a muscle. Like he actually ripped a muscle in his arm, and he had to go through physical therapy for that shit for 6 months. And when we went back to the gym, he couldn't. Huh?
Just letting chat know, I'm aware that the bit rate between Jerry's video and I have gone to shit. We can hear Jerry fine, but you're like...
my video's all like pixelated.
You're like 240p.
I'll just do this. I got to warm up that codec again. But no, my friend Aaron, and he got it all back. It took him months and months and months. But I remember even when he went back to the pro club after like 6 months of healing from that shit, he couldn't bench half what he could. And he was so fucking frustrated by that. Like, it ate at him.
But it comes back
he was so big dude.
It comes back really fast though. If you're not stopping because of injury, like when I go back to the gym, like our gym's not going to open for another month. I know for a fact I'm probably going to be moving half the weight I left off at simply because I want to avoid injury. I want to avoid the injury. Like, I know that I'm going to be able to probably go 80% of what I was, but I want to avoid injury. Therefore, I'm not going to try and go right to where I left off, because that's just asking for problems.
Yep. Yeah, I was just surprised. Like, yeah, no, you're absolutely right. That guy doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Either that or he's never had a downtime. Because I don't know why anybody would say that. Like, anybody that's ever worked out knows that even if you go and you run on a fucking treadmill every single day for an hour, you go for fucking 2 weeks or a month without doing that, and you go back and get on that treadmill, you are fucking dying.
Dude, like,
your body
right now,
has to, like, relearn that shit.
If I hopped on my bike, dude, and I tried to do a 40-mile ride, dude, I would be hurting bad.
Yeah, and you used to do that shit like every day, right?
Between 30 and 40 miles was my daily ride. I was doing 75 to 90 on the weekend per ride.
Yeah, I know. When I was doing those gym live streams, I think it was last year. My record was 2.5 hours on an elliptical glider nonstop. Doing a live stream where I was talking to people the whole time I was doing the live stream for 2.5 hours, and they're like, "Oh my god, are you still going?" I got off that fucking elliptical glider,
right?
And I
walking
couldn't even
crazy,
support my weight. Oh yeah, dude, I was all fucked up. Like, I didn't realize because I was doing it every other day for like months. And I finally got to the point where it's just autopilot. Like, you don't even notice. Like, you're just on it, and your body gets to the point where you're just like, I can go like this forever. But then as soon as you stop, your body's like, all right, game over. And your muscles just go completely to shit. And then the next day you hurt like absolute hell. And I was like, I'm never doing that again. Guess what? I fucking stopped going to the gym after that. I hurt myself so bad after that stream that I tried to go back on the elliptical glider like 3 days later, and it hurt so fucking bad I couldn't get through the pain. And so I never got back to the level I was. If I had just said, no, I'm going to just do an hour, fucking I could have kept doing that shit probably forever.
Crew Nomax in chat asked if I'd consider making a YouTube channel for training in the gym. Hell no, that gym is my time.
Dude, not only that, but that is the least appreciated content with the most judgmental fucking people ever. I see so many other fitness streamers.
I feel
you're
like,
so fat. You look like you gained 3 ounces. Like, even you, dude, you lost so much weight. And I got so pissed on Twitter seeing those fucking tweets of people going, "Hey Jay, did you gain weight? Hey Jay, you look like you're gaining back a little weight," when you were like fucking working out so hard and gaining so much muscle mass and shit, and you were so proud of it. And these people are like, "Oh, it looks like Jay's getting a little chubby again. It looks like Jay's gaining weight." I was like, fuck you guys. I was so mad at that. You were burning them left and right, though. I was like, yes, get him.
You know what's interesting that I learned about my body? Because I've clearly, being nearly 500 pounds, I wrecked my body. I am fortunate in that I don't have a lot of loose skin. Like, under my arm right here is probably my most self-conscious
I think
spot.
That's pretty much like a little.
Yeah, but yours is nothing like mine. You have a little bit of armpit. But I was one of those guys that had like a
look at that bicep. Look at that gun, guys.
I'm not
compared to what I got here.
I'm not gonna flex.
You don't even need to. It's fucking twice the size of mine already.
But the thing is, like, if I do like a tricep push right there, it all gets tight. So, but I have such strong arms. I want them to be defined and stuff. But this is always going to be floppy unless I have this surgically removed. And that's because I was one of those people that had like a really fat arm. Like, my arm was like way down here, right? And so one of the reasons why I do so much arm workout is because I want to fill this in. And it's not bad, but it's a little jiggly, right? And I was nearly 500 pounds. I have a little bit of what they call an apron around the waist. Not bad. I've got a loose stomach. I'm never going to have a six pack. But considering what I could have been, dude, I don't have a hanging neck. I don't have big saggy boobs. I got man bod, and I'm okay with that. The thing is, like, what I learned is the heavier I started moving weight, the more muscle I built under the fat, which made me look saggier, which screwed me up in the head even more. I was like, wait a minute. The more muscle I make, the fatter I look. I don't understand this. But I had to just realize that's just people talking that literally have no idea what they're talking about.
Correct.
Yeah, and it's kind of like
it still gets to you too, because it's one of those things where even though you know you are the genius inside of your head is telling you, listen, dipshit, you know what is right, you know what is wrong. If enough people say something, it still will get to you. It still will eat at you. It'll still fuck with you.
Yeah.
And that's why sometimes you got to fight back. Sometimes it's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing to defend yourself.
Yeah.
And the other thing too is you can't fix ignorance. That's the other thing that I figured out. You cannot fix ignorance. If there's somebody who is dead set and going out of their way, like for instance, to believe the Earth's flat, and they will ignore everything that doesn't prove that the Earth is flat, there is nothing you can say, there's nothing you can show to them that's ever going to teach them otherwise. So at that point, you basically have to make that connection and say, listen, this person, there's no way I can reach this person, and just cut them loose.
Yeah.
And I unfortunately have to do that like a couple times a day with like just randos.
What?
But most people are good. That's one thing I find is most people are good. It's just the negativity gets a little loud.
Yeah, and you know what though? And the reality is, like I said earlier, is what may work for my body is not going to necessarily work for yours. And people want to take their personal experience and be like, "Well, I did the blah blah blah, so you're doing it wrong." And it's like, dude, there are probably an infinite amount of ways our body can react to various things. Like my body. Are you ready for this? The most muscle mass I gained in a short period of time was when I was eating unhealthy at the same time. And I was like, what logical sense?
That's common too. That's actually common for a lot of people.
It was like, what logical sense does that make? And both my trainer and a dietitian that I know were like, well, you know, fat fuels muscle and you were eating fat, but you were also using it. So it became massive gains. And I was like,
yep.
Well, that sucks because I'm getting ready to go on another clean eating challenge. There's a. Are you ready for this? I'm gonna tell a story that's gonna piss some people off. Trust me, it's
Fluffy Knight said, "Hit him with a book." Is it too soon? My sister chucking a book at me. I'm gonna do that. Sorry, man. I saw that. That caught me off guard. My God.
So I don't know if you've seen me mention it on Twitter or Instagram. I was like, I've got a weight loss competition that's starting in the beginning of March. I may or may not be intentionally putting on a few pounds. You know what I mean? Because I know I can lose it fast. So I'm like, I'm going to sandbag. I'm going to put on 10 pounds on purpose. Was eating pizza. Was eating nachos, chips, tacos, pasta. Dude, I was eating 5 times a day the wrong foods. And you know what was happening? Every freaking day I got on the scale, I was down a half a pound to a pound. I'm like, what the freaking hell is happening? I lost 10 pounds before the competition was supposed to start March 1st. It all got put on hold because of everything going on, and now it's indefinitely on hold. But the harder I tried to put on weight, and I was also like, okay, I'm eating really bad, so I need to also work out really hard in the gym. I was moving more weight than I've ever moved. That's when I told you I finally hit 300 pounds on the bench press, and it was like, holy crap, I'm gaining more muscle strength than I've ever gained in my life, and I'm eating the worst I've probably ever eaten in my life. I was making myself sick because I was eating so much garbage. But every time I got on the scale, I'm like, Jesus Christ, I just lost another pound. What the hell? So I went from 269 all the way down to like 257. So what, 12 pounds? I lost 12 pounds in the period I was trying to put on weight. And I've held it off. I'm still there now. But that's
your body just had the shit that it needed, and it was just sucking it up.
Yeah, but I have to be careful now, right? Because now that I'm sitting here much more sedentary than I was prior to that, if I keep that up, I'm going to balloon like crazy.
Have you ever watched World's Strongest Man on Netflix?
Oh, God, yeah. And I also I'm also a subscriber to Eddie Hall's channel on YouTube. The dude's hilarious. Cool. And he eats like, what, 8 to 10,000 calories a day?
Yeah, I think it was like when he's competing, it's 12,000 calories. And Half Thor, the guy from Game of Thrones?
Yeah.
He actually outlifts that dude. And if you put him next to each other, he just looks like a fat guy with big arms. And Half Thor's this giant fucking just crazy dude. And it's like he outlifts him and destroys him in every competition. And all he does is just fucking macaroni and cheese with like tuna stirred into it with like fucking fat.
You're talking about the guy that plays the mountain, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Have you seen it? Have you seen his wife? She's a builder too.
No, I haven't seen his wife. She wasn't in the series.
Yeah, he's got it. So he has a YouTube channel, and so he and his wife, had swapped diets once.
Yep.
It was like, oh my.
No. Okay, no, I know. Yeah, no, I did see her. I did see that when they swapped the diets for the day. Yep. No, I know exactly who you're talking about.
She was like 3,000 calories in and was like, oh, I'm gonna throw up.
Yeah,
and he was like, I'm dying.
Sitting in front of him.
He's like, I'm dying.
Yeah, that guy literally, he said he had to eat every 2 hours.
Yep.
Every 2 hours, unless he was sleeping. Like when he was on the airplane, I remember he was like pulling shit out of his thing and he's like just shoveling food into his face.
Yeah.
Because he's like, I have to eat every 2 hours. If I don't, I'll lose what I've gained. And I'm like, my God, dude.
I'm sorry about the YouTube quality, guys. I got no control over it, man. Some people are like, it's really low quality. I'm like, dude, YouTube is adjusting bandwidth because of the amount of people watching right now. And I think as we go into the evening, it's getting worse. So.
Oh my gosh, poster eater candidate for Epic Mealtime. Dude, I miss Epic Mealtime.
Yeah.
Whatever fucking happened to that?
They went on to Freddie Wong did Rocket Jump and started a real production company, and I don't know what the other.
Oh, that's true. I didn't even.
That was all prior to
connection.
that stuff. That was all prior.
Yeah,
to
what was the main guy's name? Was it Harley something?
I can't remember. I know what you're talking about, but he became an actor involved with Freddie Wong's projects too. So I mean,
shit, I didn't know that. I didn't know where it went, man. I was like, Epic Mealtime was fucking amazing. I used to watch that all the time. Those guys were nuts.
Yeah, it's like that one line in there. He's like, "Epic Mealtime. It's time to crush the blacks. It's an editing term. It's not racist." It's one of the best lines ever.
Dude, I still remember the first episode they ever made was like on the barbecue. They had like a giant pizza on a barbecue, and they were like going around getting fast food burgers and shit and putting it on top of it, and then layering fries on top of it. Basically, it's just they went around all the fast food places, and like put it all together and combined it into one mega pizza. And I was like, okay, that was mildly entertaining. And then they just grew it into this massive empire.
Yeah. All right. So audio wise, since back in the day, you used to talk about headphones and this and that, and I was always like, "Cool story, bro. I have these cheap ones." Now
I've been audiophiling since you were daddy's testicles.
I've been audiophiling since you were 500 pounds. So I
was too.
I was only 500. So I've got several sets of high-end headphones, and I had a good conversation with Adam on Twitter too, because I mean, obviously Adam's got like some of the crazy shit. Right?
He literally has my most expensive headphones. Yeah, I couldn't figure out what else to give him as a birthday present. I was
he
like,
told me
take my HD
800s. Yeah.
Yeah.
So what are you using right now? Those are the Sonys, aren't they?
So these are actually my best bang for the buck headphones, I call them. These are Sony MDR V6s. Pick them up for about $80 to $100. They're a studio monitor headphone, really super flat sound. Like they're great for monitoring microphones and stuff like that. And it's got the baloney cord that, you know, you don't have 15 miles of cord hanging around in your desk. But they're super lightweight. They pack up. You know, they travel really easy. They're super durable. That's the main thing, is they're comfortable, they're light, and they're durable. But these are by far not my best sounding. My best sounding headphones that I have right now is just like you're wearing right now. I have the Hi-Fi Man 8500s, predecessor to what you're wearing right now.
You cut out for a second. The Hi-Fi Man what?
Oh, so I have the Hi-Fi Man HE500s. They're basically the predecessor to the ones you're wearing right now. They probably weigh 3 times as much, and they're 600 ohm. But you have like the genesis of that. Yours probably sound better than my HE500s and weigh probably 1/3 as much.
I can't remember.
I can't wear them when I'm doing this, though, because they're completely open back, and they're just as loud here as they are against your face. So anybody that's in the room is listening to whatever you're listening.
So these are the Hi-Fi Man Sundaras, and I've got several sets of headphones over there. I've got the Sennheiser HD 6XXs, which are the Sennheiser or the mass drop version of the 600s.
I have those too.
Those are kind of like an industry standard for like, if you want to spend $200 or less on headphones, that's kind of where you start, right? Then I moved up to, I bought the DT 990s, but I made the mistake and bought the 250 ohm version, not the 80 ohm. And so I didn't have an amp that could really push them. But once I did, and I got to hear them compared to my Focal Elexes that I have over there.
I've never heard those.
Dude, they're $600, which is not, like, dude, in terms of audiophile, that's kind of where you start, right? And getting into the
that's not
audio.
crazy at all. No, that's like high-end, not even high-end, like medium Sennheiser.
Well, like Odyssey and I were talking, and we were talking about LCD2s and LCD3s, which are like, LCD3s are like $2,000, right?
I've heard LCD2s. They sound fucking amazing.
Yeah, and the LCD3 is just like that much higher, and it's got like maple, cans and stuff.
Yeah, Robert, K9DHP, actually has a pair of those.
Yeah, and so I basically was looking around. I was like, okay, I got the Focal Elexes, and I put them on. And my problem, let me grab them, with these guys is, one, they're a little bit heavier than I think I would have liked.
They don't look heavy, which is weird.
Yeah, I mean, next time you're in town, you'll feel them. They're a bit on the heavier side. Like compared to the Hi-Fi Mans, these things are like fairly light.
Are they planar magnetic like the Hi-Fi Man? Or
they're planar. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they're planar magnetic, which means
that
because they're full open back, if I put my hands on the back like this, say something.
Mm-hmm. Hello?
Oh, yeah. See, there's no... It's all... Like, they have to be able to move.
They need that air.
Yeah.
Yep.
And so, I only have open back headphones, by the way, because of ear fatigue and cooling and all that sort of stuff. I don't care. I don't care about closed back headphones.
You're not a bass mechanic?
Dude, the amount of bass that these can still create, though, holy crap.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, that's what I liked about the HE500s. As long as you can feed them something that can feed 600 ohms of power, the bass on them is phenomenal for an open back. My Sennheisers that I had, the HD800s, which cost twice as much, they produced less than half the bass with the same power. Like, it's just crazy how much more bass you can get with them.
So, the Focals... like I said, $600. They're extremely warm. They're very bassy, but they kind of lacked any sort of crispness in the highs. Like there wasn't much of a sharpness or an edge to the sound. It was very warm, which was fine. And I was like, these sound amazing, until someone suggested that I try the Hi-Fiman Sundaras, which were $349 on Amazon. So I bought them and I put them on, and I was like, oh my God, if I could take the mids and highs of the Hi-Fimans and take the lows of the Focal Elexes and put them together, I would have the best headset ever. Phil comes over, and Phil is an audiophile. Like I'm just starting out. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. Phil is an audiophile. He also was a sound engineer and also a musician. So a lot of people don't know that about him. He also a lot of the beats that you guys hear, people are always like, "Oh my God, the music's perfect to your montages." He mixes those. He makes that music. He takes other music and rearranges it to make it how he wants it. So almost all of those songs, people are like, "What song is this?" A lot of people don't recognize because he remixed it and made it what he wanted. So he's the guy that I was like, "You need to come over to my house. You need to listen to these things and tell me what you think." And he was like, "Here, I can EQ this." So he downloads and installs Piece on my system, which is basically an EQ that attaches itself to a driver, right?
Yep.
And he does an EQ, and he's like, "Okay, listen to these," he has me put them on. The Hi-Fiman Sundaras are like the only headphones I use now. Like the Eluxes and stuff sitting over there on the headphone stand is basically a $600 decoration at this point, because
they're only 37 ohm too. That's crazy.
And that's what I was going to get at, is they sound that good, even though I'm using a $500 monolith THX amplifier to run them. You can run them off of your iPhone or your Android. Now, the only thing I did do is I changed the cord. I bought a longer cord. They're double 3.5 millimeter, so you can use
all their headphones are, even the old ones, same way.
Yeah, and because I didn't like the cord that came with it because it was too thick, because they ran side by side, and it was kind of a flat, and it flopped around how it wanted. I absolutely love these headphones. When I game on them, the fact that they're open back, I can hear the room behind me and the ambient around me as clearly as if I took them off. Okay, maybe not. Maybe let's say 80% is clear as when I have them on, right? Or when I have them on, it's 80% of when they're off. Yep. No one can sneak up behind me, but the open back on them and the clarity, the sound stage is so wide and it's so spacious. It makes me really want to start checking out some of the higher end, like true audiophile Hi-Fiman stuff. But I really want to try out the Odyssey LCD3s too, because I'm not going to lie, Odyssey did reach out to me and was like, "Hey, we saw your tweet about wanting to try some high-end audio stuff. Let's work something out." And I'm like,
I've never heard the 3s, but the 2s are like probably, if I had to, from all the headphones I have and all the headphones I've ever used, they sound better than anything I have.
Even the HD800s?
Now they're like golf clips. Oh yeah, the LCD2s.
Well, yeah,
even the HD800s wipe the floor with them.
But you know, LCD2s start at $900, so they're cheaper than the HD800s.
Correct. I think even the HD800s today still sell for about $1,200 or $1,300 new.
Right.
So $400 cheaper, and they'll mop the floor with them. The only thing is they do require more power than the Sennheisers. The Sennheisers require significantly less power to drive. I will say the Sennheisers have much more high end for treble, but I'm talking like in the atmosphere where it's hurting your ears. Like it's too much treble.
That was one of the things that like Adam was telling me is some of the headphones like have highs that reach for days, is what I think he said. But,
and it gets obnoxious at a certain point. Like the one thing that I credit credit's probably not the right word for this, but the Sennheisers that I had that I gave to Adam, you had to actually pull treble out of it, because if you were listening to uncompressed music like FLAC files and stuff, the treble would be so ear-piercingly sharp that it would like fatigue the shit out of your ear. Like you'd get actually exhausted listening to it, because it could reproduce a tone that like you almost didn't hear, you felt it. And it was just too bright. I guess they're called, I guess they'd say they're really bright.
And that's why I
didn't like it.
That's why I returned the DT990s, even though they were on sale for $129. They were definitely fatiguing to listen to. And sure, I could have EQ'd them, but if I'm adding an EQ to something to make it sound better from its baseline and not taking out character from them, then I feel like that's the wrong way, right? If I'm having to remove something from the headphones rather than add to it, I feel like I'm EQing for the wrong reason.
Yeah.
So that's why I returned them.
Sennheisers sounded, the one thing that the Sennheisers really shined with was classical music.
Yeah.
And the sound stage on it was infinite. Like you could close your eyes in a tiny little room and you would still feel like you were in a giant concert hall. that was huge, and hear sound bouncing off of the sound stage on it was just remarkable. Like even better than the HE500s.
One of the bad things about this, these open back hi-fi like this, though, is if people are considering getting these, one, with them being as open back as they are and being magnetic planar like they are, they're easy to pollute with ambient sound. So if I was on a bus or in a subway or something like that, you'd really
or even just like an air conditioner or anything drony.
You'd really have to drive these loud to drown out the sound. But here's the other problem with this is these definitely will bug your neighbors. So I'm gonna just turn on some music here so you guys can hear how my mic picks this up.
Check. Do you hear him? Yeah, no, I can. Hey!
No, listen to the music.
Oh, that's right. You can't hear me through your headphones.
I can hear you through the headphones.
Okay.
But do you hear them playing out the back?
Oddly, no. Here,
Let
turn your headphones.
Let me find something louder. That was jazz.
Do you have a compressor on your mic?
No.
Oh, there we go.
Hold on.
Because I can hear it and then it goes away, and I hear it and it goes away, almost like there's a activation
Let
volume.
me find that song. I gotta find something loud. Here.
Oh yeah. Yep.
And this is my normal listening volume.
I wonder if you have if you go into settings in Discord, I bet you have a voice activation level.
I just realized I was blasting the shit out of chat. My bad. Sorry, guys.
All open back headphones suffer from that problem, but planar magnetics suffer the worst from it, because at least with a conventional speaker you have a basket on the backside that blocks
what I was going to say is like the
don't.
sound comes off both sides evenly on the planar.
Exactly. And I know my HE500s, man, when you crank those up, you could just set them on the desk. And I mean, they didn't have any bass when they were like that, but if you just set them on the desk, you could listen to them like regular speakers.
Yeah.
They need a lot of power, though.
Yeah, the audio is capturing desktop. Sorry, guys. I forgot, like, I was live streaming for a second here, and I was just having a chat with Jerry.
Oh, shit, man. I'm like, my stream's, like, way delayed. I think I hit pause on it earlier is what happened.
I think you can hit the live button. Yeah. I think Austin Evans is in here, too, dude. I saw your chat go by, man. Sorry. Meant to say hi like 5 minutes ago.
Is that the guy that drives the poor people Audis? Oh!
Says the guy with the faded Subaru with the rattle can roof job.
Oh, no. You had to turn that around on me. I'm just jealous. He's got an RS3, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's got an RS3. With
those
the carbon ceramic brake package.
Dude, I'm so jealous. Carbon ceramic brakes are awesome. They used to kind of suck because you had to put so much heat and shit into them, but now they're like all, like, they work like regular brakes now.
The Audi drags the brakes slightly on purpose just to keep them warm.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, my friend's got the Audi. God, what is it? RS5. Have you seen those?
Oh yeah.
They're big cars. They got a big ass like V8.
Have you seen the new RS4?
No, I haven't seen the new RS4.
The new RS4 looks pretty dope. It's like for the guys that don't want the coupe kind of effect of the 5, but want more space than the 3. Like the RS4 looks pretty dope.
Yeah. No, the RS5 though, I remember my buddy told me the same thing. Like when you're driving around, it's like it drags the brakes and it instantly like preheats the carbon brakes so that they're always ready. Like even if you're just doing like city driving and shit. And I was like, dude, that's awesome.
The Z07 from the Corvette Z07 also does that.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So the Z06, Z07, the Z07's the carbon package. It's the Z06 with the carbon brakes. So it's actually the Z07.
So I'd imagine it doesn't have to create a ton of resistance, right? It just has to get just enough bite into it to get some heat building up on the surface, right?
Yeah, I mean, you don't want it to drag enough to the point where it's causing a reduction in power and increasing.
You're all like line locking it.
But yeah, I mean, obviously it needs to keep some heat in the brakes because carbon, when it's cold, has no bite.
Yeah, I almost bought an S4 back in the day. That was one of the alternates for my Subaru. I test drove. Well, I meant to test drive 3 cars, but I couldn't test drive an Evo because the dealership was a bunch of whore bags, and we're like, nobody test drives the Evo. These are all low mileage, and we only have 3 of them per dealership. So no, you have to buy them before you test drive. I was like, fuck you, I ain't doing that. So I left.
I do love how they looked at the Evo as being some sort of a halo car.
I know, what the hell, man? Like, seriously, I'm not gonna buy a car. I'm not gonna buy a car I can test drive it.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh yeah, well no, these are so rare and so sought after, sir. And I'm like, no, fuck you. I'll go buy an STI. It's like the same goddamn thing, and they'll let me drive it all day long.
Did buy my ZL1 without test driving it though, because I already knew I wanted it, and I was getting it no matter what. Plus, it was.
Was it the showroom car?
It was the showroom car. Yeah, it was in the showroom.
I figured it was. because I've seen a couple of them popping up. Like not now you can find them more, but I remember watching a couple of YouTube vloggers where they were going into dealerships and they literally had them in there with the fucking ropes around them.
There was no rope around. There was no ropes around mine. It was funny because I went in there expecting to not get approved. I don't know why I didn't expect to not get. I expected to not get approved. I mean, I did.
Because you're a YouTuber and everybody tells us we're worthless.
No, because self-employed, and even though it was incorporated and all that, it was still, it's people are afraid to take a chance on you. You know what I mean?
They are, definitely.
And it's same thing when I bought my house. That was quite the hurdle. But I walked in there and I was just like, okay, fine. I'm gonna go in here. I'm gonna try and buy this Camaro, and I'm gonna get declined. That way I can stop thinking about it, right? And so I went in there, and I had a very VIP buying experience because my wife's friends with the wife of the manager of the entire auto center, not just that dealership, but all the dealerships in that center. So he was the one handling it. And so it was like 15 minutes later, they were already like, okay, we're all approved, sign the papers. And I'm like, what? And
they're like, we got to get this guy as quick as possible, man. Come on.
Yeah. So I was
Don't give him time to think.
What? So not only did they knock off all of the markup, there was a $20,000 markup on my car. I was like, that's not going to happen. And they're like, no, we'll take care of it. Don't worry. We got it approved from GM to get it removed. I'm like, what do you mean you get it approved from GM? That's a dealer thing. And they're like, believe it or not, GM has a hand in markups. I was like, okay. So anyway, as soon as they told me the car was mine and they were getting the paperwork ready that the bank came back and approved it, I basically told the manager, I was like, can you tell all those people to get the fuck away from my car? Because there were like 6 people like leaning on it, looking inside. One guy was sitting in it.
A kid jumping on the hood and shit. Like,
yeah.
Mama,
there was like one guy is sitting in it. I was like, get those people out of my car. Like now. And it had 5 miles on it when I bought it. So, but there were no ropes. There was no ropes around mine though.
you take really good care of your cars though. That's one thing I know. Is like even when I come down there, you're always dusting them, washing them and shit, and keeping them nice.
Dude, the Z.
I treat my car
amazing.
like a whore bag though. My car is treated like a $3 hooker. No,
yeah, but your car's
$250.
also not sitting in a garage like mine in the desert without all the moisture you deal with.
Dude, my paint is falling off my car. I had to spray paint my roof. That's
I know. I watched the video. That's why I referenced your Krylon paint job.
Yeah, my car. Subarus are not. Now, I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings because I know there's people that do have garage queen Subarus and they quite like them and I don't mind looking at them as long as they're not stanced. Please don't fucking stance a Subaru. That is like the worst. If there was ever a
poster car for abuse the shit out of me and I'll keep going, it's yours.
It's a Subaru. Subarus in general.
Yours specifically.
Yeah, no, mine. Okay, so this is how little I care about the appearance of my car. I've literally rally crossed it several times. I took it on the wedge at Dirtfish. I've taken it to the Ridge Motorsports
You've taken me over the freeway ditch.
Yeah, we did Dukes of Hazzard shit on the freeway doing like 80 miles an hour. I've jumped it, not intentionally though. That was unintentional. But no, I hammer on that thing and it just keeps coming back for more. But you know what I'm proving right though, and this is something the mechanic told me a long time ago, a Subaru mechanic. He said the Subarus that blow up and die are the ones that don't get driven.
Yeah.
He's like, those EJ motors, you have to just fucking hammer on them. Don't let them sit and hammer on them, and they'll treat you okay. But as soon as you start babying them and staying in the same RPM range and only like driving them on the weekends and shit, that's when shit starts going horribly wrong.
And I think the Ringland thing is always going to be an inherent flaw of a boxer engine, right?
No, it is, and it's going to happen. Like, I've talked to Subaru mechanics, and they're like, they've never seen a fucking EGA make it to like 150,000 miles without the rings dying in it or some other catastrophic failure. They're not good engines for long term. Like, you can probably count on one hand the number of people that have gotten over 150,000 miles out of them without having to.
John Aldridge is asking what year my truck is. My Ram is a 2019 Ram 1500 Rebel with a BDS 6-inch Fox coilover lift. And it's running on 37 by 12.5 Nitto Ridge Grapplers. A lot of people I know the next question would be, why didn't you get the Toyo? Because the Toyo and the Nitto are the exact same tire. They are the exact.
Or are they really?
Nitto and Toyo come out of the exact same factory. I
didn't actually know that.
So my tire guy actually informed me of that. They're the exact same hybrid compound. And that's why they're nearly the exact same price. And if you want further proof that they're the same tire, look at look this up right now. Look up Toyo R888R.
Toyo. Hold on, I gotta wait for my shit here to load. Come on.
Hey, you started typing on your browser and your camera cleared up.
Oh, did it really?
You woke up the router.
My internet provider's like, what? He wants datas? Okay, what am I looking at? Toyo
Toyo R88R, 888R,
Got it.
and then look up the Nitto NT01. That's also the same tire that has a slightly different tread pattern. Same compound, same everything, same sizes.
NT01. Okay,
Yep.
so I got them both up side by side here.
Yeah, so they're the same tire. They're the same compound. And it's the same thing for the off-road tires,
Dude,
too.
yeah, it's the same. It's the same fucking pattern and everything.
Only the Nitto has a little bit more of a curvy tread pattern, whereas the
Let me see,
R888R is
I'm gonna-
more straight cut.
Pull them up both side by side. From Summit Racing.
So
Literally put them.
considering they're both made in the same factory and owned by the same parent company, it's hilarious because one of the most common like arguments that takes place in the car community regarding tires is how Toyo is better than Nitto and Nitto is better than Toyo. When they're the same
hilarious.
freaking compound. They're the exact same rubber.
So yeah, so the Toyo Proxy R88R. Mm-hmm. Okay, hold on here. I got it right here. I'm literally putting them right side by side. I wish I could show you guys on stream. But
Now,
yeah,
which,
these are.
if you look up the specs too, they're exactly the same spec.
You know what it looks like? It looks like they literally took the Toyo tire
And
they
curved
just
it.
cut one extra fucking groove in it
Yep.
around. that's like the only difference I see between them.
They're the exact same tread wear rating. They're the exact same speed rating. They're the same size offerings, everything.
Fuck, $356 a tire?
That's pretty cheap too. Oh,
Well, it's probably for a smaller car, I bet.
Yeah, it's about $470 a tire for my car size.
So the Nitto's $240. So the Nitto's $100 cheaper per tire?
I mean, did it default to the same size?
Let me see here. What's the size they're saying here? I'm on Summit. One's Summit and one's tire rack, so that's probably going to present. So let's see. It's a wheel diameter, 18 inches, tire size. Okay, it's a 235 40 18. No, this is a 335 30 R18. So no, this is a bigger tire for $100 more. So
Yeah.
I don't know. For some reason, they brought up two different sizes. I do like Toyo Proxies, though. Toyo Proxies are good tires. I ran those on my Subaru a couple different times.
Yeah, the
And I
R888R
don't have
is
any
the
complaints.
tire that I have on my Camaro that is the only street tire that can hold the power back.
Yeah, I've never run a soft rubber compound on my Subaru. I've kind of wanted to, but because I live in Washington, it's always raining here and the roads are all oily and shit.
Yeah.
It's like I always end up defaulting to radial. Because when I bought the car originally, it had what was it, Toyo Proxy R? No, what? Toyo Proxy Zeros or some shit. And they were like super fucking like no tread. Like I thought that they were just ruined tires when I got them.
Next question from John Aldridge again. I have, for some reason, I keep seeing his comments. Like when I look at all the comments, it's like, my eyes go to his. Maybe it's because we're on the same wavelength. He's asking the right questions. He says, what's the road noise like on those tires? Well, I can tell you what they sound like, actually. Here, let me play an audio clip. Let's just say if comfort is your thing, that's not your tire.
Or are they a pretty loud tire?
Yeah. You're not going to be able to hear this, but I can tell you right now, this is what the chat's going to hear. Let's see.
Because like right now, I'm just running like Continental $150 a tire.
Yeah.
And they're great. I mean, they're great. They don't have
Continental's
crazy
not
traction
bad.
in the corners.
Like
though.
the Continental Extreme Contact Sports are pretty good. Let's see if this is going to be the right sound. That's what they sound
Act
like.
like I can hear it.
Hold on, there's got to be a better sound clip of it. It's pretty funny. Let's see.
I don't even hear the tires on my car at all.
Dude, yeah, it's because you have a radial. There's got to be a sound clip of this. Hold on.
The other thing is you can get away with a way less sticky tire also on a Subaru because one, you got all-wheel drive. Two, it's a short wheelbase, so you can throw it around a little bit. And two, they already understeer like a bitch. So
Yep.
you already got you need that back end to come loose if you want to go around a like Subarus don't go around corners like conventional automobiles. You literally have to get that ass end out, otherwise you plow into whatever you're in. Oh, I had forgotten. You actually drove my car. I remember you went and got us food when we were at PDX Land.
Well, I also drove it when we came back. Whoa, what was that? Here they are. This is what they sound like.
On fire.
Here. Oh, that was a weird sound. Here, Jerry, this is what they sound like. Hold on. So because of the sideways cut tread, they go The faster you go,
so
they go
like an impeller. It's
yeah.
it's
So the faster you go, it goes. It's like such a crazy sound. It literally sounds like a Stuka dive bomber. And I have a video on my not my Instagram, but in my phone that I sent to Phil. I was like, listen, and I'm going down the freeway. It's all.
I'm surprised you can even hear the tires over the exhaust on that thing, though.
You can feel the tire through the ground, like through the car.
Oh.
Yeah. So you don't. If you want performance, you have to give something up, and it's going to be noise. Quite honestly.
So I know you said you weren't going to read comments with donations, but this is actually a good comment regardless of the donation. You said, Jay, how much power do you make on E85? I think earlier you said it's like 700 and something, right?
760.
The wheels. 760. He said also, who tuned Barnacle STI? That would be, not Drift Office. No, it was Drift Office in Auburn, Washington.
Mm-hmm.
So Drift Office was one that it took them 18 pulls in fixing, what was it, the boost controller when my solenoid was stuck halfway open.
So realized it for really inconsistent boost numbers.
Yeah, so for like a year and a half, I'd been only hitting fifth gear, and it turns out it wasn't my turbo. It was literally the solenoid was stuck open. It was just pissing air out of the what's it called? The wastegate. Thank you. He said, since I'm local to him and I have an STI, if you remember when I FaceTimed my buddy and I showed you my STI and E5, if you're looking for somebody to tune, I mean, Drift Office actually did a really good job. I have no regrets, and they went way beyond. They didn't charge me any additional money, even though my boost solenoid was all fucked up and they had to put a Grim Speed one on there. They didn't charge me for it. They were just like, okay, we were going to tune your car $500. We're going to tune it. And when they tuned it, it's a solid tune. I've been running it for well over 2 years now at 336 wheel horsepower, 380 torque with nothing special done to the car. And I thrash it, and it's like, it's fine. Like, I would love to get an 85 tune, but there's nowhere to get fuel around here.
And I do remember his STI. I think I was at one of the Paul and Kyle meetups, I think. If it wasn't that, then it was LTX, but I think it was a Paul and Kyle meetup. I remember me telling you to bring your car down here so I could beat it.
Yep.
I remember saying that.
I even told you we were in PDX land when you took it out. I was like, dude, thrash on it. Like, and then you like pulled out the parking lot and I hear it going. You actually took it pretty gingerly out of there. But I was like,
I had to get out of earshot before you get on it. You understand?
That car is pretty loud.
You understand?
It's not as loud as yours, but it's
driving
loud.
Your car that day. I hadn't driven a manual in years, so your car was not exactly the easiest manual to hop into.
No. That stage 2 clutch is a bitch. Like it took me a long. Now that I'm used to it, it's like no big deal at all. Like I can drive, and it'll last forever. That clutch was rated to 600 horsepower. Like I've burned that clutch so many fucking times, and it's still like new.
I want to explain. We'll give a little car lesson here to some people in chat if you guys are curious. Daniel Page says, yes, E85 gives more power. More fuel is usually required. Okay, so here's the deal with E85. E85, around an 80% ethanol mix, 85% is the maximum you would ever get. And you're never getting 85% unless you buy like Torco E85, where it's already like the best ethanol you could get. Pump E85 is always going to be around anywhere between like E70 to E80. I get a consistent...
That I didn't know. Is that why you need a flex fuel sensor? Is because it can change so dramatically?
You need a flex fuel sensor. That way you can run any mixture of E85 with gasoline. You don't need to have an empty tank to put E85 in. And
got it.
Yeah. And then, so the flex fuel sensor just tells it the alcohol content so the computer can dynamically adjust its timing, which is the next part of the sentence where I was getting ready to say is what happens is with ethanol is it's equivalent to about 105 octane 105 to 110 octane, depending on the mixture or the percentage of alcohol. At E80, it's about 110 octane, which makes it extremely compressible without being prone to pre-detonation. Pre-detonation is when
have gas at that point.
Yeah, and pre-detonation, if you know what this means, is as the piston is coming up to the top of the stroke, fuel has been injected in there at the top of the stroke or wherever in the timing. The spark plug is set to fire, will ignite the fuel, mix with the air, and then you get the explosion, which pushes the piston back down. That's how the crank turns, makes the car go forward. E85 means you can advance the timing to where you can get it to fire much sooner, giving you higher compression, higher burn inside the cylinder, meaning more power. What happens, though, typically when you advance the timing too far with gasoline, you get what's called pre-detonation, where the gasoline will actually ignite just due to the cylinder temperature prior to the spark plug ever firing. So what you
and
get,
even just the pressure, too. Just the pressure can ignite the fuel at that point. Yeah.
Right. So, well, the heat, right, obviously combined with the cylinder pressure and the cylinder temperature causes the EGTs or the exhaust gas temperature to go up, which makes pre-detonation even worse. It's known as ping. Every engine does this, which is why every modern engine also has a knock sensor. The computer is manually adjusting and listening for knock. Like, okay, we're going to keep advancing the timing until we can hear the pre-detonation, which is picked up in the knock sensor microphone. Then the computer backs off the timing, and it's doing this all the time. With E85, you can get away with really pushing the timing. So that's where the additional power comes from, is by advancing the timing so far. And with naturally aspirated car, you'll pick up some horsepower. I think the V8 trucks that have it will pick up like 20 to 30 wheel horsepower. Boosted cars can make stupid amounts of power with it. The problem is E85 also burns much, much slower. So in order to get a complete combustion burn in the cylinder, you need about 30% more of it versus conventional gasoline. So the reason why you'll hear people say my car's on E85, it basically is their way of saying I'm on pump race gas. And if they're a boosted car with a turbo, not only can they advance the timing as far as they can add more boost, more air. So you can get an even better burn. The thing with a supercharger car, and what's funny about this is my car makes nearly 100 horsepower more on E85 with a supercharger by only advancing the timing, because my supercharger is basically a gear-driven turbo in a sense, even though it's a twin screw on top of the engine and not a centrifugal on the side. I can't up the boost because it's driven by a pulley. So just by advancing the timing, I gain 100 horsepower. So you can see the guys that are pushing big turbos with big boosts are able to do with E85. So the problem with E85, though, for a lot of cars, especially the Camaro, and especially my car, is you run out of fuel pump way faster than you run out of other things that are capable. Like, you can run out of fuel if you go with a big supercharger much sooner than running out of air from the supercharger. Which is
you
why,
don't want to run lean. Like, lean is bad.
Yeah, and so what a lot of guys will do to make up for that is they'll run ethanol, which also slows the burn so that they can have more adjustment in the tuning. But that's another liquid that could potentially run out and cause problems.
I've never heard of. Do they actually use ethanol injection even with the E85?
Oh, they always use it in conjunction with E85 on the V8s.
I didn't know that. I always thought that they were doing that with pump gas, just to stabilize old pump gas. I didn't know that they were doing it.
You can use it with both, but
ethanol.
What it does, though, is it allows people to run E85 and ethanol without having to go with like straight up C16 race gas or whatever.
Oh, gotcha. So they can run ridiculous timing though with that, because I know even with pump gas, if you do ethanol injection, you can really, really crank shit up, and it cools the charge. Yeah. So you get cooler temperature, and the temperature. And the cylinder goes way down, way with the E85,
Yeah, the
right?
EGTs are much, much lower. My car, are you ready for this? At full throttle, because I was actually monitoring EGTs today. I took it for a test drive because I was just curious. My car's EGTs under full load are 1,400 degrees. 1,400.
What's that compared to like with the regular gas?
With cats, I idle at like 1,200.
Okay.
On gasoline.
That's crazy.
And that's without cats. Obviously, with catalytic converters, it's much, 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 much higher.
Yeah.
Like 2,000 degrees. But yeah, so the other thing too with my car, because it is it's a mechanical fuel pump that's run off the cam. With me running E85 in my boosted car, I also had to get a custom cam to give more fuel lobe, which means to hold the fuel pump open longer, right? The same thing you would do with like your intake valve and your exhaust valve, right? More lobe and duration. It's the same thing for the fuel pump. But a lot of people with like let's say the 2650 superchargers that are now all over the place will run out of high side. That's referred to as a high side pump, the one that's on the crank on the cam. And then they'll run out of in-tank or low side pump. And like me, I've got a DSX supplemental fuel system, so I've got 3 fuel pumps in my car.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and so what'll happen is like you'll start going down a path of like $10,000 in fuel mods just to be able to push the potential of your car.
What's the fuel pressure by the time it hits the injector?
Well, because it's direct injection.
With
direction, all the two low side pumps. So I have an intake pump, then I have another pump that we added to the tank that draws fuel from the bottom of the tank and meets it down line before it sends it to the high side pump. I have no idea what those are, but they're just to make sure that the high side pump doesn't run out of fuel when it's under full load. But it's like 1400 psi because it's direct injected, right? So it's got to overcome the piston coming up.
Man.
That's why
the pressure that you could cut steel and shit with. Like
that's why my engine and LT4s and stuff that are direct injected are so clicky clacky sounding when they're running, because you're actually hearing the injector just like just shoving fuel in the cylinder even at idle. And it's also the reason why you'll hear my car at idle be like, it'll make that like the and you'll hear it change. It's because when you look at the logger, dude, the timing is just all over the place. The timing is just like it's retarded, it's advanced, it's retarded, it's advanced, and that's a term, not a derogatory comment. People.
Yeah, we're not talking about whether they're smart or they're geniuses.
What? Okay.
We're talking about slower or faster.
Yeah,
I guess it's all the same. Never mind.
But it's just part of the nature of the way the car idles. That's why it makes that like it's a real cool lopey, and then it's like
which is funny. I wouldn't expect that from like a modern car, but
you would think it would just know.
It would just figure it out and shit. Because I remember my dad's. He had an old Gran Torino.
Oh, Jordan
had a really lopey motor.
Jordan Trujillo says the LT4 runs at 2900 psi factory. Are you sure about that? Because I know the Ligenfelter high bore pump is less than that, and that's an upgrade.
Geez, 2,900 psi. It's like, how does that not just vaporize the nozzle on the injector? Like, you'd think it would just like, what's the injector?
Dude, the injectors are pretty insane, dude. Imagine the fuel rail, the O-rings.
Yeah, right? Like I can't because I'm thinking of like water. I know water jets run at like 60,000 psi, but they can also cut through like a fucking foot of marble. It's like 1,400, that's a lot. Like when you think of even the pressure in like an air compressor or something like that, that is 1,400 psi of anything is deadly.
Jero W says, what about camshafts? I'm assuming they're asking whether or not they're worth it. A camshaft, I want to try and put this in a PC, like a...
You want to put a cam in a PC? I know you like to build PCs, Jay, but come on.
An analogy. A camshaft by itself is going to hold the intake valve open longer to allow more air to come in. It's going to also hold the exhaust valve open a little bit more or even higher, or make more opening. So there's duration and lift, right? So lift is how far it opens, and then duration is how long it's open. Those are the two figures of a camshaft. And so it's going to depend on a lot of things. If you're a naturally aspirated car, a camshaft itself is only good for like 20, 30 horsepower at the most, because you can hold the thing open all day long, but if there's not air being shoved into it, then it's only a minimal increase. Camshafts become really necessary when you start wanting to up boost and you want to up the air intake and you start dealing with boosted cars, turboed or supercharger, because you want to give time for that air to enter the engine, and you want to have time for that air to compress and all that sort of stuff. So it's like with a computer, it's kind of like saying, how big of an increase will this graphics card give me? If you're running a low end CPU and you put a big graphics card in there, you're going to cap out how much power you're going to make with that graphics card, because what's being held up is the CPU at that point. And until you upgrade the CPU, which at this point could be other things like heads, supercharger, whatever, you're never going to see its full potential. It's like considered a supporting
mod, right? It's like a supporting mod. You want to do everything else, and the cam is what allows you to utilize that other stuff, like higher compression ratio, with your cylinders, different crank and stuff like that changes all that. Yeah, the cam is just an addition to that. But I do know people that swap out cams for like different... Now, modern engines, I don't think you have to do this, but I know with older engines, they'll do cam swaps depending on elevation and, ambient air pressure and stuff where they're running in like older cars. But now everything's electronic. Like I'm sure your Camaro probably has some kind of electronic lift system or something on the cams, or was that something you had to disable to get your...
So... Okay, in the LT4, remember, it's a single pushrod. It's a single cam pushrod engine, right?
I can't believe they're still fucking using pushrods, man.
Why not? There's nothing wrong with it.
It just works. It just works.
I mean, with the amount of power.
Fuck overhead cams.
so yeah,
just little fucking rods going like this.
Think about how good and low the center of gravity is in the engine too, because the cam is down low, the crank is right above the crank. But the other thing too is like, I tell people all the time, like, yeah, my car is making 900 horsepower crank, and to do that, it's like, it seems pretty simple, right? I put in a cam, E85, and pulleys and airbox, and yay, it's fast. But no, do you know how much supporting mods we had to do? Do you know how much we had to change things in terms of like the push rods? We had to change.
They had to pull the engine out of your car to do it, didn't they?
No, Mike didn't even take the heads off.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
So
everything was just done through the bottom end?
Yeah. No, everything was done out the front. So he takes the front clip off the car. He takes the radiator and moves it out to the side because there's enough flex in the hoses to just swing it out of the way. And then he takes the cam right out the front of the engine and puts a new one in. But yeah, so we had to deal with hardened push rods. We had to do double springs for the camshaft because it is a spring cam. So the rockers are being pushed back down by a spring. You don't want to float a valve, which is where it's spinning so fast the spring can't push the valve closed in time or pull it back up or whatever in time.
So I'm sure they probably had to put titanium springs in there too.
They're actually not. I thought they were titanium, but they're not.
Really?
They're just hardened steel double springs. We had to even upgrade like the lash caps, and we had to update studs and all sorts of stuff, right?
Dude, how fast do you have to close a valve where you need 2 springs? Because those springs are already like gnarly as shit. And there's another spring on the inside?
Yeah, there's one on the inside.
Oh my god!
And we actually just changed the springs not too long ago because it's recommended to do it about every 20,000 miles, and I did it at 15. But for my modified engine, not the stock one. The stock one's rated for like, I don't know, 150,000 miles.
Still, that surprised me. 20,000 miles, and you got to jump in there and change out the springs on those.
The spring set was $300, and it took Mike an hour to do it.
Okay, that is bad. I keep thinking of like a modern car. It's like, dude, you have to like pull the heads off and everything like that, and then like undo everything, the valves, and all the
it's all right on top. But I was getting to a point here. Is all the little supporting mods that are in there. But it's a pushrod engine, so it's got hardened push rods. They're hydraulic lifters, so they have hydraulic pressure keeping them, pumping like they're supposed to.
Yep. So
it's kind of funny though when you did the valve springs, you rotate the engine with the I remember exactly how he did it. When he had I think the rockers were off, he manually rotates the engines and it pushes all the rockers up, right? Or not the rockers, but
so he just puts like a pry bar on like the harmonic balancer or whatever.
It pushes all the lifters up out of the way because if you're gonna get the camshaft or the springs or whatever out, you need all that stuff out of the way, right?
Yep.
It's kind of funny because he has a dowel too that he sticks right through the oil galley so that they can't fall back down into the oil pan when you take the camshaft out, which is like super ingenious, right? It's like, if you just take the cam out, everything will just fall down in the oil pan.
Yep.
There's nothing there. But if you pump them up with air, that's what he did. He used an air compressor that threaded into where the spark plug goes and hits it with air, and it pushes the valves up and closed. And then air pressure just holds it. So he works on that one, changes it all out, and then takes it off, and then it can fall back down, right? So he uses air to hold the cylinder valves closed. That way they don't fall down into the engine. But when you first crank it back up, it sounds so broken. My car, after we changed the valve springs, was like, and then it started all.
Sounds like an old P-51 Mustang firing up.
I was like, what the hell? I was like, why does it sound so bad? He's like, it's normal, chill. He's like, it's the hydraulic lifters rebuilding pressure. I was like, oh shit. So he's like, literally the lifters weren't moving like they were supposed to, and the engine's trying to run with that cam. So yeah, once it all lifts back, gets all pumped back up with pressure, then it sounds all normal. But yeah, it's such a simple design. There's literally like 2 rotating parts in my engine.
Well, I mean, it's still based on, it's still an LS platform, right? I mean, it's a new generation, but it's still based on LS, still LS, right?
Even though it's LT. LT just denotes that it's the like whatever generation of engine. Like they go back and forth between LS and LT like all the time, but it's still LS.
I just love how it's so simple. It's just such a simple platform, yet they still have managed to modernize it a little bit. Easy to work on.
What I think is funny is the amount of people that will still give me a hard time saying, "Oh, that engine's old and antiquated." I'm making 900 horsepower, but it's old and antiquated.
It's responsive too, man. It is a really responsive engine.
But I'm faster than any car I've ever raced. But it's still old. It's a road race car that does a 10-second quarter mile. Doesn't matter. It's old. It's like, okay, I'm faster than the ZR1 at ACS. It's old.
That's actually a common theme with drag cars too. Like when you go out there, they're always using old shit. Like, I mean, some of it's modernized. Like they'll use like a billet block, like a billet LS block or something to get like 2,000 horsepower. But it's always simple shit. You never see the guys out there like the Lamborghini Huracans making like 20 passes without their check engine light coming on, the fucking 4-wheel drive thing complaining.
Yeah,
it's like the more complicated something is, the more shit can go wrong. It doesn't mean it isn't awesome for like daily driving and doing stuff, but when you're drag racing or doing any kind of racing really, even on a track, it's like you don't want that sophistication. That kind of fucks you in the end. It really does.
I'm gonna say something that I don't think it'll trigger drag racers, but
Let's trigger them, dude. It's fun to trigger people.
Remember,
Let's
my
do it.
engine builder
Trigger.
is a drag racer, but I'm the first person that he built an engine for strictly for road racing that he's come out and gone on track with me and just been like, holy shit, I am legit shocked at, one, you're driving, and two, how well this car is performing on track, because he's only built drag cars. And he made a very good point one day when he talked about being a little bit more conservative with my tune. My E85 tune is on kill. He's like, dude, E85, you're tuned for kill, right? But when it comes to like gasoline, he's like, it's much more conservative. He's not nearly as advanced on the timing as he could be. He's not pushing things that hard because he wants ultimate safety with gasoline. But he made a very good point. He's like, the goal behind building your car was a challenge. He's all, because I can build drag race cars that go 8 seconds all day long, 8 seconds at a time. Your car has to survive 20 minutes at that load at a time. And I was like, yeah, I guess that makes sense. So drag race cars don't have to worry about at the same level I do oil temps and intake temps and coolant.
Oh yeah, and they'll
temps.
run their temps up so high that they have to literally kill the motor and get it like taken back to the pit with the golf cart because they can't even leave it running. Like they can't even idle it after a pass. They're running so damn close to.
But yet the pictures on the wall over here with me at ACS, I did 4 20-minute sessions back to back to back to back without a problem.
In the hot ass sun too, because it is not cool down where you're at.
Well, even if the air temp's 80, it's still a lot harder than that on a car. You know what I mean?
Yeah, totally.
Do I like any of the SteelSeries headphones for the PC? You know what? I'll be honest. I'm converted. I'm such a snob. Gaming headphones are like never going to touch my head again.
Honestly, there is not. I can't think of any gaming headphones. And this even includes Sennheiser, even like their PC 360s or whatever. I still think
the Game Zeros are still my favorite and those were the analog ones.
No, and these still sound good. As far as the headset, they're about as good as it gets, honestly. I even have Bear Dynamic MX 300s that were like fucking $380 or something back in the day, and they sound better than that. But I think that there is no supplement for getting like a really good audiophile pair of headphones and just putting a fucking mod mic on it. Yeah. Like the mod mic sounds so good now. Like the mod mic 5, even the wireless one sounds absolutely amazing. It sounds almost as good as a broadcast microphone. And none of these headset manufacturers put even the PC 360 or the game ones. The microphone sounds okay, but it doesn't sound like a broadcast mic. Yeah. And I don't understand that because mod mic, like, they're not super expensive. They're compact. Why isn't every manufacturer just putting that microphone in their headsets? I don't understand why they keep putting these microphones in that are just really their range is limited. They don't sound that great.
Phil and I have had a little bit of a rant on our channel where we're so sick of manufacturers calling something broadcast quality. Because I basically said in one of the Sennheiser videos, I was like, look, if by broadcast quality you meant it sounds like AM radio being dragged through dog shit.
That's not what we mean.
Then yeah, that's broadcast quality.
It's like, how you going? Where's the world? Yeah, no. That's adding a filter. Hey, bro, what do you say we start to wrap this up a little bit? We're at 10:39, and I'm about ready to fall asleep.
We've been streaming for 4 hours and 40 minutes.
Dude, that's a healthy stream, man. Fucking, we at one point we had even up to like 1,700 viewers. Not too.
Yeah, we had 30. Well, I'll be able to see analytics.
I'm pretty sure like everybody's in bed now, so.
We've already had 107,000 playbacks.
Okay, well that I wasn't thinking. That's crazy.
Yeah,
that's absolutely crazy. I had fun though, man. This is something I really have missed. I definitely missed this.
Yeah, I don't do this very often, but this was definitely fun to kind of get on here and just shoot the shit and not think about all the craziness going on in the world right now.
And we for the most part we did it. For the most part we were really successful. This was a really positive stream. I feel better. I got drunk and we were
from sober to buzzed to back.
Yeah, so sober to buzzed that I'm already getting that headache that I forgot. Like, you know, after you're drinking, you get sober, you get that like fucking dehydration headache. I'm gonna go down and chug a bunch of water and I don't know, get some electrolytes because that's what plants crave.
It got electrolyte.
I like money.
It broke my apartment.
Ow, my balls. I love that. There's that game is actually on mobile. I downloaded Ow My Balls on mobile, and it's like you literally kick a guy in the balls. And he's like, oh, my balls. And then you're just like bouncing him off shit.
You have to make him fly across like the buildings.
Yeah. You know exactly which one it is.
I had it on my computer or my phone for a long time. My daughter used to play it. Oh, my balls. My wife was eventually like, she can't play that.
Oh my god.
All right, time to go. Yeah, well, over over 107,780 playbacks so far in a live stream.
There's been a lot of people who have been wanting us to do something. They
I
didn't
know.
care what it was. They just wanted us to do something. We did something. Are you guys happy?
And I mean,
you guys happy? You're
I don't
satiated?
have a problem with us hopping in here every now and then and doing this. I mean, obviously, if you guys want regular Jerry, you got to go to Tech Talk every Saturday at 10 a.m., I think you said?
Every Saturday, 10 a.m. here on YouTube, and every other day on Twitch at 10 a.m. in the mornings. Tomorrow I'll be on not Tech Talk, but I'll do something called Morning Coffee on Twitch. It's completely just fucking off the walls bonkers for hours. But for Tech Talk, Saturday, 10 a.m. on YouTube.
What I'll do to make it kind of even is at some point, maybe later this week, I'll hop in one of your cars and coffee. I'll hop in one of your morning coffees for a little bit with you. Because I mean,
do it, man.
I'd
love it.
ain't got a whole lot to do here at the house. I already filmed tomorrow's video today, which is about this 38-inch ultra-wide panel. If you guys are curious, is what that's going to be about. But I've been filming
Can you tell
back.
how many hertz it can do?
It does 175, but there's some trade-offs for that, and we'll explain that in the video. But
175, that's a weird fucking refresh rate.
yeah, and trust me, it's not worth it, and explain why in the video. But I think a lot of people have enjoyed the throwback feel of me filming in this small space, and y'all better not get used to it, because I ain't getting rid of Phil, and I'm not getting rid of my studio. Damn it, I have 2 studios. I need to use them.
I did think though that it was pretty cool that like the time of you building that room coincided with us basically having to like take cover indoors.
Well,
it was good timing to build that room.
I started that build a few weeks ago, and then as the crisis was ramping up and it was looking more and more like a stay-at-home order was going to happen, I sort of intensified my build speed as well. So I was kind of like, I better get this done.
I can tell, man. I can tell. All right, y'all. You let me know what day you want to jump in. It's every other day, so it'll be tomorrow, Wednesday, Friday. I think tomorrow I might have to delay it a little bit till the afternoon because I've been having morning internet connection problems. But every other day I do it. So let me know when you're available.
Maybe we'll just plan on Friday.
Sounds good, man.
So, all right, guys. Hope we even entertained you for a little while. Hope we made you laugh.
Entertained.
I know I made people laugh with the music.
Yeah, talking about my tiny redheaded sister throwing a book and give me like a concussion. Come on, that's worth something.
With the piano music playing, it was a perfect story. It was the
right,
saddest piano music. All right, guys.
It wasn't working.
Thanks for watching. We'll see you some other time.
Oh, and hit that like button just because I like saying that.
I know. How are there 107,000 playbacks and only 2,000 likes? You guys
suck.
Come on,
you suck, guys. More likes and go watch all my videos. All 810 of them or something.
Do I got like double that now?
Don't watch the bad ones though. If it's one of the bad ones, just
then
stop
he's got
it.
6.
Watch the 50 good ones.
All right, guys. See you later.
Later.